Yes. Lilia? Lilia? Maybe because if I'm standing here.
I sit here.
Okay. And then I'll sit here when. Where's the commissioner? Oh, right here, commissioner. Why don't you sit here beside me instead?
That's exactly what I want.
Senator Aubyn Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Ambassador Marianne Van Steen, our EU Ambassador, good morning, Mr. Chen Dozhang, Ambassador of China, Lilia Burunciuc, our County Director of the Caribbean countries for the World Bank, our Commissioner of Customs, Ms. Velma Ricketts-Walker, Permanent Secretary, heads of agencies, other members of the Diplomatic Corps, our invited guests, Anthony O'Sullivan, Director of White Shield Partners, Mohammed Saeed, Senior Advisor from the Trade Facilitation Office of ITC, Jan Hoffman, who is the Chief Trade Logistics of UNCTAD, members of the private sector, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank everyone for joining us today as we explore the potential of Jamaica as a trade hub, look at opportunities and identify the actions it will take to make this really happen. Our journey is to achieve an efficient trading environment which requires Jamaica to be competitive across 4 main dimensions: market access, business environment, border administration, and infrastructure. We became party to the WTO Agreement on Trade Facilitation, which entered into force on the 22nd of February 2017. The agreement has made legally binding reform measures aimed at improving the efficiency of cross-border trade. Jamaica's Trade Facilitation Reform Program is WTO Plus and aims to simplify, harmonize, and standardize processes at the border and in trade-related agencies to reduce cost, time, and increase efficiency and compliance. To be competitive, we must also ensure that our telecommunications, transport infrastructure, and business environment are actually open and optimized. Importantly, trade facilitation reforms are projected to contribute a minimum of 0.5% to GDP growth, but according to the World Economic Forum's Enabling Trade Report, has the potential to contribute up to 5% to a country's economic growth. So you see that this is something which is critical and important to the development of Jamaica. So our overall objectives are to ensure that the institutional governance framework is modernized, the efficiencies of the border regulatory agencies are simplified and improved, that our electronic single window is established, the trading environment becomes more transparent and predictable, trade support services of Jamaica as a logistics hub are increased, and the border regulatory agencies officials are capacitated to manage enhanced cross-border trade. In fact, the key elements of it are simplification and harmonization of the processes, introducing risk management as one of those things which are critical and important way of doing business, having ICT-based reforms, and border agencies coordination and cooperation, something that really didn't exist in a way that we expected in the past. But moving past the technical aspects of this program, I asked myself repeatedly, why is Jamaica not thriving in logistics and as a trading hub? It used to be back in the Elizabethan times, when privateers like Drake and pirates like Henry Morgan made Port Royal the most important logistics hub in the eastern part of the world, not just the Caribbean. Clearly, we have the location, and with private investors, we have much of the necessary air and sea infrastructure. So what is holding us back from delivering on the prize which is there for the taking? Is it our human resources? I would say no, as whereas I have worked in the wherever I've worked in the world, Jamaicans have been among the best performers. Is it the systems? With the help of the ITC, we developed a roadmap for implementation of the Trade Facilitation Program. With UNCTAD, we have implemented ASECUDA and now our single window, JSWIFT. With the World Bank, our Trade Information Portal, JTIP. Also with the World Bank, we have been working on inspection, paperless clearance, risk management, and other processes, the Port Authority and our port community system, but still we are over-regulated and we are not where we want to be. So that brings us to today, which is being supported by the World Bank through the JAMPRO Foundation for Competitiveness and Growth project. Our objective is to listen to the private sector and to do a bit of blue sky thinking about what is possible, hear what it will take to get there, see where we have made progress, where we still have gaps, and what we need to do to close those gaps. We are joined today by experts from overseas, Anthony O'Sullivan of White Shield Partners, who I used to work with when he was in the OECD, and we welcome him to Jamaica, with Mohammed Saeed from the ITC, who was my colleague in Geneva when I was at ITC, George Grace from the World Bank, who has been with us from the very beginning of this process, and who is our partner in crime in this process to make sure that we succeed. We also have some of our captains of industry here in Jamaica who will tell us like it is with respect to their vision and their experience. Their counterparts from our border regulatory agencies are also here, along with our international partners and several embassies, as well as international development agencies who are all engaged in a dialogue to see how we can chart the way forward. We aim to end the day looking at what capacity needs to be built in order for us to achieve the vision we agree on. My ambitions are high for the day, and I encourage everyone to have their say and to contribute to the dialogue. Our sessions will be expertly moderated by Ms. Natalia Malenko, lead country economist from the World Bank, Jeffrey Hall, chairman of Kingston Wharves, and Mohammed Saeed, senior advisor of Trade Facilitation and Policy for Business, International Trade Center. Finally, we'll close with the president of JAMPRO and our permanent secretary, who will help us to summarize the day's proceedings. I'm excited that the leadership of Senator the Honorable Aubyn Hill, the support of the World Bank, development partners, and the private sector, we have a winning partnership that can deliver success. Let me not forget the hard-working Project Management Office, who has put this forum together in record time and who are dedicated to our ambition of facilitating competitive, safe, and secure cross-border trade, and understanding what it will take for us to succeed. I want to thank you again for joining us this morning. Without further ado, let me invite Lilia Burunciuc, I think I got it, to the podium. Lilia has been working closely with us to ensure that we have resources, or at least the government of Jamaica has the resources to move this country forward. So Lilia, please.
All protocols observed, Honorable Minister, Honorable Senator, Honorable Ambassadors, partners, private sector representatives, media. It is a pleasure to be here today to participate in this forum. It is a very important forum because trade is critical for the development in a small state economy like Jamaica. And before the COVID pandemic, exports accounted for over 40% of GDP. However, it dropped during the pandemic. It is recovering, but it was only 29% in 2021. This strong export performance is largely due to growth in tourism industry. However, goods exports stayed at around 10% of GDP over the past decade. And in fact, in nominal terms, the value of merchandise exports declined since 1990. So revitalizing trade, including trade in goods, is essential for boosting Jamaica's growth. This forum and the discussion on trade facilitation today, bringing together private and public sector, is an important step in this direction. The COVID pandemic and then the change in global markets inflicted by Russia's invasion of Ukraine presented small open economies with unprecedented challenges. But as the world adapts to the new realities, new opportunities open up. Jamaica's location in the Caribbean, proximity to the American markets, and advances in infrastructure put Jamaica in a strong position to become an important hub for regional trade. But reforms are needed, including in trade facilitation to seize these opportunities. High trade costs have hampered the growth of Jamaican exports. The challenges are well known for all of us sitting here in this room today. The time and cost to export and import are really high in Jamaica. Multiple taxes and fees, weak coordination among agencies, absence of an integrated, harmonized framework for border agencies, prevalence of manual processes, and low capacity of firms to implement international requirements. All these are challenges faced by the actors in trade in Jamaica. The government has ambitious objectives to become a logistics hub and stimulate economic growth through trade. But to achieve these goals, the country has embarked on a bold trade facilitation agenda to tackle the obstacles that I just mentioned. The World Bank Group, together with other development partners, is supporting this important agenda, including the work to improve coordination among border agencies, and there are over 20 agencies today that have to be coordinated. Integrate the border agencies into the automated system for customs data, and modernize Jamaica's customs legislation. All these reforms are expected to accelerate Jamaica's compliance with the WTO's trade facilitation agreement and modernize the national trading environment. So we really open the opportunity to join you here today to discuss the issues related to trade facilitation in Jamaica, how to move the needle in this area, and I wish all of us a productive discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lilia. We're now going to be joined by the Deputy Director General of the World Trade Organization. Do we have the connection? Annabelle Gonzalez is now the Deputy Director General of the WTO, and at the time when we started the work on trade facilitation, she was actually the Director of Trade inside of the World Bank. And with her, we constructed this whole program on trade facilitation. So I said to Annabelle that we were going to have this engagement today, and she said, well, I need to be part of it since, you know, I was at the very beginning. So she has, are we ready? Can we connect?
Hello, everyone. My name is Annabelle Gonzalez, and I'm Deputy Director General at the World Trade Organization. It is a real pleasure to join you from Geneva, although I would have liked very much to be with you in person. Facilitating competitive, safe, and secure trade, which is the title of today's forum, is more important than ever. This is the time for decisive action that can help countries make better use of trade to navigate a world of interlocking challenges, from a global economic slowdown and a cost of living crisis to record high inflation and growing threats to debt sustainability. All this against the backdrop of a deepening climate crisis, widening geopolitical rifts, and the war in Ukraine. Today's forum is a clear sign of Jamaica's commitment to use trade and trade facilitation proactively to position itself in a vastly more challenging environment. I congratulate Jamaica's Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce and the Trade Facilitation Task Force for bringing together such a diverse group of actors. I also want to give a big shout out to my dear friend Patricia, whose tireless efforts to advance trade facilitation in Jamaica are nothing short of phenomenal. The collective work by government, donors, international organizations, and stakeholders from every part of the supply chain has been instrumental to propel Jamaica's trade facilitation agenda forward. Jamaica's achievements include the successful launch in 2019 of the Jamaica Trade Information Portal, or JTIP. JTIP is now available in English, French, and Spanish, which means that more traders in more countries can access Jamaica's trade information. I understand that Jamaica is also working to increase coordination among border agencies, foster the use of risk management in border clearance, and integrate border regulatory agencies into UNCTAD's Automated Customs Data System, or ASICUDA. This has already cut clearance times for goods and reduced the time needed to comply with export and import requirements. And more is in the works, including steps towards the full implementation of the Jamaica Single Window for Trade. But this is no time for complacency. Jamaica ranks 113th out of 160 on the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index. On most indicators, it scores below the Latin American and the Caribbean average. I encourage Jamaica to build on its achievements by supercharging its trade facilitation agenda. There are many success stories in areas where Jamaica needs to make further progress. Take Kenya, which slashed the number of steps that exporters and importers of produce must complete when registering with the Plant Health Authority from 10 to 5, and the number of required documents to just 3. These steps resulted in a 60% reduction in transaction costs for traders. And in Uganda, trade facilitating measures reduced clearance times for the country's 67 authorized economic operators from 4 days to under 8 hours on average, resulting in cost savings of between $100 and $700 per transaction. WTO economists just completed a study on the trade impacts of adopting and implementing commitments under the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. The findings show that the Trade Facilitation Agreement boosts trade between developing countries that made commitments by as much as 22% for agricultural trade, where trade costs are higher than in manufacturing. So there is no time to waste. The payoff for Jamaica of investing more in trade facilitation with the support of its partners would be sizable. This is a particularly good time to increase the pace, as countless businesses are reorganizing their supply chains and shifting to locations that would allow them to achieve a better balance between efficiency and risk. To capture these benefits, countries must do their homework and improve their overall business and investment climate. Investing more in trade facilitation would be a big step in this direction. For Jamaica, ramping up trade facilitation action means 3 things. First, greater opportunities to diversify trade and make it more inclusive. The low participation rate of small businesses in global trade, both in Jamaica and in many other countries, owes much to the disproportionate burden that cumbersome and lengthy border procedures impose on small businesses, which means that trade facilitation is a powerful and pragmatic tool to help bring small businesses, including those owned by women, from the margins to the mainstreams of the global economy. Second, more opportunities to strengthen economic resilience. During the pandemic, we saw border agencies in many parts of the world move quickly to simplify import declarations for essential goods, accept scanned copies of certificates, and even conduct remote inspections to determine conformity via video. It is important to build on this and other trade facilitating initiatives to improve security of supply and fight illicit trade, not just in crisis, but in normal times too. And third, more opportunities to improve Jamaica's business and investment climate. In an integrated world economy, the ease of trading across borders is a key consideration in both domestic and foreign investment decisions. An open, transparent, and predictable trading environment is essential to maintain competitiveness, spur innovation, and drive business growth, even for those companies looking to shorten their supply chains, as many are doing right now. Let me conclude by saying that the WTO stands ready to support your efforts to take trade facilitation in Jamaica to the next level. By working together, we can take a big leap towards a more inclusive, resilient, and investment-friendly economy for the benefit of the Jamaican people. Thank you very much. I wish you a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much, Annabelle. We are now also going to be joined by our colleague from UNCTAD, also in Geneva, who could not make it here physically himself, Jan Hoffman. He's the Chief Trade Logistics Branch of UNCTAD, and he has been at the forefront of the modernization of the customs processes, both with ASECUDA and now with JSWIFT in Jamaica. He has a team here in Jamaica led by Jaime Mendoza, and I think Jaime will soon have to apply for Jamaican citizenship. You know, he's been here for so long. But I want to assure Jan that we are working towards Jamaica being a shining example for UNCTAD to boast about in the future. So without further ado, can we link to Jan in Geneva? I know
I can hear you. I'm not sure if
there you are.
There is something happening.
We're seeing you now, Jan.
Excellent. Thank you, Patricia, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Trade Facilitation Task Force, Public-Private Sector. It's an honor to address you, such a distinguished audience in Jamaica from here live in Geneva. As you know, at UNCTAD, we have been working relentlessly to advance trade facilitation across the globe, with a particular focus on small island developing states, including our friends and partners in the Caribbean. We believe, and I know I'm preaching to the converted, that trade facilitation is crucial for fostering regional and global economic integration, enhancing the competitiveness of our economies, promoting sustainable development. If we have learned one thing during the recent supply chain crisis, it is that a shortage of supply capacity and slower processes in ports can have a strong effect on global supply chains, leading to delays, interruptions, and inflation. At UNCTAD, we are particularly proud that we were, to my knowledge, the first who pointed out already in 2021 that the surge in container freight rates would eventually lead to a surge in consumer prices, especially in SIDS, in small island developing states. We had forecasted an additional increase of 1.5 percentage points of inflation at a time when Paul Krugman and others still said, it doesn't matter, don't worry. Well, 6 months later, the IMF measured exactly this, 1.5 percentage points of additional inflation caused by higher freight rates. What the supply chain crisis has also shown us is the crucial importance of trade facilitation, especially digital solutions. We had early on published a 10-point action plan policy brief, which very much focused on digital solutions, such as electronic submission of documents, e-signatures, pre-arrival processing, single windows, and so on and so forth. We found a lot of interest by our member states during the pandemic, much more advances during the pandemic than before. So now that the crisis is mostly over, we like to say we must lock in the progress made during lockdown. In the areas of trade facilitation and customs automation, we have provided support to several countries in the Caribbean on the ratification, notification of the WTO TFA. This landmark agreement aims to expedite the movement, release, clearance goods across borders, as you know, which is particularly relevant for the economies of the Caribbean, given the situation, the SIDS situation, and their reliance on trade for economic growth. We have also assisted in capacitating, operationalizing the NTFCs through our capacity building program in various Caribbean countries, e-learning, UNCTAD reform tracker. So this has enabled several countries to manage, monitor, report trade station implementation in a sustainable manner. Recognizing the importance of regional cooperation, we have provided support to the regional, at the regional level, to the CARICOM's regional TF committee, the OECS, and by working together, these organizations can leverage their collective strength to achieve the TF goals more effectively than just on their own. In Jamaica, we have, as you know, successfully and are proud that we have supported the implementation of the single window with the legal support for interagency arrangement, the collaboration and exchange of data. The single window is a vital tool for streamlining cross-border trade processes and reduces time and cost. And I know I'm preaching it to the converted, but we are really, really proud of this, and Chaim and his team are really, I appreciate that their work has been appreciated. So the Jamaica single window is being developed and implemented in collaboration with the UNCTAD technical assistance, including ASICUDA. Our support has already yielded important benefits to 9 cross-border agencies as part of the Jamaica single window for trade, the JS SWIFT, which together offer over 54 e-services to traders. So these services not only facilitate trade, but also improve transparency, predictability, which are essential for the business. To achieve the full potential of TradeStation, it is essential to foster public-private sector collaboration, transparency, accountability. As we conclude, I want to emphasize that TradeStation solutions that we promote are not about striking a balance between facilitating trade and ensuring compliance. If somebody today during this forum presents you a balance, a picture, a photo of a balance, that's the wrong picture. No, don't use it. No PowerPoint with balances, please, because this idea of either facilitating trade or ensuring compliance is not what we are doing. Instead, our aim is to achieve both objectives simultaneously by implementing efficient, transparent, secure trade procedures. We can make cross-border trade smoother and easier for the traders, import-exporters, while at the same time enhancing compliance controls by the border agencies, ports, customs. So this forum presents a unique opportunity for all of us to share experiences, learn from best practices, identify areas where we can work together to make this more Jamaica more competitive. And final point, please mark your agenda, 5 to 8 March 2024, next year, where we hope to welcome all of you also to our first global supply chain forum in Barbados, where we will bring together key players from around the world to tackle all these issues for the benefit of our member countries in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan. And, you know, people think about trade facilitation as big containers moving in and out of ports. But, you know, I had a complaint from a lady whose daughter is she dresses people like Beyonce, you know, so she does her wardrobe. And when she's performing, she dresses her. And she was coming to Jamaica to do a photo shoot here with some stars, and she had 5 suitcases of dresses and outfits which she had to bring for the photo shoot. But we don't have ATA carnet here in Jamaica, which is what she's accustomed to, flying around the world, and you have ATA carnet in different places, and you bring your goods in and you take them out very easily. So, you know, her whole process was stymied. And at the end of the day, she was not able to meet her targets, and there were delays and extra costs. And so, you know, trade is not simply about moving things across in containers, but it also is about facilitating our services sector. And I think we need to understand the complexity of how things work and how the multiplier effect. And for those of you who have been in traffic because of the film production on Lady Musgrave Road recently, you will know that the impact of the film industry is significant, and it filters right down to the lowest common denominator in our economy. So when we're thinking trade facilitation, we're thinking about, yes, the big things are the containers moving across the port, and we're happy to have our port represented here today. But we also want to think about what's happening in our airports as well, and how we facilitate the services sector. So I want to introduce our next speaker, our one and only Vilma Ricketts Walker, Commissioner of Customs for Jamaica, a champion for change and a leader we all respect for what she has accomplished with customs reform. Without customs as a key partner, our progress would be impossible, and I want to thank the Commissioner for not just supporting our work, but for allowing her staff to be co-opted into the work of the Trade Facilitation Task Force, and I see many of them in the room here today. So without further ado, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Moderator and Chair of our Trade Facilitation Task Force. Good morning, good morning, good morning, greetings and welcome one and all. Senator, you can see that I love him, right? Senator, the Honorable Aubyn Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Good morning, my pleasure as usual. I think I'm meeting this lady for the first time. Miss Lilia Burunciuc, yes, Country Director for the Caribbean, World Bank. Ma'am, you had a lot to say. I felt that you were hitting at customs somewhat, but know that the Jamaica Customs Agency continues to do the work, and will always lean on every other entity, international and otherwise, to ensure that we progress forward, not only for ourselves, but for Jamaica. I know that we are in a hybrid modality, and so you would have heard from Mrs. Annabelle Gonzalez, Deputy Director, General World Trade Organization, Mr. Jan Hoffman, the Chief Trade Logistics Branch Manager for UNCTAD. And he is famous for when he travels, he gets a trim at a certain barber, any barber locally, and that is his trademark when he travels. So I am surprised that he's not here so that he can go to one of our local barbers and demonstrate that experience here. For our diplomatic corps, thank you so much, always a pleasure. PS, thank you so much. Heads of entity, wow, I'm looking at Charlie Johnston here. Yes? I'm looking at my friend from KFTL and SAJ, so many persons here. Mr. George, thank you so much for being here. All heads of agencies, sectors, academia, and distinguished guests. Good morning and welcome again. If it's the first time that you're coming to Jamaica, welcome to Jamaica. Yes? So today, it gives me great pleasure in bringing, opening remarks as well to this forum and on trade-related matters and discussions under the theme. I'm not sure if our chair mentioned the theme. but if you didn't heard it, I'm going to repeat it now, right? Facilitating competitive, safe, and secure cross-border trade. What will it take? So, as I look and see the number of participants here from various sectors representing and demonstrating their own input as it relates to trade facilitation, it is indeed demonstrative of all of us' commitment towards trade facilitation in Jamaica and building this nation that we love so much. The theme of the forum is one that resonates with the Jamaica Customs Agency as we continue our journey towards developing and expanding how we provide the services that promote competitiveness, safe, and secure borders. This is achieved through the implementation of measures geared towards coordinated border management, trade continuity, simplification of processes and procedures, increase digitization and digitalization and integrated services, as well as real-time access to information for increased transparency and traceability. Am I saying the right thing, Mr. Charlie Johnston? I hope you agree with me, right? All right, then. So, key to conducting safe, secure, and effective cross-border trade from a customs perspective. We take it on these pillars. There are more, but I'm just going to name these. Customs to customs network arrangements, key to which is information exchange, as exemplified in our global home of customs, the World Customs Organization tool, such as our customs network, customs enforcement network, and CEN, which is really the central depository for enforcement-related information globally. Also, as we talk about customs to customs network, we're talking about mutual cooperation agreement, because it is important that customs to customs are working to facilitate trade as well. Another pillar, customs to business partnerships. And this is a big deal for us at the Jamaica Customs Agency as well, which are built on mutual trust and understanding and play on essential role in ensuring the safety and security of the international supply chain. Am I speaking your language, George? Yes, thank you. So the agency's Customs Business Partnership Forum is also one of those elements that demonstrate that. And this is where we interact with our business partners as well. Our quality assurance mechanism or meetings, another meeting that causes all our stakeholders, the BRAs or private sector persons relating to the ports and other government entities, come together to discuss customs matters, find solution, and ensuring that we're doing the necessary work to facilitate trade. Our Customs Business Initiative and Interaction Initiative, another element that we utilize to interact with our private sector entities and to find out what information is required so that we can further enhance trade facilitation. Because let's face it, if trade doesn't happen, is there a need for us at customs? Yes? As it relates to revenue and as it relates to ensuring that the certain controls are there and as it relates to providing security. So it's important that trade comes in for the national reasons, but also I have to ensure that I have work, right? Yes? And so I need all the trade to happen. So these are examples of the partnerships. There's another pillar, customs to other government agencies, cooperation, which is the foundation for seamless border management. And it was mentioned in several other speakers' messages. So this is, which is what I'm now referring to as JISTV. So this is evident in the establishment of the Jamaica Single Window for Trade. So the Jamaica Customs Agency continues to align itself with international best practices, standards, instruments, agreement, treaty, you name it. We're there in the midst. One such one is the revised Kyoto Convention of 2006, to which the agency, or really Jamaica, acceded in 2021. I do believe we were the 126th contracting party. Am I correct, Chandelier? Yes, thank you. Right? So also is the World Customs Organization framework of standards to secure and facilitate global trade, the safe framework of standards. The International Convention on the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System, or HS Convention. And of course, mentioned earlier, the WTO Agreement on Trade Facilitation. So we are in the midst, we are key to it, we do recognize it, and we are committed to ensure that we're doing the necessary work to drive trade facilitation forward. So this is with a view to playing our role in creating a living environment that is conducive to economic growth, right, Senator? Trade continuity, business development and expansion, supported by strong, effective, and modern legislation, continuous technological advancement, and an unwavering commitment to protecting our nation borders. I'm going to repeat that. Unwavering commitment in protecting our nation's borders. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say thank you again for allowing me this opportunity. And I'm looking forward to a really rigorous, productive, and meaningful session throughout the rest of the day. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. You know, I always admire tall women who can wear high heels, you know. And one of the things I always look at is to see what does the Commissioner have on her feet today, because she has among the best shoes that I can, I'm tall, but I'm always shy about how tall I am. And, but, you know, she's not. And it's that personality that allows her to command the attention of people, and also to be able to provide the kind of leadership which is necessary for us to really make things happen. And that is our Commissioner. You know, she's a powerful woman. I'm always happy to be in the room with her. Now, Senator, the Honorable Aubyn Hill, our Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, he needs no introduction. And he has transformed his ministry into what is now dubbed the Business Ministry. And you could say Jamaica's Business Ministry. They've even changed their logo. And so, you know, the perception is half of reality. And so now we have a business ministry. We have a leader who is leading the business transformation, and we are expecting him to take us across the line on this one, leading his colleague ministers to see the kind of change that we need to have in order to make Jamaica be that place that we want to live, work, and play. Minister.
Thank you very much, Pat. Rather, I should say, Madam Moderator. Make sure I get my stuff right here. It's really a pleasure to be here this morning, and especially to our moderator, or trade facilitator, Pat Francis, for making this a reality. And Pat, as you spoke about ATA Carney, my permanent secretary looked at me because we're very serious about it. It's in the Ministry of Finance. We're pushing it to make sure that people who come here, and especially with the new $1 billion of fill money, Shillette, that Minister Clark announced, we're going to use a lot of our ATA Carney. So, Commissioner, we want to get ATA Carney in work and up. Her Excellency, Ms. Marion Van Steen, the head of delegation for the European Union, His Excellency Chen Daozhang, Ambassador, Embassy of the People's Republic of China, Mr. Daniel Shepherd, Deputy High Commissioner for the British High Commission, and other important members of the diplomatic corps. Ms. Lilia Burunciuc, Country Director for the Caribbean for the World Bank, my own permanent secretary, Mr. Sansi Bennett Templer, sitting here in the front, my good friend Charlie Johnson, agitator par excellence, now joined up with the Germans to put up a dry dock, another one of the hundreds of stuff that Charlie has done. And Charlie, I welcome you and the other members of the private sector who are represented here this morning. And of course, Mrs. Velma Richards, my favorite custom commissioner anywhere in the world. Whenever I have a problem, I call her, and she finds a way. Sometimes she says it's difficult because business people are difficult. We were always running, when I was in the private sector, which I was for many decades, we always, and I was in the banking sector, I can tell you this now that I'm out of it, we always make sure we're ahead of the regulators. They can't match us. Now, sometimes some of the bankers run ahead, and we've seen some of that in California this week, and the regulators have to try and catch up. But, you know, the business community is always running ahead of the regulator, and that's how it works. Jan, good to see Jan Hoffman and Annabelle, and the media practitioners. We're very happy that you're here. You carry a message. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my pleasure as the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce to join you here today for the Trade Facilitation Project Management Office's forum under the theme Facilitating Competitive, Safe and Secure Border Trade, and What Will It Take? This is a timely session. In spite of COVID-19 pandemic, the resulting challenges to world supply chains and the ongoing war in Europe, trade among countries is still vitally important, maybe more demandingly so than before the pandemic. In the first quarter of 2022, global trade rose to a record of $7.7 trillion, an increase of approximately $1 trillion when compared with the period in 2021. This growth reflects rising prices in commodities as volumes have increased at a much slower rate. The impact of the war and supply chain shocks to the trading system cannot be understated, but of great importance are also other factors that impact trade facilitation. The cost of trading, delays at borders, and archaic bureaucratic processes are among those matters that require urgent attention, and my ministry is very serious about making the attention urgent. Wherever we are in the world, including our island of Jamaica, every nation participates more or less actively in trading goods and services. We need to contemplate how cross-border trade can be safe and secure even in the face of competitive participants. The country's macroeconomics have moved in a positive direction, and the public finances are in good shape as long as we hold the line. Excellent growth in 2021, 8.1% of GDP growth, and historically low unemployment are good indications. Also, the growth in 2022-2023 up to September that's the second quarter of the current fiscal year, it was about 5.7%. However, a huge perennially negative trade balance is a problem for Jamaica. It was $4.534 billion in 2021. I had my researchers look at the whole trade period for the 61 years since 1960. Ladies and gentlemen, it's only 1 year in 1966 that we had a positive trade balance. Let me tell you something. Everything we're doing here today is vitally important because that negative trade balance must be reduced, and in fact over time has to be obliterated. Why? We have a small population, 3 million people. We have a small per capita GDP, less than 5,000, 4,586 the last time I checked. Therefore, when you have that small population, small GDP, it is not rocket science to realize that you're going to have to sell a lot more around the world. For that to happen, trade must be easier. Therefore, those of us in Jamaica and in this room who are negotiating this trade facilitation package and going forward must understand how important it is to everyone, especially us in Jamaica. We must supercharge our trade facilitation measures and activities. PS, Permanent Secretary, Chief Technical Director, Commissioner of Customs, the head of JAMPRO, Shillette Cox, the head of Jamaica Special Economic Zone, Mrs. Kelly Dawn Hamilton, all except Customs in my ministry. Make sure you get Lilia's speech and Annabelle's speech, because I want copies of them to make sure we understand. We're going to go item by item and make those adjustment change. I don't care what other countries do. We have a place to go, and let me tell you something. $4,586 US dollars as my per capita GDP does no excitement for me. That has continued for 4 or 5 decades. We have not become a rich country. If we are going to become a wealthy country, we must trade a lot more. We must make this trade facilitation arrangement work. This forum brings together business leaders, international experts, and government officials to look at the state of our cross-border trade regulation and the wider trade logistics attending our national effort to ramp up exports, ramp up investments, job creation, and sustainable economic growth. It will look at where we are and where we need to be on the regional and world stage. Importantly, our discussions with your honest observations and recommendations for incorporation into the program of reforms from this point to finish will be of great value to us. Jamaica is really ideally located. Lilia will tell you that. She told you that. Near the largest market in the world. We're linked to the Panama Canal. Ask Charlie, that's why he's put up the dry dock right here in Jamaica, because all those thousands of ships, and he showed me a thing with the ships moving around the Caribbean. Fantastic. I had no idea so many ships traverse Jamaica. So where we are is perfect for it. We must now make sure that in addition to the Jamaica Special Economic Zone activities and benefits that we offer to investors, trade facilitation must be there so Captain Jersey can move the port even faster. Those ships in and out. Today's session is important in seeking to identify gaps in Jamaica's trade facilitation reform program and opportunities for economic growth and border regulatory reform. Some of them have to be reformed to make them more efficient and yet secure. In 2020, Jamaica was ranked 136 out of 190 countries in the World Bank's Doing Business report for trading across borders in Latin America and the Caribbean for time to export, import, and for cost to export, import. As a response, Jamaica has begun the process of onboarding import and export services provided by the main border regulatory agencies of Jamaica Single Window for Trade platform. When completed, this will result in tremendous improvement in the cost and time to trade across borders. Now, this piece that my writers put in this, when it's completed, I don't work like that. I am going to want a time as to when it must be completed. Anything that doesn't have a time, it doesn't get done. So my trade facilitator, you're going to tell me tomorrow, when you meet with the ministers you asked me to call to meet with you tomorrow, so you're going to get your meeting. You must tell me tomorrow what's the time. I'm not interested about when it's completed. I'm interested in a time as to when it will be completed, as much as you can when you're dealing with a negotiation. This forum is about stock taking and stakeholder-led verification or otherwise of our action plans for creating a competitive cross-border trade logistics, including an efficient government link in the chain. You hear that? Almost oxymoronic. Efficient and government link. They tend not to go together. Except we're going to have to make them work, PS, from our end. And you just tell me who I must corner on the sidelines of cabinet on Mondays to get them to work with us to make this oxymoronic term into a reality, in that it does work. Efficient government link. We're working with an agenda or trade facilitation roadmap and action plan, but it is necessary for us to assemble our stakeholders at various points on this journey to check with the market in order to, you hear that? Check with the market. This is not just about government. Government doesn't make any money. Businesses make money and government get the taxes, which we have not raised in 7 years. In fact, we have cut it twice in 7 years. We cut the tax 1.5 coming in, and Minister Clark liked the number and he said, okay, we're going to cut GCT by another 1.5% in this instance to 15%. We haven't raised taxes, but we keep getting it done. But I want to make sure that we're not talking about, just government doing things. We must make sure it is necessary for us to assemble our stakeholders at various points on this journey to check with the market. We're doing this for businesses to do business better and more efficiently. Don't forget that. So we'll see where we end up. Jamaica was prominent in the Bali Conference, which saw the signing of the World Trade Organization Trade Facilitation Agreement, that's WTO, TFA, in 2016. Ambassador Wayne McCook, who is with us today, I think online, was among those most instrumental in getting to the signing table. Jamaica continues to honor our commitment with an 82% implementation of the agreement up to this time. I want to stress that. One of the things we don't do in Jamaica, the government doesn't welch on its agreements. Not once when we were under pressure, and practically up to 2013, with 147 debt to GDP, we never welched on our agreements. We don't welch on our agreements. So we've kept 82%, and we want that to be known. I'm saying it right here so the press can get it. We keep our commitments. So if we're up to 82%, all those other people, Pats, who might be running a little slow, bring them up, and if we're slowing down, strengthen us. That same year, we formed a task force under the chairmanship of Mrs. Pat Francis, also with us today. And Pat has been pushing this, so she comes to my office, so we're not doing enough. You have to say, Pat, all right, let's do it. Because that's what I want. You give me a direction, I understand it. My job is to go find the resources, wherever I must go. We secured expert advice from the International Trade Center in putting together a roadmap and project plan, and we have set to work. The principal expert who produced those documents is also here with us today, Mr. Mohammed Saeed. Thank you very much, Mohammed, for all the help you've given us. Currently, we have several initiatives on our agenda. Among them, phased rollout of the electronic single window, JISTV, across the border regulatory agencies, the BRAs. Piloting the onboarding of all primary, secondary services of BRAs on JISTV. We're not even going to talk about global digital launch that we're going to have in Jampra soon. That will come. Full digitization of the permitting clearance cycle through JISTV, achieving paperless clearance at both post-arrival and post-departure ends. I'm looking forward to that, and we will work with customs to make sure we get that even better than Asikuda is doing it now. See, Andre is here, and I see, let me see, Raquel, yes, there. Thank you very much for coming in. Andre has been extremely helpful to us in our global digital portal that we're looking to launch. Updating and modernization of the legislative framework governing cross-border regulation of trade and goods. Review of the BRA fees and charges. Major revenue collector over here has constant issues with us, which we work out. Because you can imagine, I'm in cabinet, I want the money to make sure that we can do what we say we're going to do. But I represent the business community and then say, boy, the fees are high, Minister, we have to talk to customs. So within that, we find a way to make sure it works. The World Bank Group has committed to support the government of Jamaica to review current fees and charges imposed by BRAs for importation and exportation services. Annabelle and Lilia mentioned that, and we have to do some work on that. This will, because the many steps that you have to go is you know, why do we have them? Why do we have, I mean, when I was changing banks, I remember looking at a bank. I ran banks in the Middle East for a long time. I look at a bank, and we had 15 steps to open a letter of credit. Nonsense. So at the time technology was coming in, we chop it down to 3 steps. You know how fast letters of credit were opened, how much better we became, customers became better. So part of innovation is not necessarily creating a new app. Part of innovation is cut out the crap that you have in 15 steps. Cut it down to 2. That's innovation. Did I use a bad word? This will result in more transparency and predictability for traders. That's what business people want. They want to see clearly that you're not robbing them, because them always thinks that they're robbing them. No, government thinks business rob us, and because I was over there, I know some business people say, what is this government taking more money from us? We acknowledge the support of strategic partners in this process over the years, and thank all of you. Really, we do. As well as others who are present, who are not really present here today, who have made major contributions to this ongoing process. This is all those people who tell you that they're bright and they're good and they have new companies and run billion companies. You know how many people help them? Start with the babysitter. Start with the person in the home who, when their parents were busy, that person was cooking for them. How many people help you to get where you are? So you know what? We're here today to say thank you. I want to say it again. We acknowledge the support of strategic partners in this process over the years, and thank all of you, as well as others who are not present today, who have made major contributions to this ongoing process. And it's not going to stop. It's going to be ongoing. I thank especially the International Trade Center and the World Bank Group, all of you who have been so kind to us. The ITC worked with us on the roadmap and project plan, and through the World Bank Group, we have effected Jamaica Trade Information Portal at the Trade Board, content upgrades, and ensure the revision of the new Trade Act. The JTIP platform contains all trade regulatory information, which has resulted in a significant reduction in the time to trade. This was done under the Foundation for Competitiveness and Growth project within the Ministry of Business. this ministry. And why are we doing all this? Yes, to make trade easy, efficient, and effective. But the real reason is beyond the macro numbers and measurements. We're doing this to provide jobs for people, especially Jamaican people. No apologies for all the diplomats are here. They tell me I'm a representative of the government of Jamaica. So, Jamaican people, yes, it is to get more investment. Yes, it is, but it's mainly to create better paying jobs for our people, all our people, but especially Jamaicans. We are doing all this to create better jobs, better training, yes, better paying jobs for all our people. And this time I'm not going to say, but for Jamaicans. Let us, as we negotiate and fix this, let us not forget that that is the reason we're here. It's not to sign a document. It's to make sure people live better lives by having better jobs. So, there's much to be achieved in the next few hours. We have a compact schedule, but we need to hear from you candidly and comprehensively. As we share in the deliberations today, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Jamaica's Business Ministry, commits to doing what we are tasked with doing as we ensure trade is made easier for those involved in the process. We look forward to the findings and the report detailing the plan that we must follow to achieve increased success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Well, that was a call to action. And so now we are going to shift gears. I'm going to thank our presenters for being here this morning, our diplomats for taking the time out to join us this morning. And we're going to then roll up our sleeves and get to the point where we're actually getting into the meat of the subject. So for those of you who, I think we're going to shift the room around a little bit so that we can make sure that those who are further in the back, we are able to engage you better. So I think we had a coffee break. But we'll shorten that coffee break. I hope you just go get yourself a cup of coffee and come back in. And by that time, we should have been able to rearrange our things and be ready to go. But once again, thank you very much, Minister, Commissioner, Lilia. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. And we will be reporting back to you on the outcome of this. And of course, Commissioner, we will have your team here with us throughout the time. And Minister, we'll see you tomorrow morning as we get down to the heavy negotiations with our colleague ministers to make sure that whatever we say today can actually be translated into action tomorrow. So thank you very much, and enjoy the coffee break. Thank you very much for Government of Canada for being here, Japan, others for being here, United Kingdom, China, the European Union. Thank you very much for joining us today so that we can, in fact, join in partnership together to go forward. So, coffee break.
Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, JACRA, is now being onboarded to the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Commencing November 1, 2021, JSwift will be facilitating online applications for all JACRA import permit releases. Traders and their agents will now be able to make online payments for JACRA cess. Benefits will include faster processing times and increased convenience, facilitating trade and ease of doing business. No more walk-ins or waiting in long lines. The JACRA Import Permit Release Service, commencing November 1 on JSwift.
Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agents to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
The aim is to transition the physical paper documentations through a seamless interconnected online access point with the over 20 cross-border regulatory agencies in Jamaica. Effective August 23, 2021, all exporters or their brokers requiring a certificate of origin from the Trade Board Limited must submit their application using the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Therefore, all locally manufactured goods and agricultural produce for export must have an authorized certificate of origin. This is in order to access and obtain preferential treatment in other territories and markets. A certificate of origin is a declaration form indicating the country in which the commodity or goods are manufactured. This document also provides details about the product and the country it is being exported to.
The JSwift system now brings a fully digitalized service where all of that can be done from the convenience, whether it is your home, your office, or wherever it is. And also the services that are being carried out by the respective BRAs, those can be fulfilled within the same ecosystem or same ecospace. And of course, the approved permit or certificate can be retrieved electronically. So there's no more moving in terms of physical dropping off of documents, etc. All of that is being done online.
The Trade Board Limited, TBL, one of the authorized border regulatory agencies for approving certificates of origin, reviews the trader or agent application and grants approval. The trader or agent is then able to print the approved certificate of origin using the JSwift system.
When our clients submit certificates online, those certificates are automatically assigned to an officer for processing, and what we do is that we log into the system and we retrieve the documents that are assigned to us. We check information for the company that is exporting the products. We also do a check to ensure that all items have been approved by Trade Board Limited and that these items are really deemed certified for exports.
The trader or agent prepares the JSwift Certificate of Origin application to obtain preferential treatment under the relevant trade agreements. The trader or agent then pays for the application and await the feedback from TBL.
The feedback from our client is that this is a preferred method because they are always indicating to us that they want online, no physical document to be submitted to them. Jerry and Neville, our primary client, would submit the document to us online by email for us to prepare a certificate of origin for various CARICOM countries. What we normally do is we prepare the CARICOM invoice, we scan that document online, and then we go on JSwift platform and we prepare the certificate of origin. This normally takes about 10-15 minutes, after which we submit for payment. Once the document is paid, then it takes about 24 hours for the process to be prepared, after which we submit this document to our client.
Leading the implementation of JSwift is the Jamaica Customs Agency. It's also the host and operator of the platform in partnership with cross-border regulatory agencies. The benefits of traders include greater convenience and faster processing time, online application, payment and approval, online access to the approved certificate of origin, plus a system-generated CARICOM invoice. JSwift, your window to trade. Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agencies to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or a permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
JSwift, your window to trade.
The Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, JACRA, is now being onboarded to the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Commencing November 1, 2021, JSwift will be facilitating online applications for all JACRA import permit releases. Traders and their agents will now be able to make online payments for JACRA CES. Benefits will include faster processing times and increased convenience, facilitating trade and ease of doing business. No more walk-ins or waiting in long lines. The JACRA Import Permit Release Service, commencing November 1 on JSwift.
All exporters or their brokers requiring a certificate of origin from
I get asked all the time from emerging local businesses about the steps to get into exports.
From product innovation to marketing to expanding customer base, growing a business requires so much time and effort. The new Trade Information Portal is a timely initiative and the kind of entrepreneurial support we seek from the government. It has complex regulatory information laid out in language that is easy to understand, complete with visual step-by-step processes.
Local business owners can take the right action at the right time and expand beyond Jamaican borders.
When small businesses are provided with proper and sound guidance on how to best comply with rules and regulation, the more likely they are to fulfill them and grow in a more sustainable way.
Being a small business in Jamaica is rife with challenges. That includes access to resources, access to financing, and of course simple things like where to go, who to turn to. There are lots of traps that you can fall into as a small, young business owner.
The lack of information over a period of time have caused a lot of our people to be misguided in terms of what goods and services they bring into the country.
At Brescia, we make dreams happen, and getting into the business of making bags has been both a challenge and an exhilarating opportunity.
A trade information portal would be extremely helpful, especially for young entrepreneurs like myself.
We fully endorse it, not only by 100%, but 110 and more.
It's absolutely great having information at your fingertips.
The primary challenge that our members face is around access to regulatory information. The world that we're in, there are always phenomenal number of changes that are taking place, and being constantly up to date on that information is of paramount importance to them.
Well, the truth is the ease of doing business is certainly one of the key factors that affects us. It adds cost, it adds time, which is money, it adds frustration. With a click of your mouse, you can get the permits, you can get the information, you can do all that needs to be done. So we don't have any more excuses when this trade portal is in place.
For the first time, you'll be able to get all that information in one spot, and it will be current and accurate information that will allow you to conduct your business.
The Jamaica Chamber of Commerce is absolutely pleased to see the portal and see what is coming out of the portal.
I can say categorically that the JMEA endorses wholeheartedly the new trade portal.
Innovation is the vehicle that drives trade facilitation worldwide. And on the information highway, the Jamaican government has built a bridge to connect our local importers and exporters to their international counterparts. Welcome to the Jamaica Trade Information Portal, JTIP, JTIP. It provides access to important regulatory and procedural information you need to import and export goods across Jamaica's borders, all on a single, easy-to-use platform. To explore the Trade Information Portal, start with the homepage. The homepage features information on commodities, legal documents, measures, procedures, forms, trade agreements, guides to exports and imports, SPS, TBT inquiry points, and market intelligence information. The sidebar on the right features Members Area, advanced search options, news, publications, and other useful links. With the advanced options to trade information, you can look up commodities and their tariff rates, measures, standards, and their procedures. You can also download legal documents and forms for the products you're looking for. To find the complete list of all the commodities, click on List All on the Commodities and Tariff page. Expand the link for the details on the categories and subcategories of these commodities. To do a commodity-specific search, type in either the HS code or a keyword. To find legal documents, search using categories, document types, responsible or issuing agency. View, Save opens PDF versions of the legal documents. Find measures and standards for specific commodities using keywords, measure types, or agency name. Search for trade-related procedures using keyboards and get detailed guidance including names of the responsible agencies, legal base, a checklist of required documents, a process map with detailed instructions, relevant measures, and downloadable forms. You can also look up forms using keywords, agency names, or categories.
I think they're trying to test
The Trade Board Limited is the implementing agency of the Jamaica Trade Information Portal. through the support of the Trade Facilitation Task Force, MICAF, and the World Bank Group. The Jamaica Trade Information Portal. Trade information at your fingertips.
I get asked all the time from emerging local businesses about the steps to get into exports.
From product innovation to marketing to expanding customer base, growing a business requires so much time and effort. The new Trade Information Portal is a timely initiative and the kind of entrepreneurial support we seek from the government. It has complex regulatory information laid out in language that is easy to understand, complete with visual step-by-step processes.
Local business owners can take the right action at the right time and expand beyond Jamaican borders.
When small businesses are provided with proper and sound guidance on how to best comply with rules and regulation, the more likely they are to fulfill them and grow in a more sustainable way.
Being a small business in Jamaica is rife with challenges. That includes access to resources, access to financing, and of course simple things like where to go, who to turn to. There are lots of traps that you can fall into as a small, young business owner.
The lack of information over a period of time have caused a lot of our people to be misguided in terms of what goods and services they bring into the country.
At Brescia, we make dreams happen. And getting into the business of making bags has been both a challenge and an exhilarating opportunity.
A trade information portal would be extremely helpful, especially for young entrepreneurs like myself.
We fully endorse it, not only by 100%, but 110 and more.
It's absolutely great having information at your fingertips.
The primary challenge that our members face is around access to regulatory information. The world that we're in, there are always phenomenal number of changes that are taking place, and being constantly up to date on that information is of paramount importance to them.
Well, the truth is the ease of doing business is certainly one of the key factors that affects us. It adds cost, it adds time, which is money, it adds frustration. With a click of your mouse, you can get the permits, you can get the information, you can do all that needs to be done. So we don't have any more excuses when this trade portal is in place.
For the first time, you'll be able to get all that information in one spot, and it will be current and accurate information that will allow you to conduct your business.
The Jamaica Chamber of Commerce is absolutely pleased to see the portal and see what is coming out of the portal.
I can say categorically that the JMEA endorses wholeheartedly the new trade portal.
Innovation is the vehicle that drives trade facilitation worldwide. And on the information highway, the Jamaican government has built a bridge to connect our local importers and exporters to their international counterparts. Welcome to the Jamaica Trade Information Portal, JTIP, JTIP. It provides access to important regulatory and procedural information you need to import and export goods across Jamaica's borders, all on a single, easy-to-use platform. To explore the Trade Information Portal, start with the homepage. The homepage features information on commodities, legal documents, measures, procedures, forms, trade agreements, guides to exports and imports, SPS, TBT inquiry points, and market intelligence information. The sidebar on the right features Members Area, Advanced Search Options, News, Publications, and other useful links. With the advanced options to trade information, you can look up commodities and their tariff rates, measures, standards, and their procedures. You can also download legal documents and forms for the products you're looking for. To find the complete list of all the commodities, click on List All on the Commodities and Tariff page. Expand the link for the details on the categories and subcategories of these commodities. To do a commodity-specific search, type in either the HS code or a keyword. To find legal documents, search using categories, document types, responsible or issuing agency. View, Save opens PDF versions of the legal documents. Find measures and standards for specific commodities using keywords, measure types, or agency name. Search for trade-related procedures using keyboards and get detailed guidance including names of the responsible agencies, legal base, a checklist of required documents, a process map with detailed instructions, relevant measures, and downloadable forms. You can also look up forms using keywords, agency names, or categories. The Trade Board Limited is the implementing agency of the Jamaica Trade Information Portal through the support of the Trade Facilitation Task Force, MICAF, and the World Bank Group. The Jamaica Trade Information Portal. Trade information at your fingertips.
I get asked all the time from emerging local businesses about the steps to get into exports.
From product innovation to marketing to expanding customer base, growing a business requires so much time and effort. The new Trade Information Portal is a timely initiative and the kind of entrepreneurial support we seek from the government. It has complex regulatory information laid out in language that is easy to understand, complete with visual step-by-step processes.
Local business owners can take the right action at the right time and expand beyond Jamaican borders.
When small businesses are provided with proper and sound guidance on how to best comply with rules and regulation, the more likely they are to fulfill them and grow in a more sustainable way.
Being a small business in Jamaica is rife with challenges. That includes access to resources, access to financing, and of course simple things like where to go, who to turn to. There are lots of traps that you can fall into as a small, young business owner.
The lack of information over a period of time have caused a lot of our people to be misguided in terms of what goods and services they bring into the country.
At Brescia, we make dreams happen. And getting into the business of making bags has been both a challenge and an exhilarating opportunity.
A trade information portal would be extremely helpful, especially for young entrepreneurs like myself.
We fully endorse it, not only by 100%, but 110 and more.
It's absolutely great having information at your fingertips.
The primary challenge that our members face is around access to regulatory information. The world that we're in, there are always phenomenal number of changes that are taking place, and being constantly up to date on that information is of paramount importance to them.
Well, the truth is the ease of doing business is certainly one of the key factors that affects us. It adds cost, it adds time, which is money, it adds frustration. With a click of your mouse, you can get the permits, you can get the information, you can do all that needs to be done. So we don't have any more excuses when this trade portal is in place.
For the first time, you'll be able to get all that information in one spot, and it will be current and accurate information that will allow you to conduct your business.
The Jamaica Chamber of Commerce is absolutely pleased to see the portal and see what is coming out of the portal.
I can say categorically that the JMEA endorses wholeheartedly the new trade portal.
Innovation is the vehicle that drives trade facilitation worldwide. And on the information highway, the Jamaican government has built a bridge to connect our local importers and exporters to their international counterparts. Welcome to the Jamaica Trade Information Portal, JTIP, JTIP. It provides access to important regulatory and procedural information you need to import and export goods across Jamaica's borders, all on a single, easy-to-use platform. To explore the Trade Information Portal, start with the homepage. The homepage features information on commodities, legal documents, measures, procedures, forms, trade agreements, guides to exports and imports, SPS, TBT inquiry points, and market intelligence information. The sidebar on the right features Members Area, Advanced Search Options, News, Publications, and other useful links. With the advanced options to trade information, you can look up commodities and their tariff rates, measures, standards, and their procedures. You can also download legal documents and forms for the products you're looking for. To find the complete list of all the commodities, click on List All on the
blue sky about what is possible. You know, today when we talk about the geopolitics of what's happening in the world, there are opportunities for nearshoring which we haven't ever heard of before, and we have to put ourselves in a state where we can actually attract those investments to see actually more production coming across the ports, to see more activity taking place, more jobs, as the minister said. So this session is not only looking at the what is, but what is possible. And I'm going to hand over to Natalia, who is very well placed to lead us in this discussion. And I want everybody to engage to ensure that the conversation is going to give us some outcomes that we can follow through on. So Natalia, over to you.
Thank you so much, Pat. And it's a really great pleasure to be here today. And I think we had an absolutely wonderful and very energizing opening session. And with this now, we're going to roll our sleeves. And we have the very capable panel today with us to start the discussion. But then, and I'm quoting the minister today in the morning, we really hope to hear from you candidly and comprehensively. So we're going to make sure that we have a real substantive discussion, because there is a lot of momentum, there is a lot of opportunity to really change trade facilitation, and the minister was very clear. There are some meetings we hear happen tomorrow. So let's try to have a constructive discussion and see how we can move this topic forward in Jamaica. So, as Pat said, my name is Natalia Milenko, and I'm the lead economist for the Caribbean at the World Bank. World Bank, for those of you who may not know, have moved the regional office for the Caribbean into Jamaica. So Jamaica is the hub, at least for the World Bank in the Caribbean, hopefully for trade in the region soon too. And I'm not myself the absolute expert on the trade facilitation, but I work on development broader and growth. So the messages that the minister and commissioner have been bringing up about the significance of this topic is really fundamental to the entire developmental path and growth, future growth for the Jamaica. But more importantly, I'm joined by a very capable panel today. First, we will go to the presentation by Anthony Sullivan, who is now a director at White Shield Partners, but has also a long career in OECD and worked on these topics all around the world. So we will start with listening a little bit about what is happening in other countries. Jamaica has its own path. It will find its own solution. But international trade requires interaction with other states, and it's useful to know how are they handling often similar challenges. We then will hear from what is happening in Jamaica from real experts and operators on the ground with many, many years of experience. Captain Jerzy Mierzewski. And I should know better, I'm from the same region, but I'm still trying. So Captain Jerzy is Chief Executive Officer at the Kingston Free Port. And then also we have William Brown, who is the President of the Shipping Association of Jamaica. This is the panel. But then we have all of you here, private sector, and also key government agencies. Customs is here, JAMPRO is here, chair of the Task Facilitation Task Force, and more. And we are really hoping for that active conversation. Without further ado, I'll hand over to Anthony to take us through the presentation, and we take it from there.
Thank you, Lilia. Pleasure to be here, and very honored to be among all of you here today. It was an intense arrival yesterday, and actually I wanted to start out with the overall direction of what I will be speaking about here today is less about, regulatory constraints, but more about opportunity. We talked a lot about, the negative trade balance. I want to talk to you about the positive trade opportunities that Jamaica has here today. And so, Anthony O'Sullivan, I am indeed a partner and director at White Shield, former OECD, and I like to say sometimes White Shield is a bit of a privatized version of the OECD with more direction working with the private sector, which sometimes international organizations cannot do. And more action, let's say, oriented on the ground. And I think we're going to hear this from our colleagues here today. As I'm working with trade policy all the time, I tend to look at everything related to transport. Yesterday, my American Airlines flight was slightly delayed, 4 or 5 hours in Miami, with pilots which never arrived. First set of pilots did not arrive. Were too late. The second set refused to board the plane because they had worked too much. And then the third set was called emergency reserve pilots from Miami suburbs. And so we left, 5 or 6 hours later, around midnight. So we arrived here around 1 in the morning. And I was thinking, okay, this is interesting. American Airlines can't give lessons to others about logistics. And then this morning, the kind taxi driver that took us from the hotel, his name is Anthony, same as me, he took us with an amazing efficiency. He basically, went around all of the different traffic in Kingston, right, from the hotel to where we are, and it was normally supposed to be 45 minutes, he did it in 10. Okay? So I was amazed. And I just want to say, where there's a will, there's a way, And if we want to get things done in terms of trade and logistics, Jamaica will be top in class to do it. Okay? So without further ado, I'm going to give you a bit of an overview on, so I said it's going to be opportunity, right? So the first thing is global opportunity. What's happening in the world today and why is it an opportunity? Well, 2 years ago, we were in a situation of possible complete disaster, right, for most countries in the world in terms of trade, right? We were talking about complete supply chain disruption, trade falling by 40%, prices of cargo rising, and we were really wondering what was going to happen to the whole trading system. And here today, we have a different situation. And themes that we have are rapid digitalization of trade, which is ongoing across the world, which is making things efficient for everyone, for government and for business in particular. We have the whole theme of decarbonization, which is also extremely important. And countries can, ride the wave of this and move ahead of the game, jump the ladder if you want, the more decarbonized we are. This is big. And we have a shift in geography. The shift in geography is trade is now more and more south-south. And when we were looking at the data with White Shield and we were looking with our colleagues as to what has been the trend in the last 2 or 3 years, especially in the last 2 years, well, you'd be amazed to know, like, the highest growth trade has been south to south. The second highest has been south exporting to north. And then it goes from there. So this is another sort of situation of opportunity that we want to be thinking of, is Jamaica also not only trading with the north, but other countries in the south. So three blocks that's happening in the world today. In terms of just a few statistics, you see that graph there. We can see trade volume. I have my glasses on, luckily. You can see that the trade volume, how much it went down from the 20 trillion down to the 17, 16, and how it sprouted back up. And we're back on a real growth trajectory of trade. There was a blip there, and now it's not even back to normal. It's actually growing positively. So that's one important bandwagon to jump on. This graph is showing you, again, hopefully you can see from a distance, but the ones at the top, those bars at the top, are just showing exactly the point made earlier, that trade now is south, which is the highest growth. That's the bar you see at the top. The second highest is south to north. Again, it's another opportunity for Jamaica. And then a third thing is that, of course, container shipping has gone down tremendously, right? We went all the way up to almost $12,000 for a 40-foot container. It's back down to about $2,000, right? That had multiplied by 5. Can you imagine how much a barrier that was just a couple of years ago? So this is all positive news. Now, in terms of global trade, if you take Latin America and Caribbean as a whole, right, you have countries which have been, well, there's been, more or less around 5%. It's been slightly going down as a group, but Jamaica has been increasing by 1%. There's some other countries in the region like Dominican Republic, which are at the 3-4% range. So there's some positive directions there. And one thing that effective countries have been doing is also focusing on the higher value exports. The exports where they have more revealed comparative advantage. And I'll give you a couple of examples on that for Jamaica. Now, don't read that. That's just a bunch of statistics that we put together. But it's just a reminder that, of course, it is a natural resource-oriented economy, with one of the big exports being aluminum oxide, bauxite. A large part of that, there are other areas like the hard liquor and the different fruits and vegetables. A lot of this is driven today by trade to North America. That's 50% of the trade today. And so one of the opportunities to be really thinking about here in terms of facilitation of trade is how to diversify further that geography. I mean, keeping, of course, it's amazing to have this trading partner, which is the United States, but there are others nearby in Latin America and others which can benefit from some of the amazing exports that Jamaica has to offer. So that's another point on the table to consider. Now, I mentioned revealed comparative advantage. Here you have on this chart the sort of ranking of revealed comparative advantage. Now, in sort of simple speak, we're talking about products where Jamaica has faster growth relative to other countries in the world for a particular product. I mean, that's what you mean. It's relative when you talk about revealed comparative advantage. And so in that index, aluminum oxide, number 1, vermouth, aluminum ore, limestone. You also have, processed fruits and nuts. There's a series of different product opportunities here. And one of the things we would like to submit here is, in order to build on this advantage that Jamaica has, you want to take almost a product-by-product approach. You want to be following the trade routes for each of these and going through every single step, working closely with our colleagues from the private sector in order to unblock all the barriers that are needed and necessary and that were highlighted very well by the earlier speakers and by the World Bank that need to be addressed. But it has to be opportunity-driven, not constraints-driven. Trade is a means to an end. And I think we tend to forget this by just focusing on that means and not why are we using it and where are we going with it. One of the things that White Shield does is publish annually a freight resilience index, which is released in January in Davos. And the freight resilience index has some similarities to the logistics performance index of the World Bank. It looks at things from a policy opportunity side and a freight performance side. And I wanted to highlight it here because actually Jamaica has been improving in this index. Another element of positivity. I'm going to read it sort of closely, but it goes from a ranking of 93 to 81, about 150 countries in the world in this. And some positive directions for Jamaica have been in terms of trade outputs, in terms of some institutional improvements that we have noted, in terms of some elements of trade connectivity. Now, of course, these indexes are always used to improve as well, and so important areas for improvement, some of which were highlighted, I will reaffirm today. The logistics efficiency and the logistics administration are absolutely key, and I think we're going to hear some concrete examples here later on for this, and the whole digitalization needs to be accelerated. And I believe the World Bank is engaged in already some important initiatives in this direction, and it has to be quite comprehensive. One of the examples here of sometimes things that can be even more comprehensive is, for example, in the area of customs. There is a digitalization that also has to link to all the different parts which touch customs, such as, for example, the border inspections and the border controls, which also need to be integrated into this wider process. And so, that's just a first overview on some of the opportunities and directions. Second, I want to submit to you a couple of directions to think about, which will be, again, more in the opportunity direction. The first is, there's something called the World Logistics Passport, here on the left, which is a global trade initiative, which focuses on developing incentives programs for companies which trade through ports, through airports, and through customs in different participating countries. Think of it as a loyalty program. If American Airlines, which gave me, by the way, a loyalty number yesterday, which I'm not sure I'm going to keep, but anyway, think of it as a loyalty program which you apply to business. So businesses going through ports or airports which get lower fees, which get faster trading logistics, which get maybe extra storage because they're good traders. The more you trade, the better it gets, basically, which makes sense from everybody's point of view, right? From the business point of view and for the logistics administrators. Even customs can participate in this and have in this WLP program. What's the logic for customs? The logic for customs is that the WLP then encourages companies to become more compliant. So to actually join things like the authorized economic operator programs. And so this is good for customs because customs, of course, is looking at maximum compliance as much as possible. And this WLP now covers 25 countries across the globe. It was developed at record speed in 2 years, basically, during the whole COVID period, initially driven by the UAE as a pilot, and now covering these 25 countries. And it's very south-south driven. So it's Latin America is big, Africa, and Asia. And the logic here is rebalancing again some of the trade routes, which sometimes have not made sense. I mean, if you look at some of the trade routes, you'd have things going from South Africa, going to an airport in the United States, and then going to Asia, which just does not make sense in terms of trade. So it's also re-looking individually at trade routes and how they can be further optimized. And it has this kind of gold, silver, bronze approach, right, that you associate to a loyalty program. Connecting trade routes and looking with detail. So this is important, and this is where I think there's something that's going to be potentially interesting for Jamaica, is to be looking at the trade routes from the producer all the way to the end user, and looking at every step. It's not just at the level of customs that we're making trade effective. So here you can see producer, cooperative, yard storage, export shipping, arriving, unlocking, export clearance, inspection, import clearance, and finally that arrival. And what this program has done is in a selective manner worked with the different actors involved to see how each step can be improved from a supply chain logistics perspective, and in some case of offering incentives to make it go faster and more effectively. So that's one thing I wanted to submit to you is this WLP. And by the way, the WLP initially was piloted in one country, but also could not have happened without the collaboration with business and with the private sector. And so DP World, for instance, was one of the partners to help push and make this happen initially. And so this is another sort of driving message, is none of this improvement, none of these opportunities are going to happen without the driving force of business. So not only the companies, but business from the shipping associations and companies, the airports, the ports, etc. So this brings me to a second direction and opportunity, and that's for Jamaica. And okay, that's a bit of a lot of stuff there on one page, so I don't expect you to read it all. But the idea is that this is a time now for Jamaica to have its own logistics passport. Okay, and we can't actually use that term because I think it's a copyrighted thing, World Logistics Passport. But just for us here, I'm talking about the Jamaica Logistics Passport. And what that means is it has to be comprehensive in terms of having a full review of all the tariff side. So the tariff barriers here that you have, and the non-tariff barriers, and that includes that soft infrastructure. With the digital component, all the hard infrastructure for the ports, the airports, the roads, all the regulations behind things, and all the governance there. And combining all of those with a review to help then focus on the highest impact reforms here, among which, how to further accelerate some that are happening, like what's happening with customs today. And not forgetting that trade is also not happening in a vacuum, that it has to be connected also to these other areas, like labor policy, right, which is key for traders. Education policy also even for civil servants who are dealing with trade, who would have opportunities then to work more effectively together. Industrial and innovation policy as well. So this is looking at a more comprehensive approach to how we can make trade happen at another level here in Jamaica, building on these opportunities. And it goes down to the level, if you look at a sort of one example of routes, right? So this is a map of your beautiful country, and you see that this is the case of the alumina and bauxite journey, and you have Port Roydes up there and Port Kaiser down there, both of which are going to the United States, which takes 87% of the bauxite today. As one route, and so we would be looking at basically the moment the bauxite is leaving the plants, all the way to the port, all the way going to the United States. What are each of the steps, the roadblocks that can be uncovered, and that is then channeled up to broader reforms and broader changes. So in other words, this is reform from the bottom, right? It's reform from opportunity and reform from the bottom, focusing on a few areas where there's high activity today for Jamaica, and we want to expand it and make other sectors benefit from this as well. You see, China has that other route, which is the remaining 13% coming from the Port Esquivel there from the south. So that's one example. Another example of this kind of trade route approach, another key product for Jamaica in terms of export, which is Jamaica rum and liquors. And you see there the export is more diversified, which is good news. You have about 50% of it going to Europe from the ports more towards the north, some of it going to Canada, some of it going to the United States, and then port from Kingston going to Central and Latin America. In these cases, you see, so we noted here, for example, that the main distilleries, you know them, right? The Wray and Nephew, the Sazerac, the Worthy Park Estate. The companies involved in making this happen have the best information. They have all of the data to say, look, this is what's working, this is what's not working, this is how we need to make changes in order to go to the next level. And that's what we're talking about in terms of taking initiative forward. Is it's opportunity driven. It's focused on a few trade routes with a few key products that Jamaica already trades in today. Another example would be, you know, the coffee with the Blue Mountain experience, right? Where 80% of that, if I understand, goes to Japan today. That Blue Mountain experience of coffee export is an amazing internal best practice to build on, to also diversify further and to use for other trading sectors. But it's the people involved in that trading route which will be giving all the inputs and the elements to make policy more effective. So to conclude here at this stage, want to be thinking not in terms of negative trade balance, but positive trade opportunity, right? The positive trade opportunity, which is one, the globe, which is there. I mean, it's ripe for the taking, you know? We can't say that there's a negative trading environment right now. There's a huge opportunity here at the global level, and Jamaica has a great position today in terms of a number of products and things that the world wants. And so it's a question of focusing on those products, on being ambitious. It's not a question of like we want a minimal trade. Being ambitious in order to compete. I mean, I know the Minister of Business, you know, he was speaking very eloquently today. In business, when you want to win, you have to be the best. It's not a question of being second class. You have to be the best in your category. So thinking in terms of Jamaica being the best and having that ambition in its category, in the bauxite, in the hard liquors, in the coffee, choosing that and doing whatever it takes to make it happen from A to Z. And then finally, the actors working together. So the different parts of business working together with their colleagues, civil servants, working as a team to say, we want to be the best together and making this happen, as opposed to having people, you know, sort of pushing the thing to the other side and saying it's not my side, I'm not to blame. All right, so that's the ending message here is the focus, the opportunity driven, like, you know, also thinking in terms of being the best and working collegiately between private sector and government to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. It's very interesting. I also, you know, obviously coming from the World Bank, we like international comparisons, but I like this, the bigger trends. It's useful to keep them in mind, I think, as we're talking through all the other issues, this digitization, decarbonization, which is huge, I think, and is likely to continue to be significant all through the chain. And then the shifts in geography, which could be significant opportunities, which we are hoping to seize. Now, so after reflecting on that bigger world picture and what it could mean, let's come to Jamaica and hear from people who live through trade logistics and trade facilitation and know much more about any of us coming from outside could ever say. So I'll start first with Captain Yeji, who is running the Freeport. And perhaps if you could reflect and talk a little bit about what you see as the top opportunity and top challenge. And I like the title of our session today, what will it take? If you could start on that, perhaps, and then we'll continue talking. We have a long session today.
Okay. Well, I will start with that. I arrived in Jamaica in 2001 in the middle of the COVID. I like it because there was no traffic, by the way. You know, first things, well, I don't remember exactly, but I was introduced to someone and also to the Minister Hill and everything. And this time, everybody was talking about the logistics in Jamaica. Here I am, nearly 2 years after, and we still talking about the logistics in Jamaica. And we talk. It's good that we talk, but I think that we could be much, much faster in the actions. Everything goes, it's fantastic, but it goes a little bit too slow. What I think is, what I would like to see is that our partners are much more business oriented. start with the government, with the authorities and everything. Maybe, yes, every department is important, like, revenue for a government and taxes are important, but I think it's important to see to see a bigger picture, how eventual certain decision can influence a port. I will give you an example. Dwell time is a time how long the container is sitting on a terminal, simply blocking a space, taking like a place on the shelf. Difference between last year and this year, it's tremendous. It's a 5 days difference. For me, yeah, dwell time, right?
Less or more?
More. For a various reason, also for a changes custom procedures. We have now 100% checkup and the other thing. But it means that port has a less capacity, because if the half of the shelves are taken, I cannot put anything on the shelf because it's already occupied. We make a business, and the business can grow only when the containers go in as soon as possible. It's not happening right now. It's better, but we're still finding it. Also, the customs procedures, right? The scanners and everything. I mean, there is a simple way, most probably, to improve it by investing in a better infrastructure. We have a development plan, and in the plan in the KFTL sometime in the future is, if everything go well, we would modernize our gate procedure and the gate infrastructure. But for this, everybody has to participate. So this is the one thing which I think that's the most important, is that everybody should do whatever action is taken to help the business, because the business is this locomotive. Without the business, we have nothing to do. Second thing, which for me as a terminal operator, is a lack of people, skillful people. I have a certain category of people which are not available, or I can't get them, or, well, I hire them, I trade them, and I'm losing them. Year or two, and they all go to Canada. And I do understand, you cannot blame them, right? So that's what the minister was saying. It's living up the living conditions and the better opportunities to everyone, to Jamaicans, that might help a business as well. And the third one is, I think, as I said, we already 2 years we talk about all those logistic centers and everything. We need to be ready, and I'm pretty sure you also know the Dominican Republic, they talk a little bit less, they act a little bit more. And you see that the growth is much faster than we do. We need to understand that they are not waiting for us. The competition is not sleeping. And if we will miss the train, it's gone. Sometimes in the morning, because everybody is trying now in the Caribbean, every country is doing logistics. Whenever you read the newspaper, everybody does the same. But the winner is only this one who will do the first in the best way. Now, we have to do that. And there is a golden opportunity because of the COVID and the trouble in China, and I will put a little bit on your subject, but I think, and the tension between the US and China, this is a golden opportunity for Jamaica. And I don't know if it will happen next in a few years, but if the government and we all will ensure that a producer or manufacturers move at least part of it from China to Jamaica, which is closer, which has many advantages, we would be a big winner. And second one is also this terrible war and Russia aggression. And also, so the thing is that I believe that the Caribbean, and especially maybe South America, will grow in importance as producer centers, and we should take this opportunity. So we have a great opportunity. Jamaica is in a fantastic place. So let's use it. Because so far, most probably only touristic industry really have a benefit from a central location. And okay, KFTL, because we really located, and most probably very soon the shipyard, Charlie Shipyard will benefit. But that's only 2 or 3. But why not more? Let's use it more. I think that's what I have to say. Okay.
Thank you, Ajay. No, this is. I think it really resonates with the listeners, touching the nerve there. And I think this point about working together and talking is good, but moving to action, I think that was pretty loud and clear. No. But since we're in a talking panel, we continue talking, but this is towards action. We're going to be a very actionable panel today after we're done with our talking. So with that, I think, let me hand over to William for the Shipping Association to hear the other side of the story on the ground.
I laugh, Captain, as you spoke about your 2 years. I have been in the shipping industry pretty close to 2 decades, and at the leadership at one level or the other, or in one organization or the other for the past 10 years. And what I want to talk about today, and I bring practical examples of on-the-ground stuff that I have been personally, directly involved with, that we face. And we'll take those challenges. So I'm going to talk about Focus 1, I'm going to talk about PACE, and I'm going to talk a little bit about a policy or two surrounding maybe labor and export that are practical things that needs to be addressed. So let me talk about PACE. And as I was talking earlier to you, that 10 years ago, when we begin to talk about logistics hub, and reflecting, we've been very hot, or cold, no, let me rephrase it. We've been very hot-aired, then dead, about the logistics hub for the last decade. I remember the first time I was introduced to the development that took place in the last 10 years at DP World Corsair, our neighbor a few miles down the road. I'd gone to a meeting in Panama with an international shipping line who at the time wanted to make a decision as to where they would establish their Caribbean regional hub. And at the time, both KFTL and Corsair were on the table, both brand new oil plants. Then I went back to Corsair about 5 years ago when they started phase 1. And I was in Corsair in January 2 months ago when they are halfway through phase 2 and the layout of what they have for the remainder of the development of DP World Corsair. And then I go back to Jamaica 10 years ago when our then Minister Anthony Hilton was hottest topic in this country for 2 years was the logistics hub. And the logistics hub was going to be, and still can, I won't go away from that, going to be a real center for trade that then transformed this economy and this country. And having worked, lived in this one, and having seen Corsair at 3 different times in 10 years, having been there, I'm not talking about I've been there on the port 2 months ago, we are light years apart, no question about it. And we, the private sector within the shipping industry, must take credit. You talk about Kingston Wharves. Kingston Wharves was the first on the block. $5 million US investment in the logistics center. Kingston Wharves dredged the port, development of Berth 7. Kingston Wharves is developing its lands to put warehouses on Ashland Road. Kingston Wharves has taken over what was then Pinson Pen, most of it to take care of its car business. We talk about Charlie and the rest of us who have invested in the Jamaica dry dock. Next door at KFTL, the dredging is happening, the expansion of the port, new equipments have been brought in, and there's conversation a little bit later than we wanted to, but give thanks that KFTL is in the mix. Another company, which I am also a director, is investing in 32 mini warehouses at the foot of the 3 miles overpass to then invest in logistics sector. But I'm still waiting on, and I'm going to say it bluntly for the government, on the promise of the Caymanas Industrial Park that was and is to roll out the warehouse infrastructure to support whatever logistics hub we want to do, because, like you said, China is the relationship with the US and China, and there's possibilities for some of those businesses to move here. And we talk about DP World Corsair. I see it differently. You mentioned the word competition and competitor, but really I see DP World as not a competitor. Think about it. We're both sitting in the same place, so we have absolutely no advantage over DP World Corsair as it relates to geographical location. But we have a possible synergy because the focus of DP World Corsair is different from the focus of Kingston. DP World Corsair is created to service South-North Europe trade, mainly through the major lines. Kingston, over the years, have been the hub for the Northeast US trade through Jamaica into the Caribbean, and then what I call the Greater Caribbean, which is Central America. And having run a line that uses Kingston Walls as its hub, moving 53,000 TEUs through Kingston, in the past, I know what we're talking about. So the connection with DP World Corsair and their conversations going on about a synergy or synergies between DP World Corsair to then create feeder services through Kingston to service their needs into the Caribbean and the Greater Caribbean, or in South and Central America. So we missed the door 10 years ago. But now there's a new window of opportunity. Smaller one, yes, because Corsair is already in the mix. For us to quickly as possible, and then I speak about pace, to get that Caymanas, and I'm going to say specifically, and the promised government investment, whether private or not, in the other infrastructure development that will support the shipyard, support KFTL, support the work of Kingston Wharves, support the work of the other private investors who are investing in logistics infrastructure. The infrastructure by the private sector of the shipping industry itself is too small. It's not big enough, and it needs to be done as quickly as possible so we don't lose this window that is still available with the synergy that we can get and earn through Corsair. Remember, Corsair and Kingston combined is smaller than most large ports. So I don't see Corsair as a competition. I see Corsair as a possible synergy, and that we can hang on to the tail that is already, we'll grab onto the tail. The horse is already running. But yeah, I love to grab onto the tail because I'll get to the destination holding onto the tail if I can. My aim is the destination. I don't care if I ride on the horse or if I ride on the hoof. It's simple one, to get to the destination. And we have an opportunity through a small window that must be looked at between now and the next 3 to 5 years, because when that second phase development is done in Corsair, the capacity will be of such that if we are not, then we won't benefit. And also, if Kingston and if Jamaica won't develop the possibility for the synergy of those transshipment coming through Kingston into the Greater Caribbean, which we have a greater network, then therefore I guarantee you, knowing the people I know personally at DP World Corsair, they are going to do it from Corsair. So there's a window. And my issue is, you're talking about 2 years pace, talking about 10 years pace. And add to pace then is focus, because the truth is that we've had, and Trevor and I talk about it a lot, this logistics hub, tell me who is in charge. Tell me who is in charge of what. Tell me who does what. Tell me who do I speak to if I need to find answers about our Jamaican logistics hub. If one of us in this room can tell me who, whether it's the Prime Minister, whether it's a government, whether it's a private person, whether it's a CEO or a director of a board or an organization, how is it that we are going to blow out air and talk about development of logistics hub, and we don't have a focused organization or group of people or one person? Talk, I don't even want to talk about talk. We talk a lot. And I hope we get to acting. And my position is simple as the Shipping Association of Jamaica. And I wear about 3 other hats. And we're going to those 3 other hats a little bit and talk about pace. And pace, one, as it relates to, firstly, legislative reforms. And I lift my hat to my friend Velma. 2023 was when the amendments and the changes to the Customs Act first. 2013, we are 10 years on, and she's more advanced in the last year or 2 than we've had for the 10 before, and I give her credit for that. However, and again, we are our worst enemies. Vilma's main focus, and she said it, was the focus of customs, border protection, in 2 things mainly, revenue protection and security. If Velma wasn't having to focus most of her energies in preventing those of us, and I'm going to say it bluntly, who fraudulently smuggle cargo that is dutiable through our borders, then Velma does not have the fight she has in scanning every container that comes from KFTL, right? And if we're not smuggling 20 guns or 100 guns through the ports of Kingston and Montego Bay, then Velma does not spend so much time in scanning and searching 100% of cargo to ensure that 1 gun does not come through. So I lift my hat to her. And the Shipping Association has worked with Velma and with commissioners before and to see what we can contribute, and we continue to add our voice and our efforts behind that. But customs has one issue and is regulated by legislation. And I'll give you a practical example. There's a vessel that I manage, comes to Jamaica once or twice a month every year. And there's one simple invoice I get that every time in 15 times, the value of that invoice is different. It's called customs overtime. Let's talk about customs overtime. Customs overtime is regulated by our labor laws and the labor regulations that Vilma has no option but to adhere to, that if a person works beyond 4 o'clock, there's a rate he has to be paid. And the rate is tied to his level of authority. So I give you what happens on the ground. I'm talking practical here. If a vessel comes in at 10 o'clock in the morning, which we have 24-hour ports, and a vessel comes in at 10 o'clock in the evening, and is the only vessel in port, and the rank of the officer will determine the invoice I get for customs overtime. Late most times, yes, but that's a process you work through. If a vessel comes in at 2 a.m., and there are 2 vessels in port, or 3, and the rank of the officer is different, and the numbers of officers on the port are different, I get a different invoice for the same service, for the same vessel. The port rates don't change. Charlie will tell you, Roger is here will tell you, and anyone will tell you that the cargo lifting rates and the port charges are fixed. The agent, as an agent's fee, that is fixed. And it's not about the money in most instances, because it may cost a shipping line more to have rates that he can rely on. But shipping lines plan their itineraries years in advance. They want to know what it's going to cost them when they call Jamaica to discharge a vessel of soy or flour or wheat or whatever it is. The problem is with planning trade from an international level is that the shipping lines can't plan. And there are vessels that call weekly, and they'll tell you, I have the practical examples. So then therefore, the issue I raise is then legislative reforms surrounding labor. And those labor arrangements that will allow customs to then negotiate and create rates that it can say to an agent, which I am, that I can say my principal says, listen, if you're in town for 2 hours and you're on board for 2 hours, your rate is X. If it is in the morning, it's X, and it's evening, it's Y. You can't have a shipping line dock this week, and I send him what is called in our world a disbursement, which is the ship cost. And every month is different. Somebody may think the agent is creating an extra cost next month. There are lots of repercussions surrounding the fact that you can't consistently plan a vessel. So the synergies and the requirements for us to address our labor laws part is very important, so that Madam Commissioner can then plan how then to charge the shipping lines, so the shipping lines can then plan so they can move their cargo through Kingston. That's one. On another hat I wear, I chair the government's enterprise committee for the privatization of the Jamaica Ship Registry, which is through the Maritime Authority of Jamaica, which is a government body. The World Ship Registry is valued at $10 billion US. The MAJ earns less than $1 million US from its yacht registry in Florida now. There's a proposal on the table that will have us earn $15 million US, that's 1.5%, within 5 years, and exponentially multiply if at all we're in the business, and then the major lines see that we are there. So there's growth beyond the 15 million US in 5 years. I'd ask any of you in this room, what is the one thing that is holding us back? I chair the committee since 2017. My former predecessor, a friend of mine that died a few years ago, chaired it from 2012. When in inception, that is 10 years. I bet you, Pat, tell me the one thing that is preventing us from making the leap of faith. The Shipping Act. The Shipping Act needs to be revised to allow the MAJ as a government entity to enter into what? Private business negotiation. It does not allow it now because the MAJ was created as a regulatory body. However, the MAJ in its wisdom over the years have seen the opportunity in ship registry. A ship registry, let me explain what it is, basically. It's licensing your car. You license your car in Kingston, you drive it anywhere in the country. The IMO requires that every vessel that sails on the water must be registered or licensed. So I can license any ship that sails anywhere in the world in Jamaica, just the way you can license your car in Kingston and drive it to Montego Bay. It is accepted, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about commercial shipping lines that want. So I have done this as the chairman of that committee through the PSOJ, through the DBJ, through the MAJ, and a cabinet-appointed committee to privatize the ship registry. And we can't because of one thing. And that legislative reform has been on the table before I was the chairman. And we still haven't had it passed through. So there are great issues in this country surrounding the passage of legislation through our systems to allow private business or even government business that wants to do private business to then have their matter settled. And it's very important that part in your advocate that we talk about the Customs Act, I am talking about the Shipping Act. That is very important that we look towards those legislation and some policies and principles. I'm going to bring you one other practical example and then I will allow you. It is easier, take my word, to move 6 containers of beer from Miami, either through Montego Bay or Kingston, to load onto a cruise ship every week for 6 months than to buy that 6 containers of beer from Red Stripe and to put it on the same ship. Now, you tell me, Pat. We're in this room, we're talking about trade facilitation. Even without trade facilitation, we are facilitating other trade. What is it that is so difficult for us to facilitate our own trade? Our minister speaks of GDP. Why is it that I have to import, as an agent, 6 containers of beer from Miami easier than to buy it from Red Stripe? You want to know why? First of all, This matter surrounding export licensing and export legislation, and the exporter has to be the manufacturer, and all of that. You've been a jumper, you know what I'm talking about. And then the other piece is that export is zero rated. So therefore the agent who's not zero rated cannot go and buy the beer from Red Stripe and not be charged GCT. Then it becomes more costly than bringing it from Miami. You ever try and get a process of GCT waiver from our tax department, then you come back in this room and tell me the difficulties we face. The process of firstly applying for the GCT waiver to put beer on a ship, and then when that GCT waiver is granted, the process to then go to Red Stripe. That Red Stripe must deliver it directly to the ship, not the agent to collect it. What are we talking about in this country if we keep talking? As you say, we need to stop talking, but we need to also begin to act on the underlying things surrounding the trade itself, not the trade itself, that prevents the trade from happening. So we talk about customs and the legislative reform. We're talking about the fact that Vilma is most caught up with revenue protection and border protection and security. How would she have time to then, her priorities are what her priorities are. But then also we have to ask her then to, even within the constraint of the fact of the limitations that she's driven by revenue protection, that there has to be a window to expand and a window to then take importantly some of the other factors that are not directly related to revenue, and the fact is that if some of that energy goes into trade facilitation and some of the changing, and like I say, I will give credit to the Customs Department because we've had lots of conversation. If I go back to the same transfer of goods from Kingston, there was once when to transfer 4 or 5 containers from Kingston for cargo destined for a cruise ship, I have to cut a check for $40, $50, $60 million each week to put up as a bond in that regard. Those things have changed because the new legislation and the new regulations and the actions of the Customs Department have really facilitated some of what we're trying to do. But the truth is the issue of pace and the issue of commitment and focus of what we want to do in this country, and the issue of our legislative reforms surrounding labor and the pace of which we get our legislation change, and the tendency to blow hot-aired and then either slow or dead. You talking 2 years, I have been in this industry for 18 and a decade at the top. We should hold on quickly to the horse that Corsair is now riding, and to see if we can do something about Kingston and try and create this synergy with Corsair that both combined will then be big enough to provide the kind of economics of scale that this economy will need for us to have a logistics hub. There's a lot to be done, and there has been a lot to be done for 2 decades. I don't do much talking normally. The people that work with me know I work. I'm a working director, I'm a working chairman, I'm a working staff. I like to work. Charlie will tell you, William, last piece. What are you sending me this email at 1 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, it is that I like to see us work. And we are not working coordinatedly, and we're not working with a focus of having a dream that we have, that we talk about, that will bring us so much. But the fun is in the talk, because that's the easy part. That's the easy part. Thank you very much. I have said more than I should.
No, thank you so much, William. I mean, I've only been here a year, so I'm actually very hopeful. Maybe I'll see actually the action part of this. I mean, the build-up has been long, so this is promising. I'm looking on the bright side of this.
That's the way his taxi did it this morning.
Right. Where is it? Safe and secure cross-border trade. Right. And fast.
Yes.
Right. Balance. No, this is I think it really brings some of the key issues and topics and legislative agenda. Even though I've been only here a year, but the Customs Act, we're very familiar with the details of it, and it's also it's not for the lack of trying. And I know many in this room have been working on this really, really hard, and all kinds of issues far beyond trade and logistics agenda come on the legislative agenda. But the opportunity and also the competition that is friendly and opportunity in itself, but also has elements of competition, is an important stimulus to get moving. And I also really like the point about commitment and focus is really important, because Jamaica has done things when there was commitment and focus, and we have seen this. And maybe this is the moment when that commitment and focus could come really on this logistics side of things. Now, we have raised that lots of issues were raised, and I think, again, following the guidance from the minister, let me find my note here, because it was candid and comprehensive participation. I would like to open the floor and see if we have anybody willing to continue the discussion and have also the conversation with the floor. I'm told not to turn my head too much, because otherwise, right, I have a hand there. We'll start there. And microphone is coming. Perfect. Please introduce yourself, because some of us might not know who you are.
Good afternoon, everyone, or morning, sorry, you're still here. My name is Roderick Francis. I'm the CEO of B&D Trawling. We're the largest exporter of seafood in Jamaica. We export, our business is primarily 99% export. And today I'd like to discuss a case wherein that the legislation of old was better than the new legislation, specifically the SEZ Act coming from the Free Zone Act. And for context, we export all over the world: USA, Europe, Asia, Middle East. So in Jamaica, you have several gatekeepers. In my case, the gatekeeper is the Veterinary Services Division, which falls under the Ministry of Agriculture. And under the previous Free Zone Act, you were not required to have a license to import and export. And I'm not talking about our yearly license. So we have a license from the Veterinary Division, which is a yearly export license, and we're approved. I'm talking about each shipment that comes in and goes out. So in 2021, within our industry, we are, constricted by sustainability. So in our industry in Jamaica, I can't grow my business by fishing more. I can only fish just enough to keep it sustainable. So to grow the business, we have to increase trade regionally, and we have the technology to get products at the best quality to the world market. In this specific situation, Antigua wanted to transship lobsters through our SEZ to China. When I went to the Veterinary Division and said, we'd like to do this, we'd like to increase trade with our Caribbean partners and deliver product worldwide, the first thing they said to me is that we can't give you an import license because Antigua is not EU approved. I said, well, it's not going to the EU, so why does Antigua need to be EU approved? And then I went back and further gave him evidence that Antigua is EU approved. After that, he said, well, they're not approved for China. I went to the Chinese embassy and got from the trade attaché, yes, Antigua is approved to go into China, and we will accept their health certificate. So at the end of the day, you go around and around and around and around, and you lose the opportunity, right? And there are many, many other opportunities like that that we can expand through various industries if this one, legislative piece is put into place so that we can facilitate trade and move our products out. Thank you.
No, thank you. And again, me not being an expert on this, but we're sure we have representatives from the other agencies. So these requirements are in SEZ Act, or is this actually more than one piece of legislation? I'm wondering if that's one part of the issues, or I don't know if SEZ Authority would like to come in on this also, or?
Well, I know specifically that in the Free Zone Act, there was specific clause to that license. I have raised it with the SEZ, and they wrote back to me and said that you need a license. So again, killing business.
Yeah. Right, we're having very good point, but not to put SEZ on the spot, but maybe if you want to say something.
Sure, thank you very much, and thank you so much for sharing, Roderick. So the issue is in relation to veterinary services and how our goods are accepted in other jurisdictions. One of the things that we will be working with you, Roderick, to work through those issues and identify the specific impediments, because I don't know that that requirement lies in SEZ law. So that's something that we will work through.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think this is also the point. I think this is the point also you were making, William, about working together. Because it seems it's a lot of people who have to come together, and business orientation. But it would be interesting to hear, perhaps, if anybody has views or comments on this also in the room, and maybe from some of the other government agency, maybe JAMPRO, or maybe Customs. From your side, how do you see what would be a constructive way, maybe, or how do you see the challenge in this space? It seems, again, I'm not an expert. We've heard from the panel, we've heard earlier today, logistics is one of those areas which is difficult because it involves so many other different agencies. It's almost everybody has to sit around the table. We hear veterinary service, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Transport, or maybe it's not even a ministry here actually, Frederick would know better. Finance has to be involved, then commerce, security, obviously, border, and so many, and the private sector and operators, and some of them are state-owned operators as well, which are separate entities. I don't know if anybody kind of have reflections of views either in the audience or here. I mean, how do you bring them together? Actually, how is it happening now? How do you bring them together? Oh, here, let's have a view from outside a little bit. Any other countries, what do they do? You just want to give an example, specific
I want to give an example of how it's done outside and how that could apply here. So one good example I have in mind is far away. It's Morocco, which actually developed a whole public-private committee between the traders and the government, who were all the agencies who were involved. And you can structure this in different ways, but this was done on a sector-by-sector basis. So the gentleman representing the sort of seafood export, so you have all the players working on seafood and exporting, who have maybe specific issues which will be very different from if you're exporting something else like the bauxite, right? And so they plan that over the year, and they have specific interventions as a group. So you're not resolving a case-by-case basis, which can become a bit chaotic, and you don't know if it's representative of the wider sector. And for this, there is actually an institutional agreement to have the different agencies involved. So you'll have the veterinary agency who would be there, the people who represent the free zone law, the customs, all the actors are there and present. And this was done on a quarterly basis to review the issues that are brought and with a priority. So there would be like they would do a top 10 actually of this, and it's done on this quarterly basis. And you're actually looking, have the top 10 been resolved? Where do we stand every quarter? And by the end of the year, it's actually discussed at the Committee of Ministers. So it's brought to the higher level between ministers to say we had top 10 objectives at the beginning of the year. Where do we stand at the end of the year on that in terms of action?
And so, who was, like, in Morocco, who was assigned as kind of lead responsible for it, and whose authorizing mandate was this?
So, Prime Minister gave this to the Minister of Trade in Morocco, and working in collaboration with the Minister of Commerce. So then
they were reporting back to.
Well, they were reporting to the wider ministerial, if you want, committee. But so this did come from the top, right? To say this is strategic for the country. We need to address it, and that allowed the constitution of this sort of. I would say it's basically a structured dialogue between public and private, grouped by theme, and oriented towards action and focus, because there are those top 10 issues. So it goes back, to the points that were made by these gentlemen on action. You're basically saying this is what we targeted at the beginning of the year. What's the situation at the end of the year?
And I mean, I think this is a good example, and this is why I'm asking, because of where did mandate come from, and where was it kind of going? Because I think the dialogue between private and public here, in some sectors, it worked really well. I mean, I know that the tourism industry during COVID got themselves together, and they got into very effective dialogue with the government. It was dire times, motivation was there, focus was there, and decisions were made, which really helped Jamaica in terms of recovery. If you look, some other countries in the Caribbean are still, because we cover all of the Caribbean, you go to some of the islands, they're still kind of like trying to figure out where are they going from here. So I think in Jamaica there is that experience, but maybe it hasn't. So what does it take to bring it to logistics, I guess, is my question. Go.
I think the one important thing is what we should notice, and maybe it's not always clearly visible. The logistic is very sensitive. When they see that it's such a strong or such a weak as a weaker element of entire action is, and it's so easy to spoil or to destroy it, right? We had this example. So that's why maybe there should be a body, someone to look on the entire process from very beginning to the very end, and finding out those weak spots and start from there, right? And then one by one, top 10, I like it, and that's most probably we would have a much better effect.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Maybe we go there and then we go to Mohammed. Okay. Could you please introduce yourself, sir? Yeah. Thank you.
Freight Handlers and also Shipping Association of Jamaica. Captain mentioned this scanning on the port. Here we have to scan twice. If you have an LCL cargo, it's scanned on the port, it's scanned again subsequently, and there are charges that are accruing. That is an impediment, and a big impediment, and cost keeps going up. When you mentioned, for example, that was William from SAJ, about the fact that customs is doing certain things to try to speed up things. But the thing is, every action has a reaction. And by scanning 100% on the port, stripping, doing all of that, it affects exports. It affects the whole supply chain. And we're not understanding that. Logistics has speed in it. Our competitors are moving fast. We cannot move any faster than being able to get our containers off the port. We cannot move any faster than getting our containers for export. And until we recognize that, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. DOMREP, I'm sure, they have the same problems Jamaica has. Same problems. I look at Honduras, I look at Guatemala, Panama. We all have crime, we have drugs, We have everything. They are able to move containers between countries with security. We're not even able to move between Kingston and Montego Bay. That's the reality. That's the reality. We need to look at that. We can't move it between one port and the next. And we're talking about security. Everybody has guns in the Caribbean. Every country. Every single country. Everybody has crime. But they're still trying to get cargo to move. We're not taking a knee-jerk reaction because one thing happens at this facility. We shut down everything for the entire time. We can't move. That is what is the reality. We have to deal with that. That is our reality. Yeah. We need to deal with our reality, see what is happening around the world and around us, and how we're missing the boat. The boats are coming in, but will we have things to move on it?
Yeah, no, this is a very valid point. I think there is like a super burning reaction right there, then to UPS.
You're not super burning, but you hear the passion coming out of Denise's mouth, and we sit at the same association, the shipping association, and this is the type of passionate discussions that you hear emanating from these associations over the years. I'm Rachel Matthews. I'm with Shipco Transport and also a member of the Shipping Association. So I just kind of want to segue a little bit from what Denise is talking about speed of movement. You know, again, I'm bringing up Captain's point about his dwell time. I know you spoke about infrastructural modernization, trying to increase your speed, you know, moves per minute. And while we are going full steam ahead in trying to get that streamlined, we are at the back end still pushing paper, which can take days to accomplish, whereas you can position a container in 2 minutes or 3 minutes. I have no idea what the type of KPIs are like now. But the time it takes to process the release to get that container even positioned for inspection can be 2 to 3 weeks compared to your 2 to 3 minutes. And we looked a lot at, in recent times, coming from TFA, customs modernization, and I know that our commissioner is wearing the cape today because we all spoke about how the strides that customs has taken in getting this streamlined. Unfortunately, we kind of looked at it in isolation because whereas we were full steam ahead in trying to get our Customs Act modernized, you heard someone speak about the Shipping Act that's still behind, and I have to say that the Wharfage Act is probably older, I think, than the Customs Act, right? So
yeah,
in order for everything to be streamlined and move ahead, it needs all the acts to be modernized at the same time. So customs is now almost paperless, almost. Maybe you need some iPads or something to get it going, but it's very far advanced. I'm going to say that customs is very far advanced in getting a paperless process going through. Captain KFTL is still pushing paper. And we may have gotten all these releases, but I'm stuck here where I have to actually come to you and it's a rubber stamp. They're still rubber stamping a document to get it released. When I've been out of the industry for a while, I came back a couple of years ago and I'm going through the processes of getting a container release, and KFTL says, oh, Rachel, don't worry, you can pay online now, right? You can stay in your pajamas and you can make a payment to get your container released. So I said, oh, great. So, I had on the nice pajamas and I'm going online and I'm making the payment because I figure, well, who needs an office? You can do everything at home now. Everything is now online. And then I was told that, no, well, after making payment, you actually have to go to the window to collect a pink receipt. But I was like, why do I need a pink receipt? I paid online. I have proof of the payment. No, that's the process. So we are still a little bit behind, and I think that's one of the things that we need to look at is how we can streamline our information flow to be as fast as our physical infrastructural flow. That's all I have to say. And I do have the pajamas. I have the picture to prove because I went there in the pajamas to pick up, to pick the pink receipt. I just decided to go there. Well, you know how I am. I did go there in my pajamas just to prove the point.
That's an excellent and memorable depiction of challenges of clearing customs.
Let me just say,
and then we'll get to you, George. Let's get PS first, and then to you,
Let me just say that it's good to hear this level of engagement. It's good to have the information coming forward. Natalie, you spoke about tourism and the fact that there was this grouping that came together during COVID and came up with solutions which really put Jamaica ahead in terms of tourism during that period. Just want to remind that there was a lot of work in COVID, spearheaded by Minister Clark and by Minister Shaw at Industry, Investment and Commerce as well, but which brought forward a lot of action related to business and the private sector during that period as well, and it's been done. Do we need to continue to do it? Yes. So you talked about structured engagement. You have to have that engagement happening all the time. I mean, a lot has happened in terms of ASICUDA and JTIP and all of the various things that has been done. But there's much more that needs to be done. And so today is because, when Pat and I spoke, we said, so a lot has been done, and you sort of had a hiatus, some of that related to COVID. Yeah. But clearly we have to pick up the ball, and one of the speakers today spoke about supercharging. We have to supercharge this again and make it happen. So when you see Commissioner of Customs and you know how busy she is, and she's here, not just for the opening session this morning, but she's here listening to what is being said. I think I just want to say that there is a commitment on the part of the business ministry, Customs, to make sure that we do the things and make them happen. But just one last comment. I remember many years ago, because I've been around government maybe too long, and I was a shipping industry at one time as well. I remember being at the office of the Prime Minister, and I remember the then Prime Minister having a forum with the private sector and saying, okay, we hear about the bottlenecks and so on. We want a listing of everything that is frustrating the private sector and holding up the private sector so that we can take action. We don't always get that information. So, sometimes there will be concerns in particular areas, but the issues are not always taken forward as well. So we really have to work together because we have to be receptive and ready to solve the problems and work with the private sector. The private sector has to be ready as well to come forward with structured comments about the challenges that they're having. And we are willing to be at the table to do what needs to be done. Because, believe me, my minister, the business minister, he's very serious about business, and he leaves none of us who work with him in any doubt about the commitment that he has to make a difference. So as I said, I'm happy to hear the comments this morning. We will be having a meeting tomorrow morning that Minister will chair, where we're going to look at everything that's coming out of this meeting. And Pat has put arrangements in place and that all of the comments are being captured, and we're going to be working assiduously to see how we can address the problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PS. And I think, okay, well, I think Customs takes precedence. We will get to you, wait. I think this is really, thank you so much for that intervention, and let's go to Commissioner.
Is it afternoon yet? No?
No, not
Morning
yet.
Again, everyone. Velma Ricketts-Walker, Commissioner. And just to say thank you so much, panel, for this very honest conversation and discussion. And thank you, PS, as well. Now, as I look back on our agenda here and the theme, facilitating competitive, safe, and secure cross-border trade, I just want to make sure that I give a correction for Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, the Commissioner and the Jamaica Customs Agency sees facilitation as what's that word? Priority. And always has been. It's a part of our mandate. I think in recent time, because we have had to strengthen our border protection aspect, you might think that the focus is more on border protection. But we have always been about trade facilitation. Our strategic initiatives and activities are within that area as well. So there are, when you talk about easier, safer, quicker trade, then it has to be about the automation, right? It has to be about your processes, making them simpler, standardizing them. It has to be about building the capacity of our human resource within the agency. And it has to be about our partnership with you, our engagement with you. One of the things that always has been something for us at the Jamaica Customs Agency is understanding business. Because a lot of times, yes, you have your act. As customs, we love to talk about our act. But we can't not talk about the act and the legislative arm that guides us. But also, how can we best serve you? Because every person at the Jamaica Customs Agency is here to serve. And so we have to understand what is it we're serving. It is your business. We have a lot of engagement with SAJ and a number of entities, private sector entities. But, when Anthony spoke, really, there was a golden nugget there when you spoke about the strategic business partnership with the private sector. Because looking at it from a sector perspective, when I heard that, I said, this is a really good takeaway. Because from customs, we have always been engaging with our business partner. When I spoke earlier in the opening remarks, I spoke about customs business interaction. And this is where the team goes out and meet individually with different businesses to find out about their concerns, their strategic direction, what else customs can do to facilitate them. But then that is individually. When you mention about from a sector perspective, so that we're not missing anybody, I said to myself, this is another opportunity for us to utilize such a strategy. So thank you so much for that. Having listened to everything that was said, know that we will continue our engagement, our interaction, our finding out more to ensure that we are serving you. But always remember that it comes within the ambit of the law. And, I always say that customs has great oversight, right? Customs has to ensure that it is compliant with the laws, as well as ensuring that the persons we serve, the entities we serve, are also compliant with the law, right? So we are about compliance, we are about facilitation, and we are here again to serve and to be a partner. It's about national development, it's about building Jamaica, and I'm sure everyone here is also on that. Businesses must thrive. I remember in COVID, the PM speak a lot about livelihood and just the human being alive. And so there has to be those two balances. I know Jan, in his earlier presentation, said he doesn't want to hear about balance. But we recognize that business has to strive. But we recognize that we also have a role to secure trade and to secure Jamaica. But thank you so much. Very interesting discussion.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you. And I think this is the point about balance is just so critical, because ultimately it's only by working together from the private sector side and from the government that it can work. And ultimately, actually, with the thriving shipping and logistics sector, even with the streamlined trade facilitation regime, you're likely to boost your revenues in any ways. So the pathway is together. It seems to me that it's more really about getting that right modality and getting the right people with the right authorizing environment together to get this done, perhaps, and I think this is where PS's intervention was so helpful. But let me get back to I think
I just wanted to say two things. First of all, next time when you will pay online, please don't forget to switch off your camera. But now seriously, and now seriously, as you know, the KFTL have changed the system last year. We upgrade our system. We are working constantly on the improvement, and this is coming. This year you will have a paperless. But the things are also, you know, that a few how to say, system has to work on those financial. So that's, but it's building up, and this year it will be done. Thank you.
We're solving problems already. See, it's not just talking. Fantastic.
Not yet.
You see what it does, showing up in pajamas? I mean, we should do it more often. Sorry, I think we had earlier, and then we can go to you, Anthony.
Thank you, Natalia. I'm Dr. Said from International Trade Center, Geneva. Happy that I have been part of this journey for the Jamaica, for the Trade Facilitation Roadmap. I just wanted to address one of your question, which you asked Anthony, that where this Morocco got the mandate. And I want to flag this issue that in the Trade Facilitation Agreement, which has been ratified by Jamaica, there is all provisions of the Trade Facilitation Agreement are left to the countries to decide when to implement. There is only one provision in the TFA which says that every country, as they ratify, they have to implement it. And that is the National Trade Facilitation Committee. And that is the mandate comes when you ratify the Trade Facilitation Agreement. And good that we have a Trade Facilitation Task Force here, which fulfills the legal obligation, but how it can work more. There are good examples across the globe about its structure, because it consists of every possible member or representative of an association which has anything to do with the trade, starting from the traders, shipping associations, port operators, terminal operators, insurance companies, banks, regulatory agencies, all border regulatory agency, customs, trade, everybody. So I just wanted to address that there is this, and there are very good case studies and examples across the globe that how these committees can be made more functional. And then I liked what Anthony said. And now, like any institution, as Minister was saying this morning, that you, unless you have a time, you cannot measure it. If you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. So you can have your goals at the beginning of the years. You can decide about, you will check after 3 months, or you will check after 6 months, or you will check after 1 year. And then you can keep track and keep improving, whether it is the problem of change of the law from the free zone to SEZ, or whether it is the change in law of the veterinary division of the Ministry of Agriculture. But there is an institutional mechanism which is being practiced currently by more than 150 countries. Some are doing much better, some are doing much better in certain instances, and there is a lot to learn. And I'm sure Jamaica would also benefit from that. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you for that intervention. I mean, and I think this is where Jamaica will find its own way, but since international trade again requires you to interact with those countries who have moved on that pathway already, it may be useful to consider what some of those elements of success were. And I think this, to me at least, it seems that that focus and mandate with adequate authorizing authority attached to it is really quite important. And I think this is also what the minister was mentioning. And Pat is as the chair of the task force. Can we get microphone here, please? Where the microphone? Ah, there we go.
Thank you. I didn't want to sound defensive, right? because I think that's the last thing that we should be. But our task force has really been moribund for more than 2 years. And in those 2 years, what we actually did was to fight for some resources. And those resources were finally put in place this year, or late last year. So we actually have now not a functioning task force, but we have a functioning project management office where we had determined that there were certain activities that we were going to be engaged in. And to be quite truthful, the task force was more focused on trying to get the public sector agencies to begin the process of digitization, to get them into a mindset where they could cooperate. And the work has been very much focused on the intricacies of getting those agencies to the point where they're ready to move. This event here is our way of getting re-engaged with the private sector as a start. And one of the things that we have on the agenda for the minister is to actually appoint the members of the task force again, because that was some time ago that's happened, and you know, the task force has been a person of one, which is not what it's supposed to be. So we are starting today with this process to listen, to get engaged, to get our agenda signed off by the private sector, and then to move forward from here. So whether the functionality will be somewhat similar to what Anthony has proposed, I think we can put that on the table to see if that's something that we would want, but we have to figure out how it is we're going to make this thing work going forward. But definitely the partnership between the public and the private sector is an important part of the engagement. But as my PMO will tell me, it is also getting the tablets that we gave to the various agencies to actually have them use them. That it is as simple as that. We spent a lot of money. Customs spent a lot of money. We spent money giving equipment to various border regulatory agencies in order for them to be able to use Assecuda and the systems to build up a risk management system, and to date they're not using them. So there are some practical, pragmatic things that we really have to get moving within the agencies, and we're working on those things, but we recognize that there needs to be this pressure coming from both the private sector and the public sector from a leadership level in order to mobilize things and accelerate. So that's why we're here today.
Thank you so much. Okay, wait, I think there's a person there standing, then Lilia, then we go to you. Okay, we're getting excited.
The learning and leadership development arm of the agency, basically. And I'm going to go a little left wing with the conversation, right? And to just say, before I go left wing, consider in terms of that as a suggestion, when the groups are coming together, a particular approach that we find very useful is the action learning approach. To make a long story short, it's very, very effective to get a lot of what we want done. And it's very useful because when you get a whole heap of bright people together, it sort of cuts through all of that and you get to the solution that you want. It's an action learning, and we can have more conversations about that after. Now, when I say I go left wing, I hear everybody mostly speaking about, it's the act and so on and so forth. But I wonder, who writes these acts? It's people. So behind everything that we do, no matter what fancy name we call it, no matter where we live, it's people. And fundamentally, it doesn't matter what system, what process, it's people. And so what we've found at MIIC, in all that we worked with leaders at the top, persons permeating through the system, it's the mindset. And it's one of those very difficult things to change, because when you look at it, Minister, if he were here, I worked, well, he probably doesn't remember, but he was a part of the team that hired me straight out of university to work in the banks, right? Left the bank, another story, we'll talk about that, but I found myself into public sector. And we found, when you see, just like yourselves, people who are traveled, people who are exposed, people who understand that you're not laying bricks, you're building a wall to drive efficiencies, to cause a community to live, to cause the nation to be better, to cause some sort of world change, operates on a different trajectory than somebody just rolls in and clocks out. Now, until we can get enough persons to understand that, we're always going to be in this planning mode. So one of the things we always look at, and it bothers me, is when are we really going to get that, to understand that we have to pay a lot of attention to that? Because change management at its crux is people. It doesn't matter how you want to slice it or dice it. And it bothers all of us because we get it. We get it at the top. But it's not the top that executes. It's not the top that implements. So what are those sustainable mechanisms in the system to make it work? Because when we retire, when we move on, who is going to take over the baton and ensure that it continues? So when you look as an example, you'll find that organizations that are led by engineers tend to have a particular mindset, because engineers see systems and understand how they work. You have another person who comes out, might be a straight A student, but you're just down to, okay, check this box, tick this, cross this, so. It's a completely different mindset. So it is, I'm just saying, I'm going left wing, and persons tend to focus a lot on the technicals and the KPIs and so on, because it's easier, it makes sense. But until we get the people part right, until we get that communication down that line clear, and then the reward system is aligned to that, what you reward is what you get. So we're going to have pockets of success, but the work that needs to be done, I suggest humbly, needs to be done in that area. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. No, that's a very important point to bring in, because we do focus a lot on the process and the laws, but people element is of course 100%, and also the capacity and culture around the whole process and the mindset. I think you were also mentioning mindset before. Now you've been having hand, and then Lilia had a hand.
Ladies first.
Lilia goes first, and then we go to you, and then we're still doing good on time.
Just wanted to mention another dimension which I think is important. Not that things are not complex enough already, solving all the issues we've been discussing this morning in Jamaica, but Jamaica is part of CARICOM. And CARICOM supposedly is supposed to have market with a free movement of goods. And whatever Jamaica does on trade facilitation has to be coordinated with what is being done on the CARICOM. I understand that things there are stuck even more than things are stuck in Jamaica, and I think we need to be mindful of that as well. And the example from Antigua that we heard, that this wouldn't have happened if things were functioning as they are supposed to function in the CARICOM region. Just wanted to mention that.
That's 100% very important point. We spend a lot of time talking about, for small states, it's very important, regional integration, regional collaboration, and in the region everybody knows it, but I think everybody also knows very well how challenging that is on multiple directions. But it would be interesting actually to hear your responses to that also. But why don't we go to Anthony first, because he had his hand for a while, and then we could get back to this point, because I think it's quite important also, dimension of it.
Yes, so I wanted to react to something that I sense here. We have this, well, first of all, the Morocco example I gave started with an event like this. So this is like an amazing situation where you have, it's almost like you have government and business actually more aligned than you would think. If you listen to the comments, it seems like it's like this, but in fact, it's much more aligned. And that's already a very, I would say, a positive direction to build on. But it makes me wonder, and I was especially listening, to Deputy Minister of Business here representing and Commissioner Velma, when they were speaking, it just seemed like you were almost representing business. And so if you have that, how is it that we get to this situation? And this is a question that, by the way, Jamaica is not the only country in the world asking these types of questions. You often have this disconnect between the top leadership in government and then the sort of the groups that are executing. And here I rebound on representative talking about learning and leadership. So I would like to reinforce this, and it's more of a cross-cutting point. Again, experience from the outside in the Middle East. I'm thinking, because I've seen this more recently, namely in the UAE, being very effective in focusing on the training of that executing branch of the civil service, to get into a situation where we're talking about a balance between regulation, which is one role, and facilitation, which is another. And frankly, we're putting civil servants in a situation where they've never been trained for that. They're rewarded on other things, and they don't see the bigger picture, and they haven't received that. I mean, in most cases, they haven't received that training. So something that was very effective and successful in the UAE is for several ministries, and actually we were involved in part of that, to go through a series of trainings which allow the civil servants to find that better balance. So they better understand business. First of all, it's just a question of understanding how business works. They're not told, like they've never worked in business, but also developing some of the soft skills that are needed to see the other side, to see the other perspective, to strike that balance, and to be more service oriented in a sense. I mean, and we heard this from the ministers. So maybe considering some kind of cross-cutting initiative here, in addition to everything we've said, which is focusing in a very constructive manner on the whole body which is supposed to execute this, especially from the public sector, so that public and private can better talk, and there isn't so much disconnect as we've seen at the start, probably is a good direction.
Yeah. No, thank you. And that's a really good point, because I think that, and task force, I'm sure now that it's revitalized and will be appointing people, there are kind of layers and dimensions of it. There is legislative agenda, but then crucially implementation and the people element of it, capacity, follow through, authorizing. There's so many different dimensions that one could touch on. But I want to come back to our panelists here, because I think the reappointment of the task force, this is a great opportunity, and it's true, we have a very business-minded business ministry, Jamaica Business Ministry. I mean, it cannot be more clear than that. Customs declared that they are very much also supporting the business, of course, within the, following the law, and they do have objectives that they need to implement, which are country objectives as well, and declared and implemented. But it would be good to hear from you sort of some of your thoughts and reactions on this. How would you see it engaging? What do you see could be a priority for you? And also touch on that CARICOM. I'm just curious on that. So let's start with you, William.
Before we do CARICOM, I'll go back to Pat, and I'll go back to my initial statement, and we go back to the word focus, not just for words. In the last decade, how many different persons or ministries or agencies have had responsibility for the logistics hub? Right.
It's mainly been MIIC.
Right, but if we then expand it, it started with MIIC, right?
Yeah.
A significant piece of logistics is transport. But the same minister that focuses on local transportation and roads, same ministers respond for transportation of international transportation of shipping surrounding logistics. That's a complete misfit. Think about it. There is no great good that the Minister of Transport handles all of your transport, because the transport surrounding logistics and the development of logistics has nothing to do with your local fixing of roads and bridges and the rest of it. And then let's go again. At one point, the Ministry of Transport was in fact responsible for the ports, right? The ports have been moved from transportation, but the ports, which is a significant portion of logistics development, is where? I'm getting political. Right, not MIIC. Work with me. Let's walk you through, Pat. Yeah. So my point in focus, where is it going to be the responsible office? I go back there, team or group. And if there's one thing that you do in your lobby with your minister in the conversation and other ministers you have, there is no way you're going to get a logistics hub established with the disjointed different people responsible for different pieces of it that has the power to make those decisions, that have separate legislations to make those decisions. And again, if it is valuable enough, if it means that much to us and we see the value in it and we see where it goes, then I believe that the approach to logistics and logistics development is then too disjointed in too much different places, with too much different people have enough say about different important, valuable, strategic pieces. And I think that's where if your action group will then be able to find within all of that a person, a body, or group that consistently, government from government, ministry from ministry, will then say, this is all I think about. And maybe that's some of the things that we have to focus on.
I'm not convinced that the government I don't think the government understands the value of what we're talking about, which is why what you're talking about has not happened. Okay. So part of our task is to put the information together which makes the government recognize the value. I'm thinking back to when we did the National Industrial Policy, and I introduced a chapter in that called, I think it was called Logistics and Trade Facilitation, something like that. And everybody asked me, well, you know, what is that? Because you had a kingdom in the Port Authority, you had, you know, different elements in different places, yeah. And therefore you did not have that cohesive vision of what this whole thing coming together. And the fact is that, you know, I made reference to the point this morning about the Elizabethan times. In those times, that was the most important thing to the Queen, to make sure that those pirates and those privateers got that money to send it back to the UK, you know, to build all the things that they have there. No, we're not a maritime country. We don't think maritime. We are just beginning to understand that we're an island and a blue economy. You know, I hear people talking about the blue economy, they don't really understand what that means. But the fact that this is a huge economic opportunity is not really presented in a way which I think the government understands fully. It understands pieces, but understands fully. That's why I was happy when the Prime Minister was at the launch of the dry dock, that, you know, he was getting excited again about the potential of the maritime industry. I mean, just recognizing that there are, 160,000 ships passing us every day? How much? 16,000 passing every day, right? But there are 16,000 ships passing you every day. And what that could mean if you were able to, and we're only getting 3,000, right? So the potential is there, and we need to quantify that in a way which is compelling. The tourism industry does it very well, and therefore people coalesce around that. The shipping industry and all of the pieces of the puzzle around that, the services sector around that, including ship registry, all of that, hasn't really crystallized into a vision which would cause a minister to be responsible. So our goal should be to get to that point.
And as we always say, you holler, we're there. Just to address the point on CARICOM, and then this again very political, and I'll step out on a limb, not necessarily as the president of the SHA. In my former life, when I worked for the WTO in the Anti-Dumping Commission with trade investigation and world pricing, CARICOM was then a lot of talk about where we're going with CARICOM. I sit, as it stands now, as the Vice President of the Caribbean Shipping Association on the Regional Transportation Board of CARICOM. And I put it simply, you go to one of those meetings, you have, who makes up CARICOM? Who sits in that room? And the Minister of Foreign Affairs can tell us who sits in that room. There aren't business people. And until we begin to see CARICOM the way we see shipping, or the way is that CARICOM is not seen as a business organization. CARICOM is, again, a government organization, appointed members, different times, different people from different ministries of different countries. And the conversation does not surround in 5 hours. In transportation of the Caribbean, in the Caribbean Secretariat for transportation for 5 hours, it's nothing to do with the business of transportation of the Caribbean. And I'd step out on a limb and say those things, that your issues with CARICOM is far worse than it is for what we're talking about here, Pat, because CARICOM does not function with mindset. And I go back to my friend from Mind about exposure. You can't send somebody from this country to sit in a room talking about transportation without any experience or any exposure to world international transportation. It does not make sense. And I think that's some of the things that we have to do if we want our functionalities in the different sectors of government, is that government need to then release some of the responsibilities of some of the decision making from, forgive me, from the public sector to business-minded people in certain of these areas. It is tough for somebody who works in a ministry with 3 PhDs for 25 years to step into certain organizations and have a conversation about business. Business is driven by one thing and one thing only: money. Worlds and countries are driven by one thing only: money. And until we can dollarize every conversation that happens in every ministry, including CARICOM, the conversations are conversations. Because at the end of the day, if you have an organization and you can't dollarize everything, I'm not talking about making money. The shipping industry dollarizes. We dollarize stuff. If I'm going to spend money on this organization or this function today, they dollarize it, the cost of it, and what then will the value of the returns be? CARICOM does not have that focus of dollarizing the Caribbean. CARICOM is a government agency that does talk, and we've done too much of that. And then this is just the way a lot of things happen, that we walk into a room, we sit for days, and we talk. Like I've always said, any institution I work with or represent, I like to work and measure it in dollar value. And CARICOM does not.
Mm-hmm. No, that's Thank you for that. That's pretty clear. Well, good thing then that in Jamaica we have, we're about to finishing up, but feel free to touch base with, as we had one hand up, but during lunch and with all the speakers will be here still. In Jamaica, we have Jamaica Business Ministry. We have Pat at the task force, and it's not going to be a task force of one anymore, clearly. I think we have very eager shipping association that has very strong views and ideas, and beyond shipping association, the private sector, which has very kind of clearly defined concerns. And now there is an opportunity to take that structure, prioritize, attach timeline, and get done. And I think from the side of the development partners, international development experts, there is plenty of analytical work that we could draw on to help perhaps make that case that you're describing. We can look at what is other country experience, you can look at what is Jamaica numbers, to really articulate that case, because it does seem really, really important. Now, we have about 5 minutes left to wrap up. I'll go to each one of you with last words of wisdom. William, do you want to start with last words of wisdom? You're done with words of wisdom? Wait. That was... Okay, but there is a... Sorry, hold on. Before we go to all of you, with the very last words of wisdom, there is a burning question there. So we'll go to the burning question.
You have been cut off. It's over. Your time's over.
Hi, good afternoon. I represent one of the shipping line. Okay, I represent one of the shipping line and the Trade Facilitation Committee. What will it take, you know? And I have a small little experience because I was in Indian subcontinent and then Dubai and landed up here, right? And also I had an experience of sailing all over the world. So I've seen these changes. So I simply say, when I came here and looking back at the history, Port Royal, the natural strategic location which pirates used to make their hub, and now we have that natural advantage of location and we are not able to make it. But why? There are many thought process, many angles. I won't go to that. I will take the latest example of one of the point was mentioned, that decarbonization, and which is the whole world is looking at, right? And we wanted to make it one of the countries, right? Only few countries where, all of you know that only few countries where this the natural fuels, right, LNGs and all are available. And we wanted to make that happen right in Jamaica, right? Supply of energy as a bunkering hub. And when we wanted to make it happen, although it is happening, I'm sure 99.9% is happening, all the government agencies are supporting, but you know, my experience was that. And first of all, it is one of the most prestigious thing, you know, to make it happen in Jamaica, LNG fuel. So when we approach, there are several bodies, you know, take approval from this, take approval from that, you know, go to this point, go to that point. But where is that one window solution, right? Where I go, basically you want to understand what is bunker fuel, which is not for domestic consumption, that's it. And what you need, one simple declaration that is not been used in the domestic market, it will just come and fill up, and it is going to the international water for uses. That's it. What you need, what more you need? That's not, so custom doesn't need duty or any other authorities. And the second thing, it is being done in a safe manner. And I'm sure the technology is so advanced today, it is much more safer than even diesel oil bunkering or the heavy fuel oil bunkering. So I think for a hub point of view, we need to create the facilities which a shipping line, a ship owner need to come. And they would be more comfortable to come. If they have a problem in the engine, they should have the technicians available to repair. If they need fuel, the fuel need to available. And if they need to change the crew, right? Those facilities are very, very important for the successful hub, not only the business alone. So I would request, I do not know who is responsible for what, of course the task force, of course. Together, right?
You might get assigned to task force and then you'll have to
So please join those dots together to make it happen, to make one window solution kind of thing, what Dubai and all has gone ahead and implemented those. That's it from my side.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. On that happy note, with more things to do for task force and volunteers, I think you will have no shortage. Based on the activity today, I think you will have no shortage of volunteers in the task force to solve the problems, and enough talking. Right. 1 minute each, and we are wrapping up. William?
I just want 20 seconds. I've said it all, but let's get it done. Let's just do it. Nike says let's do it. Just forget about everything else. And if we're serious about it and you're tasked with it, find your way to convince the government that it's that important. Let's just get on with it. We are 10 years behind. We can't wait another 5 to get on with it. The shipping industry supports any effort to get on with it.
Excellent.
That's fine.
Very actionable. Anthony.
Okay. I would definitely build on that. I mean, I would say, one, there's momentum here. You don't want to waste an amazing conference like this, where you clearly have some alignment, there's some really positive energy, engagement between business and some very priority issues have been raised today. And so there's a momentum where tomorrow I think there'll be further meetings. This has to happen starting next week. It's not 2 months from now, because everything will have died out, and then you start again, and you're going to go back 20 years from now and say, okay, well, what happened to the logistics hub? So that's momentum is one key. The second is, I think the point made by Patricia is also key, is this element of vision. There needs to be a common vision at the top level of government around trade. And I guess this is the role of the Trade Facilitation Task Force in the extended version today, is have this buy-in at the top level of government from how key trade is today for Jamaica and what needs to be done, the what and the how. And everyone agrees, everyone signs up to it, and it's not only Ministry of Trade, it's Ministry of, it's Ministry of Commerce, but also Labour and others who have also share that common vision. And then it's a question of action. It's absolutely, I agree with both these gentlemen.
Getting done. And Captain Yeti?
I will say shortly, let's dollarize. I mean, my colleague Labney said that whatever we do, it should be visible in a real currency. Right? So let's do that. The point is that it's a golden opportunity, it's a time and a moment, and let's not waste time anymore, and stand up and get the things done. All right, so thank you.
Fantastic, excellent, very good. I think from the private sector side we're done. Customs Commissioner said they're ready, and I'm sure she must hear with great delight the dollarization part of it, because more revenue coming. Minister of Finance might be delighted as well, because private sector is ready here to make it done and dollarized. So I think it's been a really interesting conversation, lots of good energy, and I think with that we'll wrap up our panel, and all in capable hands of the task force and all the future members, and I'm thinking many of them are here probably. Okay, thank you so much. Yes?
Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agents to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
JSwift, your window to trade.
The Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, JACRA, is now being onboarded to the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Commencing November 1, 2021, JSwift will be facilitating online applications for all JACRA import permit releases. Traders and their agents will now be able to make online payments for JACRA cess. Benefits will include faster processing times and increased convenience, facilitating trade and ease of doing business. No more walk-ins or waiting in long lines. The JACRA Import Permit Release Service, commencing November 1 on JSwift.
Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agents to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
The aim is to transition the physical paper documentations through a seamless interconnected online access point with the over 20 cross-border regulatory agencies in Jamaica. Effective August 23, 2021, all exporters or their brokers requiring a certificate of origin from the Trade Board Limited must submit their application using the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Therefore, all locally manufactured goods and agricultural produce for export must have an authorized certificate of origin. This is in order to access and obtain preferential treatment in other territories and markets. A certificate of origin is a declaration form indicating the country in which the commodity or goods are manufactured. This document also provides details about the product and the country it is being exported to.
The JSwift system now brings a fully digitalized service where all of that can be done from the convenience, whether it is your home, your office, or wherever it is. And also the services that are being carried out by the respective BRAs, those can be fulfilled within the same ecosystem or same ecospace. And of course, the approved permit or certificate can be retrieved electronically. So there's no more moving in terms of physical dropping off of documents, etc. All of that is being done online.
The Trade Board Limited, TBL, one of the authorized border regulatory agencies for approving certificates of origin, reviews the trader or agent application and grants approval. The trader or agent is then able to print the approved certificate of origin using the JSwift system.
When our clients submit certificates online, those certificates are automatically assigned to an officer for processing, and what we do is that we log into the system and we retrieve the documents that are assigned to us. We check information for the company that is exporting the products. We also do a check to ensure that all items have been approved by Trade Board Limited and that these items are really deemed certified for exports.
The trade or agent prepares the JSwift Certificate of Origin application to obtain preferential treatment under the relevant trade agreements. The trader or agent then pays for the application and await the feedback from TBL.
The feedback from our client is that this is a preferred method because they are always indicating to us that they want online, no physical document to be submitted to them. Jerry and Neville, our primary client, would submit the document to us online by email for us to prepare a certificate of origin for various CARICOM countries. What we normally do is we prepare the CARICOM invoice, we scan that document online, and then we go on JSwift platform and we prepare the certificate of origin. This normally takes about 10-15 minutes, after which we submit for payment. Once the document is paid, then it takes about 24 hours for the process to be prepared, after which we submit this document to our client.
Leading the implementation of JSwift is the Jamaica Customs Agency. It's also the host and operator of the platform in partnership with cross-border regulatory agencies. The benefits of traders include greater convenience and faster processing time, online application, payment and approval, online access to the approved certificate of origin, plus a system-generated CARICOM invoice. JSwift, your window to trade.
I get asked all the time from emerging local businesses about the steps to get into exports.
From product innovation to marketing to expanding customer base, growing a business requires so much time and effort. The new Trade Information Portal is a timely initiative and the kind of entrepreneurial support we seek from the government. It has complex regulatory information laid out in language that is easy to understand, complete with visual step-by-step processes.
Local business owners can take the right action at the right time and expand beyond Jamaican borders.
When small businesses are provided with proper and sound guidance on how to best comply with rules and regulations, the more likely they are to fulfill them and grow in a more sustainable way.
Being a small business in Jamaica is rife with challenges. That includes access to resources, access to financing, and of course simple things like where to go, who to turn to. There are lots of traps that you can fall into as a small, young business owner.
The lack of information over a period of time have caused a lot of our people to be misguided in terms of what goods and services they bring into the country.
At Brescia, we make dreams happen. And getting into the business of making bags has been both a challenge and an exhilarating opportunity.
A trade information portal would be extremely helpful, especially for young entrepreneurs like myself.
We fully endorse it, not only by 100%, but 110 and more.
It's absolutely great having information at your fingertips.
The primary challenge that our members face is around access to regulatory information. The world that we're in, there are always phenomenal number of changes that are taking place, and being constantly up to date on that information is of paramount importance to them.
Well, the truth is the ease of doing business is certainly one of the key factors that affects us. It adds cost,
It adds time, which is money. It adds frustration. With a click of your mouse, you can get the permits, you can get the information, you can do all that needs to be done. So we don't have any more excuses when this trade portal is in place.
For the first time, you'll be able to get all that information in one spot, and it will be current and accurate information that will allow you to conduct your business.
The Jamaica Chamber of Commerce is absolutely pleased to see the portal and see what is coming out of the portal.
I can say categorically that the JMEA endorses wholeheartedly the new trade portal.
Innovation is the vehicle that drives trade facilitation worldwide. And on the information highway, the Jamaican government has built a bridge to connect our local importers and exporters to their international counterparts. Welcome to the Jamaica Trade Information Portal, JTIP, JTIP. It provides access to important regulatory and procedural information you need to import and export goods across Jamaica's borders, all on a single, easy-to-use platform. To explore the Trade Information Portal, start with the homepage. The homepage features information on commodities, legal documents, measures, procedures, forms, trade agreements, guides to exports and imports, SPS, TBT inquiry points, and market intelligence information. The sidebar on the right features Members Area, advanced search options, news, publications, and other useful links. With the advanced options to trade information, you can look up commodities and their tariff rates, measures, standards, and their procedures. You can also download legal documents and forms for the products you're looking for. To find the complete list of all the commodities, click on List All on the Commodities and Tariff page. Expand the link for the details on the categories and subcategories of these commodities. To do a commodity-specific search, type in either the HS code or a keyword. To find legal documents, search using categories, document types, responsible or issuing agency. View, Save opens PDF versions of the legal documents. Find measures and standards for specific commodities using keywords, measure types, or agency name. Search for trade-related procedures using keyboards and get detailed guidance including names of the responsible agencies, legal base, a checklist of required documents, a process map with detailed instructions, relevant measures, and downloadable forms. You can also look up forms using keywords, agency names, or categories. The Trade Board Limited is the implementing agency of the Jamaica Trade Information Portal through the support of the Trade Facilitation Task Force, MICAF, and the World Bank Group. The Jamaica Trade Information Portal. Trade information at your fingertips.
I get asked all the time from emerging local businesses about the steps to get into exports.
From product innovation to marketing to expanding customer base, growing a business requires so much time and effort. The new Trade Information Portal is a timely initiative and the kind of entrepreneurial support we seek from the government. It has complex regulatory information laid out in language that is easy to understand, complete with visual step-by-step processes.
Local business owners can take the right action at the right time and expand beyond Jamaican borders.
When small businesses are provided with proper and sound guidance on how to best comply with rules and regulation, the more likely they are to fulfill them and grow in a more sustainable way.
Being a small business in Jamaica is rife with challenges. That includes access to resources, access to financing, and of course simple things like where to go, who to turn to. There are lots of traps that you can fall into as a small, young business owner.
The lack of information over a period of time have caused a lot of our people to be misguided in terms of what goods and services they bring into the country.
At Brescia, we make dreams happen. And getting into the business of making bags has been both a challenge and an exhilarating opportunity.
A trade information portal would be extremely helpful, especially for young entrepreneurs like myself.
We fully endorse it, not only by 100%, but 110 and more.
It's absolutely great having information at your fingertips.
The primary challenge that our members face is around access to regulatory information. The world that we're in, there are always phenomenal number of changes that are taking place, and being constantly up to date on that information is of paramount importance to them.
Well, the truth is the ease of doing business is certainly one of the key factors that affects us. It adds cost, it adds time, which is money, it adds frustration. With a click of your mouse, you can get the permits, you can get the information, you can do all that needs to be done. So we don't have any more excuses when this trade portal is in place.
For the first time, you'll be able to get all that information in one spot, and it will be current and accurate information that will allow you to conduct your business.
The Jamaica Chamber of Commerce is absolutely pleased to see the portal and see what is coming out of the portal.
I can say categorically that the JMEA endorses wholeheartedly the new trade portal.
Innovation is the vehicle that drives trade facilitation worldwide. And on the information highway, the Jamaican government has built a bridge to connect our local importers and exporters to their international counterparts. Welcome to the Jamaica Trade Information Portal, JTIP, JTIP. It provides access to important regulatory and procedural information you need to import and export goods across Jamaica's borders, all on a single Guides to Exports and Imports, SPS, TBT inquiry points, and market intelligence information. The sidebar on the right features Members Area, Advanced Search Options, News, Publications, and other useful links. With the advanced options to trade information, you can look up commodities and their tariff rates, measures, standards, and their procedures. You can also download legal documents and forms for the products you're looking for. To find the complete list of all the commodities, click on List All on the Commodities and Tariff page. Expand the link for the details on the categories and subcategories of these commodities. To do a commodity-specific search, type in either the HS code or a keyword. To find legal documents, search using categories, document types, responsible or issuing agency. View, Save opens PDF versions of the legal documents. Find measures and standards for specific commodities using keywords, measure types, or agency name. Search for trade-related procedures using keyboards and get detailed guidance including names of the responsible agencies, legal base, a checklist of required documents, a process map with detailed instructions, relevant measures, and downloadable forms. You can also look up forms using keywords, agency names, or categories. The Trade Board Limited is the implementing agency of the Jamaica Trade Information Portal through the support of the Trade Facilitation Task Force, MICAF, and the World Bank Group. The Jamaica Trade Information Portal. Trade information at your fingertips.
I get asked all the time from emerging local businesses about the steps to get into exports.
From product innovation to marketing to expanding customer base, growing a business requires so much time and effort. The new Trade Information Portal is a timely initiative and the kind of entrepreneurial support we seek from the government. It has complex regulatory information laid out in language that is easy to understand, complete with visual step-by-step processes.
Local business owners can take the right action at the right time and expand beyond Jamaican borders.
When small businesses are provided with proper and sound guidance on how to best comply with rules and regulation, the more likely they are to fulfill them and grow in a more sustainable way.
Being a small business in Jamaica is rife with challenges. That includes access to resources, access to financing, and of course simple things like where to go, who to turn to. There are lots of traps that you can fall into as a small, young business owner.
The lack of information over a period of time, of course, a lot of our people to be misguided in terms of what goods and services they bring into the country.
At Brescia, we make dreams happen. And getting into the business of making bags has been both a challenge and an exhilarating opportunity.
A trade information portal would be extremely helpful, especially for young entrepreneurs like myself.
We fully endorse it, not only by 100%, but 110 and more.
It's absolutely great having information at your fingertips.
The primary challenge that our members face is around access to regulatory information. The world that we're in, there are always phenomenal number of changes that are taking place, and being constantly up to date on that information is of paramount importance to them.
Well, the truth is the ease of doing business is certainly one of the key factors that affects us. It adds cost, it adds time, which is money, it adds frustration. With a click of your mouse, you can get the permits, you can get the information, you can do all that needs to be done. So we don't have any more excuses when this trade portal is in place.
For the first time, you'll be able to get all that information in one spot, and it will be current and accurate information that will allow you to conduct your business.
The Jamaica Chamber of Commerce is absolutely pleased to see the portal and see what is coming out of the portal.
I can say categorically that the JMEA endorses wholeheartedly the new trade portal.
Innovation is the vehicle that drives trade facilitation worldwide, And on the Information Highway, the Jamaican government has built a bridge to connect our local importers and exporters to their international counterparts. Welcome to the Jamaica Trade Information Portal, JTIP, JTIP. It provides access to important regulatory and procedural information you need to import and export goods across Jamaica's borders, all on a single, easy-to-use platform. To explore the Trade Information Portal, start with the homepage. The homepage features information on commodities, legal documents, measures, procedures, forms, trade agreements, guides to exports and imports, SPS, TBT inquiry points, and market intelligence information. The sidebar on the right features Members Area, Advanced Search Options, News, Publications, and other useful links. With the advanced options to trade information, you can look up commodities and their tariff rates, measures, standards, and their procedures. You can also download legal documents and forms for the products you're looking for. To find the complete list of all the commodities, click on List All on the Commodities and Tariff page. Expand the link for the details on the categories and subcategories of these commodities. To do a commodity-specific search, type in either the HS code or a keyword. To find legal documents, search using categories, document types, responsible or issuing agency. View, Save opens PDF versions of the legal documents. Find measures and standards for specific commodities using keywords, measure types, or agency name. Search for trade-related procedures using keyboards and get detailed guidance including names of the responsible agencies, legal base, a checklist of required documents, a process map with detailed instructions, relevant measures, and downloadable forms. You can also look up forms using keywords, agency names, or categories. The Trade Board Limited is the implementing agency of the Jamaica Trade Information Portal through the support of the Trade Facilitation Task Force, MICAF, and the World Bank Group. The Jamaica Trade Information Portal. Trade information at your fingertips.
The Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, JACRA, is now being onboarded to the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Commencing November 1, 2021, JSwift will be facilitating online applications for all JACRA import permit releases. Traders and their agents will now be able to make online payments for JACRA cess. Benefits will include faster processing times and increased convenience, facilitating trade and ease of doing business. No more walk-ins or waiting in long lines. The JACRA Import Permit Release Service, commencing November 1 on JSwift.
Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agencies to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
The aim is to transition the physical paper documentations through a seamless interconnected online access point with the over 20 cross-border regulatory agencies in Jamaica. Effective August 23, 2021, all exporters or their brokers requiring a certificate of origin from the Trade Board Limited must submit their application using the Jamaica Single Window for Trade JISTV. Therefore, all locally manufactured goods and agricultural produce for export must have an authorized certificate of origin. This is in order to access and obtain preferential treatment in other territories and markets. A certificate of origin is a declaration form indicating the country in which the commodity or goods are manufactured. This document also provides details about the product and the country it is being exported to.
The JISTV system now brings a fully digitalized service where all of that can be done from the convenience, whether it is your home, your office, or wherever it is. And also the services that are being carried out by the respective BRAs, those can be fulfilled within the same ecosystem or same ecospace. And of course, the approved permit or certificate can be retrieved electronically. So there's no more moving in terms of physical dropping off of documents, etc. All of that is being done online.
The Trade Board Limited, TBL, one of the authorized border regulatory agencies for approving certificates of origin, reviews the trader or agent application and grants approval. The trader or agent is then able to print the approved certificate of origin using the JISTV system.
When our clients submit certificates online, those certificates are automatically assigned to an officer for processing. And what we do is that we log into the system and we retrieve the documents that are assigned to us. We check information for the company that is exporting the products. We also do a check to ensure that all items have been approved by Trade Board Limited and that these items are really deemed certified for exports.
The trader or agent prepares the JISTV Certificate of Origin application to obtain preferential treatment under the relevant trade agreements. The trader or agent then pays for the application and await the feedback from TBL.
The feedback from our client is that this is a preferred method because they are always indicating to us that they want online, no physical document to be submitted to them. Jerry and Nevi, our primary client, would submit the document to us online by email for us to prepare a certificate of origin for various CARICOM countries. What we normally do is we prepare the CARICOM invoice, we scan that document online, and then we go on JISTV platform and we prepare the certificate of origin. This normally takes about 10-15 minutes, after which we submit for payment. Once the document is paid, then it takes about 24 hours for the process to be prepared, after which we submit this document to our client.
Leading the implementation of JISTV is the Jamaica Customs Agency. It's also the host and operator of the platform in partnership with cross-border regulatory agencies. The benefits of traders include greater convenience and faster processing time, online application, payment and approval, online access to the approved certificate of origin, plus a system-generated CARICOM invoice. JISTV, your window to trade. Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JISTV.
JISTV is a single portal which allows for traders or their agents to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
JISTV, your window to trade.
Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, JACRA, is now being onboarded to the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JISTV. Commencing November 1, 2021, JISTV will be facilitating online applications for all JACRA import permit releases. Traders and their agents will now be able to make online payments for JACRA cess. Benefits will include faster processing times and increased convenience, facilitating trade and ease of doing business. No more walk-ins or waiting in long lines. The JACRA Import Permit Release Service, commencing November 1 on JSwift.
Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agents to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
The aim is to transition the physical paper documentations through a seamless interconnected online access point with the over 20 cross-border regulatory agencies in Jamaica. Effective August 23, 2021, all exporters or their brokers requiring a certificate of origin from the Trade Board Limited must submit their application using the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Therefore, all locally manufactured goods and agricultural produce for export must have an authorized certificate of origin. This is in order to access and obtain preferential treatment in other territories and markets. A certificate of origin is a declaration form indicating the country in which the commodity or goods are manufactured. This document also provides details about the product and the country it is being exported to.
The JISTV system now brings a fully digitalized service where all of that can be done from the convenience, whether it is your home, your office, or wherever it is. And also the services that are being carried out by the respective BRAs, those can be fulfilled within the same ecosystem or same ecospace. And of course, the approved permit or certificate can be retrieved electronically. So there's no more moving in terms of physical dropping off of documents, etc. All of that is being done online.
The Trade Board Limited, TBL, one of the authorized border regulatory agencies for approving certificates of origin, reviews the trader or agent application and grants approval. The trader or agent is then able to print the approved certificate of origin using the JSwift system.
When our clients submit certificates online, those certificates are automatically assigned to an officer for processing, and what we do is that we log into the system and we retrieve the documents that are assigned to us. We check information for the company that is exporting the products. We also do a check to ensure that all items have been approved by Trade Board Limited and that these items are really deemed certified for exports.
The trader or agent prepares the JSwift Certificate of Origin application to obtain preferential treatment under the relevant trade agreements. The trader or agent then pays for the application and await the feedback from TBL.
The feedback from our client is that this is a preferred method because they are always indicating to us that they want online, no physical document to be submitted to them. Jerry and Neville, our primary client, would submit the document to us online by email for us to prepare a certificate of origin for various CARICOM countries. What we normally do is we prepare the CARICOM invoice, we scan that document online, and then we go on JSwift platform and we prepare the certificate of origin. This normally takes about 10-15 minutes, after which we submit for payment. Once the document is paid, then it takes about 24 hours for the process to be prepared, after which we submit this document to our client.
Leading the implementation of JSwift is the Jamaica Customs Agency. It's also the host and operator of the platform in partnership with cross-border regulatory agencies. The benefits of traders include greater convenience and faster processing time, online application, payment and approval, online access to the approved certificate of origin, plus a system-generated CARICOM invoice. JSwift, your window to trade. Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agencies to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
JSwift, your window to trade.
The Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, JACRA, is now being onboarded to the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Commencing November 1, 2021, JSwift will be facilitating online applications for all JACRA import permit releases. Traders and their agents will now be able to make online payments for JACRA cess. Benefits will include faster processing times and increased convenience, facilitating trade and ease of doing business. No more walk-ins or waiting in long lines. The JACRA Import Permit Release Service, commencing November 1 on JSwift.
Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agencies to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
The aim is to transition the physical paper documentations through a seamless interconnected online access point with the over 20 cross-border regulatory agencies in Jamaica. Effective August 23, 2021, all exporters or their brokers requiring a certificate of origin from the Trade Board Limited must submit their application using the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Therefore, all locally manufactured goods and agricultural produce for export must have an authorized certificate of origin. This is in order to access and obtain preferential treatment in other territories and markets. A certificate of origin is a declaration form indicating the country in which the commodity or goods are manufactured. This document also provides details about the product and the country it is being exported to.
The JSwift system now brings a fully digitalized service where all of that can be done from the convenience, whether it is your home, your office, or wherever it is. And also the services that are being carried out by the respective BRAs, those can be fulfilled within the same ecosystem or same ecospace. And of course, the approved permit or certificate can be retrieved electronically. So there's no more moving in terms of physical dropping off of documents, etc. All of that is being done online.
The Trade Board Limited, TBL, one of the authorized border regulatory agencies for approving certificates of origin, reviews the trader or agent application and grants approval. The trader or agent is then able to print the approved certificate of origin using the JSwift system.
When our clients submit certificates online, those certificates are automatically assigned to an officer for processing. And what we do is that we log into the system and we retrieve the documents that are assigned to us. We check information for the company that is exporting the products. We also do a check to ensure that all items have been approved by Trade Board Limited and that these items are really deemed certified for exports.
The trader or agent prepares the JSwift Certificate of Origin application to obtain preferential treatment under the relevant trade agreements. The trader or agent then pays for the application and await the feedback from TBL.
Feedback from our client is that this is a preferred method because they are always indicating to us that they want online, no physical document to be submitted to them. Jerry and Nevi, our primary client, would submit the document to us online by email for us to prepare a certificate of origin for various CARICOM countries. What we normally do is we prepare the CARICOM invoice, we scan that document online, and then we go on JSwift platform and we prepare the certificate of origin. This normally takes about 10-15 minutes, after which we submit for payment. Once the document is paid, then it takes about 24 hours for the process to be prepared, after which we submit this document to our client.
Leading the implementation of JSwift is the Jamaica Customs Agency. It's also the host and operator of the platform in partnership with cross-border regulatory agencies. The benefits of traders include greater convenience and faster processing time, online application, payment and approval, online access to the approved certificate of origin, plus a system-generated CARICOM invoice. JSwift, your window to trade. Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agents to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or a permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
JSwift, your window to trade.
The Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, JACRA, is now being onboarded to the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Commencing November 1, 2021, JSwift will be facilitating online applications for all JACRA import permit releases. Traders and their agents will now be able to make online payments for JACRA CES. Benefits will include faster processing times and increased convenience, facilitating trade and ease of doing business. No more walk-ins or waiting in long lines. The JACRA Import Permit Release Service, commencing November 1 on JSwift.
Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agents to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
The aim is to transition the physical paper documentations through a seamless interconnected online access point with the over 20 cross-border regulatory agencies in Jamaica. Effective August 23, 2021, all exporters or their brokers requiring a certificate of origin from the Trade Board Limited must submit their application using the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Therefore, all locally manufactured goods and agricultural produce for export must have an authorized certificate of origin. This is in order to access and obtain preferential treatment in other territories and markets. A certificate of origin is a declaration form indicating the country in which the commodity or goods are manufactured. This document also provides details about the product and the country it is being exported to.
The JISTV system now brings a fully digitalized service where all of that can be done from the convenience, whether it is your home, your office, or wherever it is. And also the services that are being carried out by the respective BRAs, those can be fulfilled within the same ecosystem or same ecospace. And of course, the approved permit or certificate can be retrieved electronically. So there's no more moving in terms of physical dropping off of documents, etc. All of that is being done online.
The Trade Board Limited, TBL, one of the authorized border regulatory agencies for approving certificates of origin, reviews the trader or agent application and grants approval. The trader or agent is then able to print the approved certificate of origin using the JSwift system.
When our clients submit certificates online, those certificates are automatically assigned to an officer for processing. And what we do is that we log into the system and we retrieve the documents that are assigned to us. We check information for the company that is exporting the products. We also do a check to ensure that all items have been approved by Trade Board Limited and that these items are really deemed certified for exports.
The trader or agent prepares the JSwift Certificate of Origin application to obtain preferential treatment under the relevant trade agreements. The trader or agent then pays for the application and await the feedback from TBL.
The feedback from our client is that this is a preferred method because they are always indicating to us that they want online, no physical document to be submitted to them. Jerry and Nebby, our primary client, would submit the document to us online by email for us to prepare a certificate of origin for various CARICOM countries. What we normally do is we prepare the CARICOM invoice, we scan that document online, and then we go on JSwift platform and we prepare the certificate of origin. This normally takes about 10-15 minutes, after which we submit for payment. Once the document is paid, then it takes about 24 hours for the process to be prepared, after which we submit this document to our client.
Leading the implementation of JSwift is the Jamaica Customs Agency. It's also the host and operator of the platform in partnership with cross-border regulatory agencies. The benefits of traders include greater convenience and faster processing time, online application, payment and approval, online access to the approved certificate of origin, plus a system-generated CARICOM invoice. JSwift, your window to trade. Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agencies submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
JISTV, your window to trade.
I get asked all the time from emerging local businesses about the steps to get into exports.
From product innovation to marketing to expanding customer base, growing a business requires so much time and effort. The new Trade Information Portal is a timely initiative and the kind of entrepreneurial support we seek from the government. It has complex regulatory information laid out in language that is easy to understand, complete with visual step-by-step processes.
Local business owners can take the right action at the right time and expand beyond Jamaican borders.
When small businesses are provided with proper and sound guidance on how to best comply with rules and regulation, the more likely they are to fulfill them and grow in a more sustainable way.
Being a small business in Jamaica is rife with challenges. That includes access to resources, access to financing, and of course simple things like where to go, who to turn to. There are lots of traps that you can fall into as a small, young business owner.
The lack of information over a period of time, of course, a lot of our people to be misguided in terms of what goods and services they bring into the country.
At Brescia, we make dreams happen. And getting into the business of making bags has been both a challenge and an exhilarating opportunity.
A trade information portal would be extremely helpful, especially for young entrepreneurs like myself.
We fully endorse it, not only by 100%, but 110 and more.
It's absolutely great having information at your fingertips.
The primary challenge that our members face is around access to regulatory information. The world that we're in, there are always phenomenal number of changes that are taking place, and being constantly up to date on that information is of paramount importance to them.
Well, the truth is the ease of doing business is certainly one of the key factors that affects us. It adds cost, it adds time, which is money, it adds frustration. With a click of your mouse, you can get the permits, you can get the information, you can do all that needs to be done. So we don't have any more excuses when this trade portal is in place.
For the first time, you'll be able to get all that information in one spot, and it will be current and accurate information that will allow you to conduct your business.
The Jamaica Chamber of Commerce is absolutely pleased to see the portal and see what is coming out of the portal.
I can say categorically that the JMEA endorses wholeheartedly the new trade portal.
Innovation is the vehicle that drives trade facilitation worldwide. And on the information highway, the Jamaican government has built a bridge to connect our local importers and exporters to their international counterparts. Welcome to the Jamaica Trade Information Portal, JTIP, JTIP. It provides access to important regulatory and procedural information you need to import and export goods across Jamaica's borders, all on a single, easy-to-use platform. To explore the Trade Information Portal, start with the homepage. The homepage features information on commodities, legal documents, measures, procedures, forms, trade agreements, guides to exports and imports, SPS, TBT inquiry points, and market intelligence information. The sidebar on the right features Members Area, advanced search options, news, publications, and other useful links. With the advanced options to trade information, you can look up commodities and their tariff rates, measures, standards, and their procedures. You can also download legal documents and forms for the products you're looking for. To find the complete list of all the commodities, click on List All on the Commodities and Tariff page. Expand the link for the details on the categories and subcategories of these commodities. To do a commodity-specific search, type in either the HS code or a keyword. To find legal documents, search using categories, document types, responsible or issuing agency. View, Save opens PDF versions of the legal documents. Find measures and standards for specific commodities using keywords, measure types, or agency name. Search for trade-related procedures using keyboards and get detailed guidance including names of the responsible agencies, legal base, a checklist of required documents, a process map with detailed instructions, relevant measures, and downloadable forms. You can also look up forms using keywords, agency names, or categories. The Trade Board Limited is the implementing agency of the Jamaica Trade Information Portal through the support of the Trade Facilitation Task Force, MICAF, and the World Bank Group. The Jamaica Trade Information Portal. Trade information at your fingertips.
I get asked all the time from emerging local businesses about the steps to get into exports.
From product innovation to marketing to expanding customer base, growing a business requires so much time and effort. The new Trade Information Portal is a timely initiative and the kind of entrepreneurial support we seek from the government. It has complex regulatory information laid out in language that is easy to understand, complete with visual step-by-step processes.
Local business owners can take the right action at the right time and expand beyond Jamaican borders.
When small businesses are provided with proper and sound guidance on how to best comply with rules and regulation, the more likely they are to fulfill them and grow in a more sustainable way.
Being a small business in Jamaica is rife with challenges. That includes access to resources, access to financing, and of course simple things like where to go, who to turn to. There are lots of traps that you can fall into as a small, young business owner.
The lack of information over a period of time have caused a lot of our people to be misguided in terms of what goods and services they bring into the country.
At Brescia, we make dreams happen. And getting into the business of making bags has been both a challenge and an exhilarating opportunity.
A trade information portal would be extremely helpful, especially for young entrepreneurs like myself.
We fully endorse it, not only by 100%, but 110 and more.
It's absolutely great having information at your fingertips.
The primary challenge that our members face is around access to regulatory information. The world that we're in, there are always phenomenal number of changes that are taking place, and being constantly up to date on that information is of paramount importance to them.
Well, the truth is the ease of doing business is certainly one of the key factors that affects us. It adds cost, it adds time, which is money, it adds frustration. With a click of your mouse, you can get the permits, you can get the information, you can do all that needs to be done. So we don't have any more excuses when this trade portal is in place.
For the first time, you'll be able to get all that information in one spot, and it will be current and accurate information that will allow you to conduct your business.
The Jamaica Chamber of Commerce is absolutely pleased to see the portal and see what is coming out of the portal.
I can say categorically that the JMEA endorses wholeheartedly the new trade portal.
Innovation is the vehicle that drives trade facilitation worldwide. And on the information highway, the Jamaican government has built a bridge to connect our local importers and exporters to their international counterparts. Welcome to the Jamaica Trade Information Portal, JTIP, JTIP. It provides access to important regulatory and procedural information you need to import and export goods across Jamaica's borders, all on a single, easy-to-use platform. To explore the Trade Information Portal, start with the homepage. The homepage features information on commodities, legal documents, measures, procedures, forms, trade agreements, guides to exports and imports, SPS, TBT inquiry points, and market intelligence information. The sidebar on the right features Members Area, advanced search options, news, publications, and other useful links. With the advanced options to trade information, you can look up commodities and their tariff rates, measures, standards, and their procedures. You can also download legal documents and forms for the products you're looking for. To find the complete list of all the commodities, click on List All on the Commodities and Tariff page. Expand the link for the details on the categories and subcategories of these commodities. To do a commodity-specific search, type in either the HS code or a keyword. To find legal documents, search using categories, document types, responsible or issuing agency. View, Save opens PDF versions of the legal documents. Find measures and standards for specific commodities using keywords, measure types, or agency name. Search for trade-related procedures using keyboards and get detailed guidance including names of the responsible agencies, legal base, a checklist of required documents, a process map with detailed instructions, relevant measures, and downloadable forms. You can also look up forms using keywords, agency names, or categories. The Trade Board Limited is the implementing agency of the Jamaica Trade Information Portal through the support of the Trade Facilitation Task Force, MICAF, and the World Bank Group. The Jamaica Trade Information Portal. Trade information at your fingertips.
I get asked all the time from emerging local businesses about the steps to get into exports.
From product innovation to marketing to expanding customer base, growing a business requires so much time and effort. The new Trade Information Portal is a timely initiative and the kind of entrepreneurial support we seek from the government. It has complex regulatory information laid out in language that is easy to understand, complete with visual step-by-step processes.
Local business owners can take the right action at the right time and expand beyond Jamaican borders.
When small businesses are provided with proper and sound guidance on how to best comply with rules and regulation, the more likely they are to fulfill them and grow in a more sustainable way.
Being a small business in Jamaica is rife with challenges. That includes access to resources, access to financing, and of course simple things like where to go, who to turn to. There are lots of traps that you can fall into as a small, young business owner.
The lack of information over a period of time have caused a lot of our people to be misguided in terms of what goods and services they bring into the country.
At Brescia, we make dreams happen, and getting into the business of making bags has been both a challenge and an exhilarating opportunity.
A trade information portal would be extremely helpful, especially for young entrepreneurs like myself.
We fully endorse it.
Ladies and gentlemen, lunch was not too bad. I think it was a little sweet, but it was not too bad. And I hope, you know, I had a chemistry professor who only taught organic chemistry first thing in the morning at 8, because he said you were awake. He certainly didn't do it after lunch because everybody was sleeping, but I have my coffee, so I promise I'll be awake. But I'd like to hand over to Jeffrey Hall, who is going to lead this session. And he is the chairman, among other things, he's the chairman of Kingston Wharves. I have a loud voice, so I think everybody can hear me. He's the chairman of Kingston Wharves, among other things, but certainly familiar with what it takes to move things across borders, whether the border is here in Jamaica or the border is somewhere else in the world. So, no further ado, Jeffrey.
Everybody hear me? Yes, we can. Okay. I know this is after lunch, but I know that this particular panel is the one that everybody's been waiting for. Yes. On securing regulatory compliance and navigating borders. And we have a very distinguished group of panelists from all across the world. To my left is Mr. George Grace, who is a consultant with the World Bank on international trade and customs and has worked in a number of countries. We're going to get cross-border comparisons on trade facilitation, other matters, and interaction with regulatory agencies. My friend, Mr. Joe James, Economic Officer at the U.S. Embassy, still our largest trading partner, by far. And online, Ambassador Wayne McCook. We can't see you, Wayne, but we know you're out there. And you are the Assistant Secretary General of CARICOM. So we're going to get down to business. We want to cut straight to the chase. The purpose of this discussion has as its starting point our desire to, I would say, dramatically, materially, significantly increase the level of trade that we do as a nation. We're obviously an open economy, and we're set up for it. I can attest to that from a Kingston Wharves vantage point. We've invested in the capacity to engage in trade at one level. So the question before us is, how do we dramatically and sustainably increase the level of international trade? And we're going to insist that our panelists answer the question for us in the next hour. And if they don't answer it, Pat Francis has asked that you be present to hold them to account and also ask questions. So we're going to make this work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go starting with you, George, and just ask you to say a few things. You don't have to cover all the bases, but cover as many as you think you wish on things that we need to do tomorrow kind of Monday morning actions that are likely to increase, facilitate, mobilize, support a level of international trade that we could aspire to. I think from an export perspective, which is an area of interest for many of us, I think we're north of $1 billion, maybe $1.5 billion, I'm not sure the numbers. Let's project a doubling of that. What are some of the things that are on your list of things that we ought to think about?
All right, I'm going to tell a little story to start. This is an example. Many of you know me, will be familiar with this product. They're Tim Tam biscuits from Australia. You've said nice things about the work I've done in trade facilitation, but what you don't know is that over the last 7 years I've actually become a trader. I actually import Tim Tam biscuits into Jamaica, and I export rum and rum cakes. Now I know where they come from, and also jerk sauce and other Jamaican products. Unfortunately, I've got a bit of a trade deficit at the moment.
So you're saying you import into Jamaica more than you export from Jamaica?
No, the other way around.
We're fine. So we said unfortunately, I wasn't sure.
So I bring these in happily through the airport, and I even stopped at customs the other day, and because I made my declaration, because I'm a good citizen, and said I had these and I was allowed in. But I did reflect that if I actually wanted to import these in a commercial shipment, it wouldn't be quite so easy in Jamaica. First of all, I would need an import permit for this product. Right? I'd have to go to Vet Services and get an import permit.
To Vet Services to import Tim Tams?
Yeah, to import Tim Tams. And then when I got, the goods in, because they've got a permit, a documentary check would be required, that there was a food certificate that I would have to get in Australia to say that these were properly manufactured. And when they came in and they did that, there would also be probably an inspection, but not just by one agency, potentially by 3 agencies, who might all stand around the same container and look at the same product. And I know from my discussions many times here that they wouldn't actually take a sample and test them. They would just look at them.
They're not allowed to get samples?
Well, they might take samples. I don't know if they test them, except in their mouths. But the point I'm making is that, you have this unnecessary control. This is a very low-risk product. This is not going to cause, any illness in Jamaica. So the control you have in place, is on a really low-risk product. And there's lots of other low-risk products that get the same treatment. So you say, what could you do tomorrow? What I do tomorrow is I say, get rid of this over-regulation of low-risk products. And it's an example where, it doesn't stand up to any scrutiny. And we talk about what best practice, and best practice is, you control what you think is a high risk. The same agency has is a regulator and has a really real function in terms of whether they allow meat into the country or animals into the country. But at the same time, they're dealing with a whole lot of other, permits and inspections that are not necessary. And I mean, those things are built up over time. That's, what I've been talking about for the last 6 or 7 years is about this application of risk management in border. In an export sense, the risk management thing's a little bit different, but I see that there are still multiple agencies involved in an export. And in a conversation yesterday, we were talking about, the function of the export of fresh produce, and there's a key role for plant quarantine, produce, in inspecting that and getting it the certificate it needs to get into the export market. But there's also 2 or 3 other agencies that are involved in that process that the exporter has to jump through, it's that duplication of effort that stands in the way. And it's an additional cost, of course, to the exporter, as you know. And the other thing in all of this is that there's little recognition of your compliance. I mean, there's a lot of people in the import business here. who continue to get their goods inspected, probably have never had their goods seized or taken, but every time they come back in, they get the same treatment. And in an export sense, where countries have sped up their export, they have a similar to an AEO program, but in an export program. That you meet the requirements, you're a proven compliant exporter. You send these goods, they never cause a problem going into the US or the other markets you send to, but every time you're subjected to the same, controls. And really that's where you've got to step away. Certainly with a new exporter, a new product, you need to have that control to be sure it can get into the market. But if you're doing, this year in, year out, exporting your rum cakes, you really don't need to have that intervention all the time. So that some of these things we've been working on, for years here. But taking away, some of those controls over low-risk products and reducing the number of inspections that take place for no real purpose. They're things that we can action, fairly quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 3 big to-dos for Monday morning. Number 1 is low-risk products. Number 2 is some kind of reduction of the number of touch points or agencies, hopefully down to 1, at least for the purposes of
if necessary.
If necessary or desirable. And then some kind of risk management on the export side, at the exporter level, that's analogous to the AEO. And if you were to, just before I go to you, George, if you were to give a view on, if you were to grade Jamaica relative to people that we might think of as our peers, or as people that we might aspire to be like because they have, say, a higher per capita GDP, but we're not necessarily talking about, Qatar. So let's say that if Jamaica's GDP is 5,600 and the DR is 8,000, or Costa Rica, how would you grade us on those 3 dimensions that you think are important? Choose a country that you think we should think of ourselves as being able to be like it. How would you assess us? Are we bad? Are we okay? Are we?
Well, I think there's some positive, aspects, and certainly the advance with JSwift and the single window, should improve all of that. I don't think we've certainly got nowhere near where it should be, but, so some countries don't, have that, and that, some countries I'm thinking that they don't have some of those processes automated yet. And customs usually always does, because as a CUDA's, it's all over the world, in developing countries. So if it's been implemented properly, and that's not always the case, but in the other areas, we still see that, generally, you're probably not necessarily, and I did a lot of trade facilitation agreement assessments in many countries. It's the other border agencies, the border regulatory agencies that haven't modernised in terms of automation. So I'd say you're kind of similar there, but I do see far more agencies here.
Okay, so on the agency one, we're an outlier.
Yeah,
too many people touching this product that is going through our ports.
Yeah, there's more agencies involved, and I'm thinking about probably some specific agencies, but even this whole thing about the commodity boards and the JACRA thing, I don't see that kind of thing in other places. That's kind of a unique.
What's that about, this JACRA thing?
Yeah, well, I kind of know what it's about, but it's just created something that you don't need. And if you're looking at what you're controlling, I know you have to have quality in export, but a lot of what they're doing has got nothing to do with that. It's some old industry protection measures that's just hung on.
All right, let's circle back. So at the level of customs, at a headline level, doing some of the right things with technology, but the multiple agencies. Joe, obviously the US is on our doorstep, or vice versa, we're on yours. So clearly we want to do more with the United States. What are some of the levers that we can pull that we're not yet pulling that are available to us?
Well, I think from the U.S. perspective, and what we've observed, and during my time in Jamaica, is that Jamaica doesn't quite take advantage of a lot of the trade preference programs that we have established, more broadly for the Caribbean, but specifically ones that Jamaican companies can benefit. Under the Caribbean Basin Initiative, we have 2 trade preference programs. These are unilateral trade preference programs where Jamaican companies get access to the U.S. market for it's 5,800 products that can come in tariff-free. And what we've seen from the Jamaica side is that it's primarily used almost entirely for agricultural products. And, it's very small. It's chilled yams and sauces are really the primary use that this program's used for. And we've done some engagement. We've had our Office of the U.S. Trade Representative come down and speak to Jamaican small and medium enterprises about it. Because I think one thing we noticed back in 2019 when we did this presentation was that actually even rum falls under this program. There used to be some concerns regarding we produce rum through the U.S. Virgin Islands and in Puerto Rico, but a lot of those provisions and exclusions were removed so that rum was included, and we had Jamaican rum producers who weren't getting this benefit. It was thousands of dollars each year where if they would simply just fill out a form and submit it to our Customs and Border Patrol, they could have this fee waived upon delivery or get a refund once after that had been taken. So we spoke with the rum producers and we were able to resolve that issue. But we really think that there are plenty of opportunities already existing for Jamaican companies under these tariff codes that other countries in the region are using, in particular Trinidad and Tobago. Haiti has traditionally been a strong user, particularly around textiles. So there are already a lot of products that are available that countries can, or that companies, small and medium enterprises can leverage, that right now are primarily used by large Jamaican companies, but could be leveraged and utilized more in terms of exporting Jamaican products into the United States and not having to pay tariffs that would traditionally be associated with these products.
Okay, so your lever would be that we take advantage of these trade rules that exist that are preferential for us relative to some of our peers. Yeah. And do you have an initial sense of why we're not doing that relative to our peers?
Well, I think traditionally this program's been, I guess, used primarily by companies that already have established relationships in the United States and know that their product, I guess that they'd already established that relationship, and then they noticed that this program was available, and then they kind of backed into using it. It's not something that has been proactively used by companies where they're looking to expand outside of Jamaica. So I think training and advising companies on becoming more export ready and utilizing this simple program and partnering with the U.S. states through states or find local distributors. Because what we find is that exporters, once they establish a presence in the United States, they create jobs for Americans. So it's actually in our interest to have these companies develop a closer relationship. So I think right now it's primarily used by people who already have a product that's going to the market, but it could be utilized more by companies that traditionally aren't exporters.
And are there whole industries that exist in other jurisdictions that we ought to be actively considering that take advantage of this sort of legislation?
Yeah, well, I think what we found in Trinidad, it's like refined products, so refined oil. You're basically you're getting a base commodity, and you're basically doing kind of value add. Where Jamaica's labor force, it may be less expensive to produce it here versus in the United States or in other markets. That seems to be what other countries utilize it for. Again, textiles. It's a tough market. It's a very competitive market, and there are a lot of countries in the region that have established industries there. But I think also, the kind of value add products are where Jamaica could benefit, take advantage.
So let's say that there's this information gap that somehow or another other countries have figured out how to take advantage of these opportunities, and we have not yet. Are there circumstances where, and we have present with us at the level of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and JAMPRO and others, are U.S. investors also interested in participating in these opportunities? And would you say that we're good at attracting U.S. investors that would trade, or do you think we're deficient in that space?
No, I think in general, Jamaica's for U.S. investors, Jamaica is known as being open for business. We have good relationships with both JAMPRO and the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. And I think the particular sectors that we tend to focus on are tourism and the business process outsourcing. That's where U.S. companies have had a lot of success, have been able to expand their footprint. But I think there are a lot more opportunities out there that where we could see some investment. We have seen Allegheny Petroleum. We had a U.S. company that set up a refined, basically manufacturing base here just before the pandemic, and I think there's opportunity, and that's one thing that we've looked at too, is where we can help U.S. investors set up shop, and that's something that we work at the embassy in helping them connect with the Jamaican government and local partners.
And let's not get too deep into that specific example. I wouldn't want to discuss their business, but that business model in general involves something coming into Jamaica from some other place that is then improved upon or values added and then leaves Jamaica as well.
Yeah, so that's one model that's been used, and I think there are also certain products that are being made in Jamaica and going into the U.S. market where there's success. I think they tend to be niche industries, and
but if we're talking big money,
and
you're speaking to the Commissioner of Customs, you would say that being able to have stuff coming into Jamaica to take advantage of this legislation and then leave Jamaica is likely to be the biggest single opportunity, or would you say that's going to be something that we originate here at the commodity level?
I'd say on the commodity level, I think it's a challenge. We have the traditional, the bauxite industry has been the big area, but
I'd say industries.
I'd say it's primarily this, the idea of the value add and kind of the next generation. Yes. Sorry.
So you're saying that in order for us to get big trade, we have to be willing to allow Tim Tams to come in or something else and have some level of value add domestically and have it go back out.
Yeah, I think that's a good model, and that's something that's been used.
Okay, nothing wrong with that. And I didn't mean to push you, I just wanted to make sure we're clear, because we're going to open it up for questions as to how we can win in all these dimensions that have been listed. But I don't know, Ambassador McCook, if you're online.
Thanks, Jeffrey. I'm on.
Hi, Wayne. Really good to see you. So the question that is before us, and I don't know if you heard it, but we're just trying to put on the table here for discussion by our discussants 1 or 2 or 3 things that we can do to significantly increase the level of international trade. And we've gotten some very good ideas, both at the regulatory level and at the trade level. From where you sit, wearing a CARICOM hat, which is obviously an important trading partner, broadly defined, but your overall international experience, what levers would you see us wanting to pull if you had your way?
Yeah, thanks, Jeffrey. I think I'd pick up where the last intervention left off, and that is to do with different models of expanding export capability. The first model is your existing producers expanding competitively to take advantage of markets. And the second is where the discussion just ended, inviting investors to fill gaps in your supply side to export. And so your trade policy and your investment policy need to complement each other if you're going to drive significant growth. In terms of regulation must serve a purpose. And I noted the earlier discussion about regulations whose purpose are regulatory processes for which the purpose is not clear to business. If that's the case, then clearly businesses need to make the case for the regulations to be right-sized or to be redirected. After all, it's businesses that trade, not governments. So at the end of the day, trade facilitation is about what is good for business. And if we take that approach, the key question for those who make policy at the national and regional level is to open the avenues to hear what exactly is good for business from business itself. Once that message is heard and applied, then the ball is in the business's court to grow. I'd stop there and
Okay, so you're saying this kind of active engagement with business is the lever that you would pull, and I don't think you would disagree, Pat, given that we're talking about trade facilitation here. So that's your lever, and let me just challenge it one quick thing. Would you say that, going back to the point that was raised by Joe about part of the opportunity, I wouldn't want to put words in your mouth, but part of the opportunity being value added for things that come into the jurisdiction, is that an area in which you think that the CARICOM trade rules broadly define support? Or would you think that CARICOM is more designed around supporting primary commodity type trade? Or is that not something you have a view on?
Yeah. In fact, probably the most important work we're doing right now is a review of two of the critical instruments that relate in part to the point you raised. That is the CARICOM Common External Tariff and the CARICOM Rules of Origin. And while the Rules of Origin review is related to trade intra-CARICOM, it's also related to trade under external trading arrangements, of which the CBI would be one. And in order for exporters to take advantage of these external opportunities preferentially, they have to meet the rules that are written for those goods to qualify for the benefit. And it is important that we look at each rule in relation to the realities of producers in Jamaica and across the region. And that is a process that we are now undertaking. And we need to hear from stakeholders in business what is fit for them. We shouldn't be writing academic rules. We should be writing practical rules. Now, when it comes to import for re-export, the key question again turns on the rule of origin that the product would require. And we need to write the rules in a way that if the value-added approach is being taken, so an investor comes to Jamaica to set up a plant, and following the track of global and regional value chains, Jamaica will be a node in a production process that involves other inputs. That is where regulation in Jamaica needs to make it seamless for the goods to come in and go out in their value-added state with as little interruption and intervention as possible. And I would rest there because I think the key question is to ensure that the rules fit the model that you're seeking to pursue.
Okay, that's really, really helpful. I think
that's an important point that he noted was, yeah, we have rules of origin so that the product, there needs to be significant change or value add to the product to ensure that it qualifies for our program. So.
Okay. And those require a jumping of HS code, or could somebody who brings in, let's say, oil and refines it within the same HS code take advantage of the opportunities that you described?
Yeah, I'd have to double check, but primarily the jump in the HS code, or I think it's around 40%, or there's a
value add component as well.
Value add component.
Because that I think is extremely important. All right, let's open it up a little bit now. Headline level, this idea of low risk. You know, discussants, I'm sure everybody's asking, how do we know before the Tim Tams come that they are in fact low risk without submitting them to the veterinary department of the Ministry of Agriculture? So there's the low risk. There's the multiple agencies. These agencies have existed for a long time. JACRA is new. We've added agencies, but maybe someone might take the view as a consolidation of old agencies. AEO export, you know, I'm sure there must be a question as whether you're only as good as your last export. How are we going to bless you in perpetuity? And on what basis would we do that? Trade opportunities, CBI and others, and the reality of being able to import in order to export, and then this question of this interaction with business. Obviously, one could take the view that the boars and the bullies come to the front of the line and get their way with this interactive model, when, you know, obviously we have to make policy for everybody and they may not have access to the table. And then the CARICOM question about value added. So discussants, do we just do this on Monday, or do we need to talk about it more?
So, Chairman, what does the officials charge them? What do the agencies say where they need to be there?
if you were to kind of, in the light most favorable to these many agencies, help us to justify their existence. What are they saying as to, surely there must be a good reason why these Tim Tams have to go to the veterinary department. What is their, in the light most favorable to them, what is their reason?
Let me see, if they have to be there the first time, why do they have to be there every time after that? Customs, yes, unless you have special permission, but why do they have to inspect every time?
And I would say, for the benefit of the question for everybody, you know, we can also talk about the political economy of it. You know, why do these, you know, what would, when you look around the world at places that have reformed these multiple agency issues, what insights have been gained about the process of reform? You know, how does a Ministry of Industry and Commerce or a cabinet deal with this proliferation of agencies to get a result? What do we need to do?
Yeah, and probably to answer the question there, I you know, when I look back at this, because as I said, this confused me when I first came here and went down to a cold store and saw these inspectors, you know, hovering around an inspection of a importation of peas, you know, and so it's, you know, and maybe I'll go back to the Tim Tams, maybe it's easier, but, you know, somewhere, you know, there's a, well, I know there's an act, there's a 1948 regulation in relation to what requires an import permit that's interpreted by vet. You know, so it's, you know, in a meat sense, but this is a dairy thing because it's got some chocolate, you know, milk chocolate on it. But it's open to interpretation, so it doesn't say it's got to have, you know, a certain percentage of dairy, you know, so that means you have to do a permit. You know, and I talk to the vets, and the vets say, well, there's no risk to the animals in Jamaica from this product. No, so really their involvement, you know, is to make sure that, because they've issued a permit, that the goods come in line with the permit, because they've got to get a health certificate. And I mean, I've written about this before, but, you know, when this sort of thing comes from the US, you know, they have to get a health certificate, you know, and it's literally, all they're really getting is a signature saying it came out of the US. Nobody's doing any testing of the product or anything, you know, because it's so low risk. So then we've got food. Well, the Public Health has got an act which was quoted to me yesterday, which means that they have to inspect all food that comes into the country, you know, so that's why they're there. You know, if it's NCRA who could be there, you know, they've got an issue about, you know, the labelling, you know, and what it should say on the packet. So, you know, everybody's got a legislative reason to be there. But, you know, if you took away the permit because it's a low risk, vet tell me it's a low risk, even the principal veterinary officer told me they were low risk yesterday, you know, then, you know, it's a health thing. But once again, we're not applying this risk management, because when I talk to the health people, they say highly processed food like this is low risk. You know, and to be fair to, you know, NCRA, the Bureau, they've kind of walked away from this. You know, they don't go and look at all of this. But sometimes they do, because all those inspectors are in that cold store down at the wharf. You know, so that's the structure you've got to keep the inspecting going. You know, that is unstuffed there. Everyone turns up to have a look at it. So, you know, they have a legislator. So really you've got to change this in terms of saying, modernise some of this act, because that interpretation, I mean, you know, it's the cup of soups and things that have got a minute piece of beef. The legislation says, it talks about, you know, any meat from a carcass of an animal. You know, anything with any meat from the carcass of an animal. Well, that's just, you can interpret that broadly. So, you know, the legislation's got to change to narrow down. You know, and I'm going to do a session on risk management tomorrow, and the example I'm going to use is food inspection in Australia. And I mean, all of these inspections of these kind of products all fit within one ministry in Australia, which is the Agricultural Ministry, but it's known by a few other names. But they have responsibility. There's only real 2 inspection agencies at the border in Australia. Because, you know, we've got a big biosecurity issue, we're very strict on that, but we manage it in one agency. You know, and they do the plant quarantine stuff, they do the vet, and they do the food. You know, and Customs does everything else pretty much, you know. And you know, that's created over the years, but we haven't tried to create other agencies, you know, and our model's a bit different because our, you know, we're bigger and structure's different. But you could move to that kind of a model, you know, where you have one agency that does these things, but your focus has got to be on high risk. You can't move to that without taking away some of this, you know, other rules, and you'd have to have, you know, better legislation in place. Yeah.
So, I mean, they're there because the law says they should be there.
Part of it is identifying best practices.
Yes, globally.
Pardon?
You mean global best practices and
Or even regional best practices. And then identifying them and implementing them. So if we know that that is the best practice, you can come down to 2 agencies. Why not do that?
Pat, you had a comment?
Yes, Stephen Farquharson is actually online and wanting to comment.
Excellent. In fact, you know, Stephen, let me just introduce you as a regional technical officer for accreditation and conformity assessment at CARICOM. And Stephen, you know, definitely want your view at a headline level on this point, but also more generally on what levers can we pull to increase and facilitate trade. Stephen?
Thank you very much. In fact, I want to build on the point that was raised earlier, because in fact, in my opinion, the market readiness of products, especially for export, is critical. And what do I mean by market readiness? I'm talking about the readiness of products to meet the market demand. So, for example, products going into the EU, products going into the US, or any other market is expected to meet some quality parameters. And those are defined. And so we have to build some kind of market intelligence as to what is it that the market requires, what it is that we must put in place so that our products can meet those market requirements. And we have what we call a quality infrastructure, and Jamaica is very well poised and one of the leading in the region in terms of the quality infrastructure. And what is a quality infrastructure? We're talking here about being able to test a product, certify to international standards and best practices, and have an inspection regime. And I hear our colleague from talking about reducing the number of inspection points, but that not necessarily reducing the rigor that ensures that products are safe to meet for consumption. And having some kind of a harmony in the approach to dealing with products for export or import. I think those are some points that we must have if we're going to increase trade, because nobody's going to take your product. Back in the days, it was a hard law where, you know, a government would tell you what you need to do and how you need to do it and so on. Nowadays, it's a soft law where if you don't meet my requirement, just don't ship your product here. So that market intelligence and that market readiness is something that we will have to do. We'll have to find the mechanisms. We will have to engage with the right partners and processes and procedures. We'll have to involve and build what I call a culture of quality, where our consumers, our producers, and those in the middle are part of that process of demanding and providing quality products for market.
Right.
So I'd stop there.
Yeah, let me just pick up on that a little bit, Stephen, this whole question of market readiness and product quality and certification, and just touch back with Joe on the question of, you know, you would have heard George on the subject of risk management and not running the Tim Tams around to different agencies. You know, the US FDA has very rigorous certification standards and audits food companies, for example, in the very space about which we're speaking. You know, is that something that we should be role modeling, or is that is that working well from a trade facilitation standpoint, or how would you describe that?
Well, I think there's been a lot of improvements here in Jamaica, particularly the Bureau of Standards and others have gotten what we call third-party accreditation. So that's been a big shift. It's still in the process of, I think it's been approved, and we're still implementing. But with that accreditation now, a lot of basically the same rigors and things that FDA does for inspections now. Jamaica has that. We've determined that they have a lot of that capability on hand. Traditionally we would send FDA inspectors to any Jamaican plant or factory that was producing a juice or a food product that would come into the United States. We'd have to send the inspectors. I think there's a potential there with this third-party accreditation where that wouldn't be as needed as necessary or potentially at all if as long as the inspectors and others that are based here in Jamaica can meet those requirements. So I think that third-party accreditation has been a big step and should help Jamaica.
So there are third parties because there are. I just speak openly because I think we're here to have the conversation. There's a perception by some people that was really a non-tariff barrier rather than a food safety issue. Yeah. But listening to you, it sounds like you are doing things to actually facilitate it and make it work, including the third party.
Yeah, I think it's always been the stress has been for food safety, and that's been the main reason why we have our FDA inspector. And it's not just Jamaica; they go worldwide, and other posts where I've served, in Mexico and other places we have them. Even Australia, they come out to do those inspections as well. But I think that's been a step in the right direction. We do have also here in Jamaica at the Norman Manley International Airport, we have our Animal Plant Health Inspection Service (APHIS). They have a pre-clearance facility. And having that here on Jamaica, that facilitates having Jamaican produce go into the United States without having to do an additional inspection once it arrives at U.S. ports of entry. So I think having that here and maintaining that, that's helped and can continue to facilitate trade. So I think that there have been a lot of steps taken.
And from a Jamaican government perspective, is there something that we should be doing from a policy perspective to facilitate exporters who are required to obtain this sort of FDA certification that we're not yet doing, to make it seamless, quick, easy, provided that the manufacturer is doing the right thing? I mean, I wouldn't want to be making excuses for anybody.
Yeah, no. I think for the most part, I think the Ministry of Industry, Investment, and Commerce has been receptive and been, has close relationships with our regulators in the United States, and there are always opportunities for closer cooperation. I think there are certain areas we've talked. We get a common complaint that Jamaican beef patties can't come into the U.S.
for example.
But that's really an equivalence issue where we have this requirement from the United States, from our U.S. Department of Agriculture. It's an equivalence process or program that other countries have partaken in, and Jamaica hasn't done quite yet. So that would be one area where
that we're not willing to take beef patties made in the United States into Jamaica, for example.
It's just meeting the same standards that we. A lot of it, Jamaica may already be doing meeting all the food safety standards, but they have to go through this official
USDA
standards to actually have that on a shelf in the United States. So it's been a long-standing issue, but it's really just a simple process a process that needs to be undertaken to.
Right, but the underlying issue is not discriminating against Jamaican patties. It is causing Jamaican patties to meet the standards for beef in the United States more generally.
Coming on the U.S. shelves. Yeah.
Okay, and just this question. Thank you for that, Joe. But this question about de-risking the Tim Tams ex ante. So obviously, how are we supposed to know that these are not going to kill us or whatever they're not supposed to do without actually testing them?
Well, I mean, if you can, I mean, it's a bit of a, I mean, it's about saying that you're satisfied at the food manufacturing standards in Australia.
Right.
That may require some knowledge or investigation. And maybe, if there's a first importation, you do take samples and you look at it and
accredit it once and for all, and that's
and that's it. Because that's the kind of thing that we've been doing in Australia with the US. We have an agreement that they will take our exports of certain foods and we'll take their exports of certain foods. Maybe not, similar to the equivalence. They're saying that we're happy that the standard of manufacture, meets our standard. And that's not on all products, but it's on a range of products, and certainly on the more highly processed products, that they don't present a risk. You can get bogged down in the science of that, but in many countries, you take a determination on what is high risk food. And in Australia, these would not fit into our model of what high risk food is. That's the same in the US. That they have all of that control, but every now and again something happens in a plant and you get a product that has to be recalled. But generally you'd say if it's manufactured to the US to the FDA standards, is it going to be a dangerous product here?
And just for good order, you'd mentioned that one of Jamaica's special problems is this multiplicity of agencies that touch the products as they're coming through. And then when I asked you to rate Jamaica, you said, well, customs is doing some good things with technology. On the specific issue of risk weighting or risk assessment, is customs taking on board that mindset as an operating framework? I know that it's possible that plant quarantine is not, or veterinary services is not, but at a headline, and I assume that the customs is the most impactful agency at the border, would you say that's more or less a strategy of customs in Jamaica?
Oh, I think it is. I mean, one of the things I've done here back in 2016 was a review of customs risk management, and certainly, customs have the policy documents and the structure in place. And I'm looking at Raquel sort of through the camera there, but that certainly that customs has is mind to give that risk management, but there's obviously other issues here that impact, and we've talked about today about the level of screening and so on, because you have these other risks. So, but I think that certainly with the AEO program, there are an acknowledgement of compliant traders, and that you've got a lower risk from them. We accept them, and that gives you a large facilitation of trade. Could you go further? Maybe, but I don't know, the relative risk, and I don't know what the outcomes of their, the work that they're doing. But there's always this tension about whether the traders are compliant or not. And I know I've talked to Andre about, the extent of non-compliance that you've found since you've got Azacuta and you can capture all of that data. But I think there's an intent to implement more risks and more stuff down the Green Channel, and focus on the higher risk, because that's the strategy. It's the same with all these other agencies. As I said, why are vet looking at this when they could be inspecting and testing meat better?
So the principle is bought into, but it's a journey, and there's still potentially more opportunity there.
No, I think customs have got the structure and the system now to apply risk management, and
the legislation.
And then it's just on the determination of what your risks are. I don't know what your percentages are in the Green Channel, yellow, red, but it depends on your assessment of risk, and it'll change, in every country. But what I see here is that when you've implemented risk management, you've actually implemented it properly. I was in another country in the Caribbean in the last week or so where they've got a risk management unit, but there's nobody in it. But they tell me they've implemented risk management. And I mean that. So when I look at what Jamaica's done in customs, they've done it properly. They've got a risk management committee. They've got a profile process where you put profiles in the system. So
that would imply that we actually believe that that's a sensible thing to do, which is useful. Let me just, before I open it back up again to others, let me just go back to CARICOM and to Stephen and Wayne. Wayne, you had mentioned that CARICOM is looking at rules of origin with a view to allowing market participants to take advantage of the kinds of opportunities that Joe mentioned. Would you say, and maybe this is telling tales out of school, and if so, let us know, would you say that Jamaica's engagement with CARICOM is consistent with a trade facilitation mindset when it looks at the evolution of rules of origin? And this is for either Stephen or Wayne. And both of you had mentioned private sector participation. Is your observation that Jamaica's position is one that comes across as influenced by market participants, by private sector? I mean, how would you describe that?
Yeah. Thanks, Jeffrey. I think Jamaica is an active participant in all of the processes and a critical participant. If we look at the volume of regional trade that is accounted for by Jamaica, that stands to reason. It's natural. At the regional level, of course, the private sector participates in the meetings of the special working group looking at rules of origin through the Caribbean Private Sector Organization, as well as other stakeholder groups like WERSPA, that is the Rum and Spirits Association. So there is an active and direct involvement of the private sector in the deliberations on the rules of origin. That is direct, but even perhaps as critical is the national consultations, which I certainly would not be able to speak to, but I, from historical perspective, know that those are integral in the preparation for the regional engagement. And that would mean capturing the views of stakeholders, ideally line by line, HS number by HS number. And in the review of the rules of origin for the single market, we're going to look at it in general and specific terms. The specific rules are described as product-specific rules of origin. And that is where you go granular, and it should reflect the preferences of the producers of the region. So if our current business processes for making rum cake involves a certain balance of inputs, including external and internal, you certainly don't want a rule that says wholly produced from items originating in the region. And it would be important for the producers, whether in Jamaica, in St. Lucia, or Trinidad and Tobago, or any other member state, to put into the discussion the rule that models the reality of their production processes, so that when it's adopted, it can actually be used and not be left on a shelf.
Okay.
Address it.
I want to add.
Stephen?
Sure. I want to add that Jamaica has as I indicated before, the only regional, internationally recognized accreditation body in the English-speaking Caribbean. That is the Jamaica National Agency for Accreditation. And in that body is actually approved by the FDA for supporting the certification of products, of certification bodies to provide products for the through the FDA program. And that in itself puts Jamaica in a unique and advantageous position, and it's shifting the paradigm. Secondly, I want to add that Jamaica also has 2 accredited certification bodies and the most accredited laboratories in the English-speaking Caribbean of any country. So Jamaica is already moving in the direction. However, let me say that again, these are things that are excellent, but requires that we build that culture of quality where manufacturers and producers are embracing that and moving towards it in a more significant way, such that products from Jamaica will be recognized, accepted without question, because there's an idiom that accredited ones or certified ones accepted everywhere. So our products would, be fit for use and fit for purpose, and will not be questioned by any of the importing countries. In a similar way, our inspection bodies must also be accredited to perform the tasks that they must do for importing products, imported products rather. So we have gone a long way, but we still have some ways to go.
Okay, I take your point about the reputational value and us attending to quality as the basis for insisting upon, the kind of reciprocity that you spoke about and the equivalence.
My question was really to Wayne about our SEZ law and whether in the looking at the rules of origin, I know that there was an issue that we were facing. Originally, our advice was that products produced in our SEZ could qualify to go into CARICOM markets duty-free, or at least paying, the value-add tax. But then there was another school of thought that they weren't able to go into those markets. So I was wondering if in this discussion about the reform of the rules of origin, are we taking into account the SEZ law that we have currently, or is Jamaica speaking about that?
Wayne?
Yeah. No, quick answer. It is on the table as a specific matter for discussion. It's really not just Jamaica's SEZ law, but the treatment of products that are developed in free zones across the region. It has been raised as a matter that a number of member states want to see addressed. I can't go further because, of course, it's an active discussion. Whether it is now brought into the scope of coverage and the goods from free zones, the SEZ products of Jamaica, would qualify for preferential treatment in regional trade is under active consideration and discussion. But we'll have to see where the decision ends up after member states have completed their discussions. We fully expect that countries like Jamaica and stakeholders like those who use or intend to use the SEZ will weigh in on the inputs to be made in that discussion, and that the outputs reflect the balance of those interventions.
And in the same vein, Pat and Wayne, Jamaica has put itself out as building a logistics hub, and that is a central plank to our development plan. And in addition to that, we've passed legislation that allows for what's called productive input relief, which is tax exemption for inputs by what Jamaica calls manufacturers, people who add value to products. And therefore they're duty-free, notwithstanding the common external tariff. Is that something that is talked about in the walls of CARICOM, or how is that viewed? I think it's a similar type of issue to the one that Pat raised about SEZs.
Well, to the extent that the goods coming into the SEZs...
This would be a non-SEZ win. But yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. No, well, the rules allowing for duty-free treatment of inputs have to conform with the rules governing the common external tariff. And there are provisions for the suspension of the tariff when certain qualifying conditions are met. So on a case-by-case basis, almost daily, we see these requests being made for exceptions. I don't know that a member state could take a blanket exception for products that would otherwise qualify for CET treatment without there being a decision to vary the application of the CET to those categories. But I need some more information on the specificity of the program to address it any further.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big issue. If I can editorialize a little bit, notwithstanding being a moderator, for Jamaica's vision for being a logistics hub.
There's a question online from a Mr. Hines.
Mr. Hines. Mr. Hansen.
Mr. Hansen.
Mr. Hansen, we can take your question or comment.
Thank you very much. I think I was not the one that posed the question, but let me just take this opportunity to make a few remarks. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I represent UNCTAD, and as you know, we have been working with Jamaica for quite some while on a number of the trade reforms. I wanted to revert to some of the issues that George raised and that was raised during the discussion. I mean, what we are basically looking at, I think, is reforms have to be implemented, and that these reforms need to be based, I would suggest, on international standards and good practices and regulation in order to qualify Jamaican products to get access to markets and also to comply to international rules and regulations such as WTO trade facilitation agreement. Now, this requires a lot of coordination, and that's where the so-called National Trade Facilitation Committees, or as in Jamaica, the Trade Facilitation Task Force, are really important in building trust, building understanding amongst the various stakeholders. And this is not only the public sector stakeholders that are participating in this. I think we need the private sector stakeholders to participate in such forums in order to provide their input, but participate in a sustained way, because we see in way too many countries, and I will not take Jamaica as an example, but in way too many countries, that the private sector use these bodies for raising their complaints, but there are often not any constructive engagement in this. So this needs to be constructive and sustained from the private sector, and there needs to be an openness and an understanding from the public sector in order to create this kind of trust between the stakeholders to start collaborating and creating those reforms that George mentioned is necessary for the inspection by too many parties in the warehouse. But these inspections need to be dealt with in a procedural manner, and only by creating that kind of trust and explaining what are the various issues between the stakeholders can that trickle down to the warehouse when a procedure has then been implemented, where there are maybe at the end only two agencies that deal with the majority of all the issues. So I think this is extremely important. All agencies need to be represented in that discussion, and the private sector needs to be represented in that discussion. And that will hopefully lead to the ease for business. But what it will also lead to is that the public sector will be able to reform its processes. And actually, we know that all four public sector agencies and ministries are under a lot of pressure for saving their funding. And this is another added value of this, that if we can reform these processes, public sector entities can also be more cost effective. A lot of this, and what we have worked with Jamaica on, is through automation and digitalization. And one thing I think it's important to highlight there is that these processes, you are not automating just any old process. This needs to be based on a proper business process analysis and with a simplification aim. And also in this respect, there needs to be public-private sector engagement. My colleague Jaime Mendoza, who has been very involved, is also in the workshop here, and maybe Jaime could say something about this process if he gets elevated to panelist. So I think this is extremely important. And lastly, I'm very happy to see that Wayne and Stephen are on here, because also, and in particular for smaller economies, it is important that there is a regional perspective on this, that there is regional collaboration in this respect, whereby various entities and resources can work together in a regional perspective. And we from UNCTAD work together with both CARICOM and OECS on many of these tasks. So thank you for the opportunity. I unfortunately have to log out here from Geneva, but it has been an interesting discussion.
Well, thank you for making the time, Mr. Hansen. But let me just pick up with Wayne on the point of private sector participation, since you lobbed it to our regional colleagues. And Wayne, you had mentioned the CPSO as having a private sector voice at CARICOM, which implies to me that CARICOM is willing to engage with the private sector, and I believe, Pat, you may have a view on trade facilitation in Jamaica, on the willingness to engage private sector participants. But Wayne, maybe you first. Would you say the CPSO meets our expectations for representativeness at CARICOM? Sorry, you're on mute, I think.
Sorry. I think the CPSO inputs are necessary but not sufficient. That would be an appropriate description. And no sort of umbrella body can, I think, really aspire to be the single voice for a sector. So the important thing is that the CPSO has been created in response to an appeal from the heads of government for the private sector to organize itself for consistent engagement on particularly the trade and economic agenda of the community. So to that extent, the CPSO has organized itself. It has a secretariat, it has its executive committee, and it is, we're advised, seeking to expand its participation widely with companies as well as umbrella groups in many countries. So to that extent, the input that they provide is of increasing value to the public-private discussion at the regional level. We are going to be embarking on an intensive diagnostic of regional trade performance, which we hope to report on at the end of the year. That will require not just deep analytic study of why our state of trade in the region, both internally and externally, is the way it is, and what does that tell us. But in addition to that, we intend to have deep conversations, member state by member state, with as many companies as possible, working in tandem with the trade and business ministries of the respective countries. The intention is to have a complete and comprehensive conversation about what it is that the region can do to change its trade performance. Almost all of the matrices that we are looking at suggest that there has been, with a few exceptions, a noticeable decline in our competitiveness and trade performance. And if any of the agendas of the region for growth, including Vision 2030, are to be met, we are going to have to dramatically up the performance of trade country by country and the region as a whole, and in some cases, perhaps sector by sector. And so underlying that has to be the driving force of the private sector. And in the intergovernmental processes, we're going to have to listen to and hear from the private sector, and vice versa. This private sector has to ensure that it speaks and is heard.
Well, I just want to open it up for question, but I do want those who have said, and I think it's almost unanimous, this idea of private sector participation I do think, lurking in the background when I listen to it, and I speak from the vantage point of representing what would be considered by regional standards a large business, that if invited to the table are only large businesses, you're not likely to necessarily hear the voices of transformation, but you may hear the voices that want to maintain the status quo. So for those who advocate for private sector engagement, I would be curious to know how you intend to have a representative voice at the table. But maybe take your comment. That's just a theoretical point, Wayne, right? Not a...
Yeah. No. Actually, Jeffrey, it's a critical point. And in fact, I don't want to be trite and talk about the fact that MSMEs, medium and small enterprises, provide the bulk of the trade and production outputs of all member states. So while we tend to focus on the critical larger players, and you mentioned your own status in that cohort, our regional policies have to be all of community. That is why when I described the diagnostic, I mentioned we have to come in country to talk to the totality of the players, because the cumulative effect of 50 or 100 producers of value is what is going to make a difference in certain sectors. And if those are not reflected in the way the policies are made, and in fact, if we go back to the rationale for trade facilitation and the trade facilitation agreement when we were negotiating it, it was that transparency and access to information is easy for large companies, but hard for small. And so many of the simplification measures that we are talking about, if they are to be truly successful, have to be aimed at a democratization of the flows of information, so that people who are new entrants, people who are companies that are smaller, are able to at least approach their business operations in similar fashion to the large.
Fair enough. Thank you. I will just do a lightning round of opening the mic and then wrap up afterwards. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would like to pick up from the first opening remarks made by George. That is that how the Jamaica government, represented by the veterinary agency, can ensure that when Tim Tom is coming in, that is safe for the human health. The customs deal with 100% of the product coming into the country, but when it comes to the food and agriculture products, yep, for obvious reasons of animal, man and plant safety, this becomes more specific things. Now, how to make sure or how to exercise the mandate which has been given by the government of Jamaica to the agency, the veterinary agency, there are different techniques. The more traditionally, the techniques have been that you inspect either at the wharf or sometimes you go to the warehouse of the importer. You pick up a sample and test, and then make sure that you have exercised your mandate. Never guarantee that it was 100%. There is always a risk. But generally with the experience, knowledge, expertise, and the history, they are satisfied that they are exercising the mandate. Now there are certain, picking up from the practices across the globe, there are different other techniques which can complement to achieve the same objective. One of them is the third-party certification. Yep. The second is having an accredited laboratory. The third is that you have a mutual recognition that something coming from Australia or the US, if it is tested by their laboratory, we will accept. Yep. And in the process, you develop your own capacity as well as you get your own laboratory accredited. Risk management is also one of those techniques which are coming into. The custom approaches generally the risk management more from the revenue angle, more from their own security angle. But this veterinary agencies or the health agency will approach from the health and disease angle. And the modern techniques, as it is being practiced by many countries, is that when Jamaica Custom is trying to develop its own risk profiling and risk management system, they should also coordinate with the veterinary agencies that if it is the product which contains certain standard to be met for the mandate of the veterinary agencies, so they are aligned. Not they are changing their mandate, but the way they are trying to execute their mandate is changed, which is more efficient and which is based on the scientific principles and gives them the same satisfaction as they would have achieved through the inspection and sample testing. Thank you.
You want to change, not change their mandate, but change their way of working?
Yes.
You're okay with that?
Sure. I mean, all of these things, you know, when you come to that, you know, and just to comment, I think, you know, what we've been working on here, you know, is to get the profiles of the other agencies into ASACUDA. So, you know, that they're using the system which gives, you know, that when they're holding the goods, they're only holding the goods, you know, for those agencies that they've got an interest in. I mean, we haven't got very sophisticated in that yet, but as a starting point, you know, that it allows those goods to be held subject to whatever the, you know, assessment is and what they want to do. So, you know, you've got that hold, whether it's just for a documentary check or whatever. But I think all of those techniques, you know, and I talked about, you know, recognising the standards in other countries. I mean, I've done a little bit of work in the Pacific in small countries, you know, who don't have the capacity to do that inspection or testing. But their approach is to allow imports from countries that they're satisfied, you know, produce products to the right standard, you know, because they just don't have the resources to be able to have their own laboratories and do all of that kind of testing. But if there's a problem, well, they don't allow an import from, if they're not sure, you know. So their control, they push the control offshore.
Yeah, they outsource it to
the other country and say, well, you know, so, you know, all of those, you know, and that's why when I look at some of this, and I was talking to before that, you know, some of the controls you're putting in place on the products that are produced in the USA, you know, it's crazy to me that, you know, you've got to have this product approved when it's already met a standard which is probably going to be higher than yours in terms of your ability to assess it, you know. So, you know, but some of this comes back to, it always, as my colleague Nurse said to me earlier, this all comes back to risk management, you know, that you're making, you know, whatever it is that you can do to inform yourself about what control you should put in place, you do.
There's a question at the back of the room.
Thank you. I'm not seeing the question, but thanks.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kanika Tomlinson. I'm from the Trade Board Limited, which is a border regulatory agency. I'm not necessarily speaking on behalf...
Are you one of the agencies that he was talking about?
No. But I'm going to comment on that. I'm going to actually comment on that to give a perspective. It's not necessarily for an answer, but for us to think about it in another way. And so this topic deals with securing regulatory compliance. And I'd heard when you asked George about the mindset. And so I have been a part of meetings with border regulatory agencies who see trade facilitation in the sense of reciprocity. And so the thinking is, why should we make things much easier to come in when we're trying to export to the US and to the EU and they make it so difficult? And so the question is, why should we make EU goods and allow EU goods and US goods come in so easily, and at the same time they make it so difficult for ours to enter the market? And so how is this trade facilitation? And so you have that balance that you have border regulatory agencies thinking about. And so it makes the process of putting in trade facilitation even that much harder. Because when you try to even say to them, but the trade facilitation agreement says this, they're saying yes, but the developed countries are doing what they want to do, and it's not fair. And so I just wanted to put that out there for thought. Thank
Joe,
you.
It's not fair. Why shouldn't we just block you guys out since you're not? But you were saying that you're creating opportunities for us to export to the U.S.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, is that we are investing quite a bit on the investing.
By the way, it's an important question. So I don't want to trivialize it.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is, you know, we do a lot of this. First, we have high standards for American consumers, and you know, part of it is the protection for those. So there is part of that is that we're also protecting Jamaican companies that are looking to enter the market to make sure that they meet the same standards and aren't legally liable, that could potentially have further implications. I think also part of the reason why we have these standards in place and what we do to counteract that is that we actually invest quite a bit in supporting Jamaica's trade facilitation facilities, through the WTO and the trade facilitation programs. A lot of those are financed by developed countries like the United States and European Union. And we also do quite a bit, actually having employees here on the ground, U.S. government employees from our the U.S. Department of Agriculture at the pre-clearance facility here, actually making it easier for Jamaican products to come through and enter the United States. You have similar on the security side. We have our container security initiative, so that we're clearing Jamaican containers entering the United States. And these are all programs that it's a competitive. A lot of countries are clamoring to have these same support facilities in their countries, and I think given the strong relationship that we have with Jamaica, that's we've decided to prioritize Jamaica. So we are doing quite a bit on our own to make sure Jamaica is able to meet our standards, and investing actually U.S. money into these programs as well to ensure that. So I think we're doing quite a bit, and just in general. But I think it's primarily to protect Jamaican companies when they enter our market. It would be my.
But let's say that we were skeptical of Joe's view, that, and we felt that and I, by the way, take your point. But let's say we were skeptical. Could Jamaica make itself better off by just saying we're not going to take American things because of their? Is there a modality in which we could actually achieve that, where we'd be better off if we said, you're not taking all of our stuff because of your high consumer standards and things like that, and therefore we're not going to take yours? Is that a framework we could work with?
I mean, I think it's completely unrealistic. I mean, given the extent of the trade, and
but it's a fair question, and I think it's asked with sincerity, and I think we need to, as a country, grapple with that reality.
Australia has this, in negotiating, trade agreements with the US, that they're still the big brother.
You have that issue as well.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying that. I mean, we are, more developed in the sense that, we're probably applying a lot of the international standards in the same way, and have the capacity to do that, because we're a wealthier country. But you still want to get that market access, for your exporters. So, that's the important thing. I mean, okay, they make you jump through the hurdles in the EU, and I've done in the Pacific Islands, the countries trying to get their EU, certification to export their fish to the EU. It's a major cost, but in the end, economically, it's worth doing, because then they've got a market for their fish, and so that's just the world we live in.
Our dominant strategy is to concentrate on getting ourselves. I guess this is Stephen's point originally. Focus on getting ourselves ready for the US market as the core, or the global market.
Yeah, and I think the discussion this morning was really interesting about the change in trade, and where else you can export to now, the other growing populations in the world, because you're so close to the US, that's got to be an easier access point. But we see that shift, and saying, maybe, we've had this, Australia's had this fight with China recently, where they stopped us, sending barley, and, we won't go into the politics of that. But, our people said, okay, well, they don't want it, but, who else wants it? We'll go and find another market for this, because it's good quality barley, and China's decided to block us out for their own reasons, and we've opened up some other markets, different markets that we weren't pursuing because we were selling it all to China. So I think that sort of freed us up to think a little bit differently about, what you do with some of that product. So, I think that it's like, don't put all the eggs in one basket, and they're the big markets that you want to get into, but there's other big markets out there now, and there's big populations that want some of these products, and the example earlier when when Mr. Francis talked about his fish exports and the extent of that, and I've had a discussion with him before about him sending lobster to Australia. We got plenty of lobster off the coast. We're exporting most of that, but we're importing some from the Caribbean. But that's just how the market works, and But he's thought more broadly than just trying to sell into the US or the easy markets to sell into. So I mean, I think there's always that issue, and it is. I mean, it is from what Kanika is saying. I know there's discussions, and we have this same agency that's battling the export stuff is then having to implement the import controls. So.
There's another question around the back.
Yeah, we'll take two more and then. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Two questions. One, I've been around for some time, clearly. And when I was born, we were already importing dairy products from New Zealand. And we were already importing Brunswick sardines from Canada. Now, we still have the commissioner here. Thank you, Commissioner, and Raquel and Andre. And we also have Dr. Richards from NCRA around the back. What I'd like to know, remember, this is question one. How are those products countenanced now in terms of what George was saying? I would be very pleased to know what, and we probably also have Ministry of Health online for all I know. What happens in a case where you bring on containers of
dairy from New Zealand? Let's say
Brunswick sardines from Canada and dairy products.
You're asking for this idea of risk assessment and individual inspection.
Inspections, yes, and so on.
Anybody want to take that comment specifically? So the question is Tim Tams are complex.
Low risk.
But is there a low risking or a high risking for dairy from New Zealand? Any perspective on that? Is every container sent to veterinary services for?
Okay, with respect to imported, with respect to...
You mind just stating your name and...
Yeah, Wendell Richards from NCRA.
Okay, thank you.
So with respect to imported milk powder, the pre-shipment documents are sent through Trade Board to NCRA. So what I would do is a pre-shipment inspection of those test results and the phytosanitary documents against the standard. Okay, so I would check to see if they comply with the standard. And if they do, we send a response back to Trade Board that it does comply with the standard.
And if it's the same cheese, and you said a long time you've been observing this, if the same cheese has been coming to Jamaica for 50 years, they would still and a container comes every week, you still do that every week.
Yeah.
It goes to your office. And how do you react to the comment that maybe this is something we should not change the mandate on, because the mandate is committed to, but change the modality?
So what it does, it avoids the physical inspection.
Right.
Okay, so by doing the pre-shipment documentation, it avoids the physical inspection. You don't have to go down to the port. You don't have to open every container.
But what about this thesis that it could exist within some kind of customs automated function? It's the same paper from New Zealand every week.
Yeah, it's the same thing. So what you do, and then another thing I've noticed, one of the things I've noticed is that, let's say you have a silo. 6-7 months afterwards, the milk is actually coming from a silo from last year. So it's the same like silo that you approved before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's the same milk.
Right.
Right. It just has different. A different company might be importing the same milk. You have Palmeros, you have whomever. Right. It's just the same milk actually coming from the same country, whether it's New Zealand or whether it's Canada, USA, Portugal. Right. Sometimes it's the same milk coming months after. Okay, it's the same milk.
So in that.
But context, in general, let me respond. In general, now what I do with respect to products coming in since March 2021, when I'm advising importers, I ask for pre-shipment documentation from an accredited laboratory.
So you're not slowing things down then, because you've already cleared it.
Right. So whatever the product is, I say send me test results from an accredited laboratory. So when I get those, I review them against the standard, and I give them what is called a pre-shipment authorization to bring a commercial quantity.
Got it. Okay.
If I think it's necessary to get a sample to verify, we would do that. So what we are doing now is ease of doing business, because you avoid customs, secondary inspection or whatever it is, the inspectors on the port, you avoid them doing another inspection as well. Because they would check with me and say, did you give this authorization?
Sound like you agree with George.
So,
It doesn't sound like we have a
Yeah.
a lot of disagreement here. Would you say?
No. I think what they're put in place is a system that, you know, and I don't think at that point he's doing a documentary assessment, you know, based on accreditation in country, what it's done, and saying, all right, well, this shipment, you know, is good. Now, I think in new, you know, Dennis is talking about older, you know, regular shipments of. So I mean, that's the kind of measure that's in place. You do that, and you then say, okay, we don't have to inspect these goods. We're satisfied that they meet our requirements. So you know, you've got a control, but it's not an invasive control. It's not one that's going to hold up the goods in the port. You know, so you know, and these are potentially high risk products. You want to make sure, you know, that the milk meets the standard, or the sardines. You know, so if you can accept that. You know, I was sort of talking before about accepting, you know, what the exporting country's controls are. So anything you can do to clear, you know, to get the goods ready before, you know, a risk assessed before you get the goods into the country, you know, that's
progress.
That's a good progress.
We just need to do more of the same.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we don't have enough time to drill down too much, but the point I was trying to make is that there are 3 other agencies that potentially have the power to inspect those. So it's a matter of whether they're going to exercise their discretion or not, and whether in fact these things that we're talking about are going to be actually reposed in the risk management system. So that is one question. The second thing is this. I'm just wondering, countries like Trinidad and Tobago and now Guyana, for whom the petroleum industry is a strategic matter, does their idea of value chain, value addition, their strategy, their business strategy, does it? I would assume that they need a certain amount of freedom, importing for re-export, doing various things and so on. Do their arrangements with these third parties to whom they export, are those arrangements consonant with CARICOM rules, the rules of origin and the CET? Or is it that every shipment they make or every year they have to get a special? I mean, we have a strategic interest here as well. And I'm just wondering whether it is the case that, you know, some people have to work a little harder to do it, and some it's understood.
Is your point about the way in which Trinidad functions, or is it about Jamaica's capacity to have strategic industries that have special norms?
It's really the way in which we interpret the rules on a country-by-country basis in our own interest, in our own national
And your subtext is that Jamaica could be more strategic in interpretation.
It's just a
of the
question,
rules.
because what I hear Ambassador McCook saying at one level is that something about on a case, but you said something about the CT, you know, when you do, and he said, well, a case-by-case basis. There's no general rule yet, but on a case-by-case basis. That suggests that there's some...
Okay, let me just thank you. Let me ask Wayne to react to that. You know, so the question is, are CARICOM partners interpreting rules in their strategic interests? And is that a playbook that we should be emulating?
Yeah. Now, every country interprets the rules it publishes externally in its strategic interest. So I think that's a given. What I think the other participants in the arrangements covered by those rules have to do is to ensure that those strategic interests are applied without violating the rules. Just back to the case-by-case example, that was specific to the suspension procedures for the CET and the safeguard provisions for rules of origin. I don't know that we would want to go into the details of both those instruments and how they're applied, but I wouldn't want them to be conflated as applying to the specific example you mentioned, Jeffrey, where I said we need some more details on that program for me to give a broader response. But the mechanism for suspension and safeguard is applied uniformly to all members of CARICOM on a case-by-case basis. So there is no one rule for one member or one for the other. In terms of the way in which the rules are applied, I usually give the example of the solicitor and the barrister, although that is an updated description of attorneys. But it's important. The solicitor will tell you what the law says in the old days, and the barrister will argue, how do you get your interests without being seen to be in breach? I think if we simplify that in terms of policy, the rules are not going to be changed unless you renegotiate them. And how you apply them reflects a set of choices you make up to the limit provided by that rule. And I think it's important that the discussion on SEZ, for example, right now there is not a provision for SEC products to benefit from preferential trade within the region. But there is a process by which that rule could be reviewed, revised to allow for it if there's agreement among the parties. And I think that that gives a quick flavor of how the strategic interests of Jamaica and equally all other member states could be addressed. In respect of the observation about energy and the development of dedicated sectors in both Trinidad and Tobago historically and now Guyana in the contemporary setting, as well as Suriname, which we should not forget. If they sell to a third country, the entry and market access is based on what that third country permits. If they bring in a product for re-export into CARICOM, it has to meet the CARICOM rules, whatever the product is. But the trade with other countries, excepting on the agreed preferences, is free for each country to decide. There is Article 80 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, which sets out the ways in which you can enter into specific preferential agreements with third countries. And a number of countries, Belize, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, have done so in what are called partial scope agreements. But I don't know, Jeffrey, if I'm going too far into trade policy and negotiations for this particular forum, so I addressed here.
It's a very interesting topic and definitely worth a discussion. But I mean, your headline response, I think, is comprehensive. You know, in that you were describing the application of CARICOM rules, which allows for specific interpretations. Question.
Yes, thank you very much. Seabert Mitchell from the Ministry of Finance. We have been at this matter of trade facilitation overall, looking at inspection protocols, etc., for a very, very long time. Quite frankly, I've gotten trade facilitation fatigued. You know, I know that some time ago there was some contemplation of individual border regulatory agencies having some memorandum of understanding as to how they would facilitate the speedier movement of goods through the ports. I know that has been advanced only to a limited extent. I'm wondering if we are at the point where, and I'm putting it squarely at the feet of the private sector, because the policymakers listen clearly and attentively to what the private sector has to say, because you are the one that drives business in the country. And I'm wondering if it may be necessary for you to make the relevant representation to have relevant memoranda of understanding across the board to treat with some of these issues. So you'd identify simple things as to competencies that exist, and persons or certain agencies would agree based on other expertise that they're aware of to take a back seat where certain inspections, etc., are concerned, and rely on the expertise of others. Because that in itself will take away a lot of the bureaucracy, and it will allow for the freer movement of goods, and it will allow for those goods to reach the consumers at much cheaper costs. So that's something I'm throwing on the table.
Well, for the camera, on behalf of the private sector, I recommend memorandum of understanding across government agencies to ensure harmonized and unified treatment to expedite goods through the terminals. And I think it's a wise point, and it's something that I gather is endorsed by the panelists who are really experts on the matter. And it's good to hear that coming from you as well.
This is a quick question addressed mainly to Stephen and Joe. Listening to them, and correct me if I'm wrong, there appears to be a requirement for double inspection, double certification from us with our laboratories and also in the US. When do we get to the point where the certification from us here is acceptable and standard in the US, or otherwise, knowing that there's going to be certification and inspection in the US, why then bother do it here? Because it appears that for certain products going into the US, there ought to be, and listening to Stephen, that there ought to be certification, and certifications are done by us to ensure quality. But then, when does that quality become acceptable at the port of destination?
Joe, you want to tackle it first, and then Stephen?
Well, I think it depends on products. So there are certain products that from Jamaica that, based on their agreements with regulatory agencies, that are acceptable in the United States, and some of those inspections, for certain types of produce are done here by U.S. regulators to make sure that they can come into the United States without the duplication of effort. So in some areas we do have that compliance, but in others that's because there are different standards for different, whether it's pharmaceuticals, whether it's different types, particularly any type of product that would potentially have impact on human health. Yeah, it depends on the different agencies and the different type of products where we might not necessarily match up, or we don't necessarily have the same an agreement in place. But that's where this third-party accreditation agreement that was recently put in place by the Ministry of Industry and Investment and Commerce and the FDA and other regulating authorities. Hopefully that should reduce the duplication that currently takes place.
So for things other than pharmaceuticals and very sensitive things, this accreditation thing that exists in Jamaica, enterprise entity, ought to reduce the double handling and not require a third person from the US to come down to do what is done here.
Yeah, that's the idea and the purpose of the current agreement.
And you define pharmaceuticals to include everyday cosmetics, or is that just?
Unfortunately, I'm not too. I can't really drill down too deep.
There are some areas that I think are sensitive.
So there are some.
Be aware of. But okay, Stephen, you want to tackle that one? Are we doing enough to reduce double handling by certification agencies here and overseas as an impediment to trade?
Thank you very much. Actually, once the laboratory is accredited by an internationally recognized accreditation body, that accreditation stands anywhere in the world. Where there are, as Joe referred, there are opportunities for improvement, and where there may be challenges with the agreement on where the competencies lie, that's where you may have to double check. Noted that a member state do have the right, but if you are double checking an accredited product, a product tested by an accredited lab, you are actually introducing a technical barrier to trade. So it is generally practiced that once an accredited laboratory would have tested that product, have proven that the product is not harmful, is fit for purpose, then that product should be accepted. And that is where I had mentioned earlier that Jamaica has a particular advantage in the English-speaking Caribbean because they have the widest range of accredited products and accredited labs, and thereby a wider range of products that can be tested by accreditation. That we have this advantage, and we are trying to introduce it across the region, and now the entire CARICOM is pulling in the direction of getting their laboratories accredited, getting their certification bodies accredited, and getting their inspection bodies accredited. And JANAC is the Jamaica agency for accreditation, has been doing work right across the region. And my institution, CrossQ, has been supporting a number of laboratories, inspection bodies, and certification bodies towards accreditation. And in that process, facilitating trade, and that's the basis. We have been able to get project funding to support a number of institutions across the region. So just a little bit of a plug there for our work. And we're working definitely to support those trade facilitation arrangements through which products and processes can be certified and or accredited. So I hope that answers the question.
I think it's very useful, which is that if you're accredited, you ought to be reliable.
As an exporter, then you become caught in trying to get two sets of accreditations.
Chasing different accreditations around the world.
I think there's another question in the back of the room.
I don't know why I'm not seeing the questioners.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shelley Ann Brown, and I'm from the National Certification Body of Jamaica. I felt that it was quite fitting that we get into the conversation. Just in the discourse that has just happened and what I've seen in other meetings, I believe closing the gap, although we do the risk assessment or the regulatory impact assessment, the aim is to look at how we use our scarce resources, at how do we control in terms, because when we remove the regulations, when we reduce the inspection, what will be put in place? And what we have seen in place in other places and in benchmark, it is really the conformity assessment programs, as we have been discussing, the whole accreditation. So we're looking at the number of inspections, but what if we have one certification that's accepted by the regulatory agency? I know Codex Alimentarius, they had a standard, I believe it's still in draft, that looked at accepting voluntary third-party assurance companies' information and use that instead of going and individually doing their inspections. So I believe that when we're looking at changing the regulations, changing the legislatives, that we have to look at the role that conformity assessment play in this aspect. So that's
are you the agency that was spoken about by Stephen when he mentioned that we are the folks with the only accreditation agency?
No, JANAC, they accredit the laboratories and us as certification bodies. We as the certification bodies, we actually give certification to the industry, to MSMEs, mom and pop, single.
I see.
Yes.
And so they go to you to be certified?
And repeat?
The MSMEs get certified by you?
NCBJ, the National Certification Body, and also public entities, because as the competent authorities in your different areas of expertise, once the competent authority is certified, for example, case in point, with the US, the FSMA, which is the Food Safety Modernization Act, it accepts third-party certification. So we can export. We don't need to go through all their agencies. And that's what Jamaica needs to focus on in terms of exporting, in terms of importing. And our motto is certify locally, accepted globally. So if you have a certification, if you have a test result from an accredited lab, then you would not need to, one, when you're importing, when persons are importing to Jamaica, you'll accept that certification. And when you are exporting, you do not have to go through so many inspections because the competent authorities would have already accepted our data, our accreditation, and then making it easier.
Thank you. Sounds like important work.
In that case, it sounds like Tim Tams could make it in without a permit.
Can you certify the Tim Tams for us?
Definitely. I have my card and everything ready for certification.
All right. Thank you very much. We're getting a breakthrough, Pat.
Yes, I think, in listening to the conversation, I was drawn back to the illustration that that William had this morning about being a third party trying to export something locally. So he's not the producer, and the laws don't recognize an intermediary, apparently. So he's an intermediary because he's an agent, and his principal has asked him to procure goods for him. For them, right?
And it's easier to import it.
And he had, it's easier for him to import a product and deliver it to a cruise ship than to buy the product here from the local manufacturer and deliver it to the cruise ship, because he's not the exporter. He's not the producer who has an export certification. He's an intermediary. And, I thought about the same thing with respect to what's happening. I've seen the same thing happening with respect to people buying products in the US who are small traders, and they're not buying it from the manufacturer. So they cannot get a health certificate from the manufacturer because the manufacturer doesn't recognize them, because they're only buying, maybe a container load, whereas, they're not an official distributor. And so when that product comes in here, we're demanding a health certificate. We're demanding all kinds of other documentation which can't be given. It's the same issue that William is facing, trying to be an agent or being an agent and working on behalf of his principals. So I think, somehow we also have to think about how do we manage that, because why stop an agent from delivering goods? I mean, that's exports that we are foregoing.
Stopping an emerging economy,
an emerging business.
Yep. I mean, I guess the question is, at what level can we certify once we buy into the risk management mindset? So, and I think that, is squarely within the realm of the discussion we're having here. Once we accept the principles that were laid out.
I don't understand that. I mean, when you were saying that earlier, it just makes no sense, at all. I mean, in a logical, looking at it from externally, saying, why can't someone buy something and export the product? I mean, where in the law is it? Where is it? I mean, it's something surely you can change. I mean,
I don't think he has an exporter's license, so he's not registered to JAMPRO.
But I think that the question is that the certification seems to rely heavily on the initial manufacturer to bring something forward that says, now one could argue that since it's already here, whatever test was applied has already been applied.
Remember, there are two aspects. One is the regulations to export and get the export license. And the other, though, even...
But that you could get.
And no, the other one is then to get a zero-rated valuation from the tax authorities. Remember, an export is zero-rated. And then if you have to pay the GCT for an export, then to get a zero-rated certification from tax authorities to allow you, then the process, what I'm saying is that you do it every week, importing 6 containers of beer from Miami and getting to a cruise ship next week. To get an approval for a zero-rated certification to then export, then those are the issues that make it quite difficult.
Okay. You think the policymakers would listen to the private sector on this one as well at the Ministry of Finance?
Always listen to the private sector.
What I hear being said is that, the standard form trade, there's a kind of a consensus around reform, stuff is coming into the country. But the idea of Jamaica being a place where things come in and go out is part of the future. My understanding is that the new customs legislation is going to do something about that. Is that a fair statement for those who are familiar with it? No? Okay, let me we don't necessarily need to put you on the spot. I mean, the objective here is to formulate the concerns, but William Brown is saying that the discussion today addressed trading across borders in the scenario in which something is coming into Jamaica and ends up being consumed right here. But there's a whole category of activity that's important to our economic development in which things are likely to come into Jamaica and go back out again. And there's a whole set of complexity around that part of our economy that we need to facilitate. And I guess the question is there any reason for optimism when we consider that? Is customs thinking about a world in which Jamaica makes money with things coming in and going back out again onto cruise ships or via free zones, or how do you view that, I guess, is the question.
All right, so as it relates to the new new Customs Act 2020 that is currently before Parliament, you know, fundamentally that's a forward-looking legislation. And logistics as and have always been contemplated so that we can improve in the way how we service logistics. So a part of that is inward and outward exporting, right? Inward and outward processing, sorry. And so that allows for the imports of goods, the value added, and those be re-exported. So in that context, of course, certainly. Now, as it relates to even the recent amendment, I say recent, but it's several years ago, 2014 amendment, which allows for how we treat with our customs management system as a CUDA, that in itself also allows for greater appreciation in how we treat with logistics. Now, when we talk about logistics, that is a evolving area. If I ask you, Mr. All, what do you define logistic as? You will give me your own definition. And if I ask my friend here, you will give me his definition. There are a myriad of definitions, and that may be a good thing as well, but that also shows how wide this area is, and that we need to have greater conversation with all the players to really ensure that we are satisfying this growing need and this very wide area, right? But just to indicate that, yes, there is a lot of areas in the Act that really looks at treating with logistics. Now, when we speak about the Act, I just want to go before. The Act doesn't come on its own. And I think somebody made a reference to it earlier. It has to do with the policy intent of government, right? But that policy intent has to come from listening to our private sector, listening to what the figures are saying with data and the trend as it relates to trade. And so it is not done in isolation. And as you are aware, there was and continue to be significant consultation with the trade to ensure that they have a significant say in the development of this very important bill that really is there to serve the trade. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
I like to get them involved.
Raquel, were you?
Let me extend the conversation.
Sorry about that.
You weren't in the conversation this morning, but the commissioner is completely right. And the process that we've worked through over the years.
You would say that, though, wouldn't you?
Yes, in but the extent of the conversation is that to facilitate trade and the conversation from this morning, what I spoke about just now are 3 different agencies that are involved, and is then to get the different multiple agencies, 3, 4, 5, 6, to be able to speak in one voice and to move in accordance. So in that regard, we
I get it. You're saying it's beyond a customs issue, it's a multi-agency issue. Well said.
Thank you. Chandeline Davis from the Jamaica Customs Agency. Just to say, I was about to say that what Mr. Brown also said, because with respect to inward and outward processing, it would be a part of what we agreed to in the TFA. However, it is a multi-agency effort, and the policy intent has to be clearly defined. And so what we have done, as Commissioner says, to make room in general application within the legislation for that, to accommodate what decisions are taken at that level, at the policy level, so that customs can move forward in the development of procedures and processes to adequately facilitate where the trajectory that the government wants to go in.
And is there some ambiguity about the government's commitment to what, let's call it the logistics, just for, I know that you're saying that that's ambiguous, but to the movements of goods in and out? You've both yourself and the Commissioner referred to the importance of policy direction. Is there, in your view, big picture, absolute policy commitment to Jamaica being able to participate in this inbound, outbound logistics business, or is there some ambiguity about that?
Well, I think that there is a desire to go in that direction. There are, on many occasions, discussions or questions raised within the private sector as well as in government, but I believe that there is need for both public and private sector to have a better understanding of what it entails. And so that will guide us in ensuring that whatever model we adopt, it reflects what Jamaica needs and serves our needs best. And that's where I'm going to take
So it's the same point the Commissioner is making, is that we all say we want logistics, but we might mean different things when we say it. Okay.
That's a true point. And, but I'd like to say on the Customs Act, I personally called Minister Phillips, Minister of Finance at the time, about the Customs Act being passed. He told me that it was going to a select committee, which it did, and we presented at that select committee. So I don't know how many years ago that is. I don't know why the government or the governments are holding up the new Customs Act. It's been there waiting on enactment.
But, you know, I think somebody had referenced, you know, your...
Chairman, I don't know what it is, and I don't think it lays at the foot of customs. It lays in the foot of the Parliament. It needs to be enacted.
No. It needs regulations, need to be written.
So we have more work to do.
Yes, but Chairman, we are out of time.
Okay.
And
speaking of regulations,
there is the head of JNAC, which is our accreditation agency, online, who wanted to say something. Perhaps you might give.
Absolutely. Can we take one last comment from Customs, because I know that they deserve the right to have the last word on this, and then we can go to.
All right. So I just want to speak as it relates to the Customs Bill of 2020. And you mentioned about a previous former minister, and that a bill was before during that time. But I am making reference to the work that went into this current bill that is currently in Parliament. It went through Joint Select Committee. The report was accepted, and now what we're basically waiting on is for that principal act to be passed. I am confident, I am optimistic that that will happen in this year. But there is, of course, as my friend mentioned here, it is also the regulations, because we all know that the regulation gives the legs to the principal act. And that regulation is, of course, currently being worked on with the Customs Agency and other partners. Now, we also always engage our stakeholders. And so you will see us sending out consultation papers for comments, because that is also important. So just letting you know that, especially for my friend here, Charlie, that it will be finalized. All right? Thank you.
Janak?
It's a time come.
Thank you very much. Last word, Janak.
My name is Sharon May Shirley, and I'm the CEO of Jamaica National Agency for Accreditation, JANAC. I just wanted to add a little to the conversation that you've been having with respect to compliance with testing and inspection and certification activities that's required by our trading partners. The Jamaica National Agency for Accreditation, JANAC, we accredit testing, medical testing, calibration labs, as well as inspection bodies and certification bodies in Jamaica. And in fact, we operate in 10 Caribbean states where we provide these accreditation services. I want to thank Stephen for making that plug earlier, and the other members who spoke about this facility that JANAC of Jamaica, through our Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, offers to the Caribbean region. With respect to the conversation that you were having regarding the FDA, JANAC, as was mentioned, is one of 4 accreditation bodies that accredited or approved by the US FDA globally to provide accreditation to their accredited third-party certification program. What this means for Jamaica and for the region is that those certification bodies, like our NCBJ that Shelley-Ann mentioned just now, once accredited by JANAC, they will now be able to certify products going into the US, and these products can participate in the US Voluntary Qualified Importer Program that gives them expedited access into the US market. So for this, we are excited because this facility is a game changer for Jamaica and the Caribbean region. And what I want to add is that of the 11 scopes that the FDA grants these approvals for, JANAC is the only accreditation body right now that has 10 of these scopes. I also want to mention, because I heard the conversation regarding duplicative testing with tests being done or inspections being done in Jamaica and then having to be done in the target market. As Stephen mentioned, once the tests are done by an accredited facility, and I would say by a JANAC accredited facility, JANAC is internationally recognized, and as he mentioned, we're the only internationally recognized accreditation body in the English-speaking Caribbean. It means that when we accredit labs to the ISO IEC 17025 standard for testing laboratories and for our medical testing and inspection bodies, their test results, their inspection results are accepted in all the target markets. The issue that we have is that the scope of the accreditation. So we do have several labs that are accredited to provide test results for food tests and environmental tests and product testing of varying sorts. But the scope of the lab that is accredited may not cover all the tests that are required for the particular product. So what we are encouraging our stakeholders, those labs that are already accredited, and they have been doing this year on year to expand their scope to cover all the tests that they provide. And for those new players who are coming on board to seek accreditation, we're also, and I think Stephen mentioned this point, is that it is important for our business community or manufacturers or exporters to go to an accredited lab. So it's important for them to use their money wisely when they are spending that dollar to make sure that they use an accredited lab, and for them to be intentional in identifying whether or not this lab is accredited for the full scope of the products that they are exporting to the target market. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. I mean, JANAC sounds impressive and transformational. I just want to thank our panelists, Stephen Ferguson, Wayne McCook, George Grace, Joe James, for a very, very interesting panel. And to those who participated, really appreciate that as well. I hope it didn't come across, at least from my perspective, as critical, but more as supportive of the very important work that's done in trade facilitation in Jamaica. And Pat, I hope this met your expectations. Thank you.
So we'll have a quick video while we make a set change.
Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, JACRA, is now being onboarded to the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Commencing November 1, 2021, JSwift will be facilitating online applications for all JACRA import permit releases. Traders and their agents will now be able to make online payments for JACRA cess. Benefits will include faster processing times and increased convenience, facilitating trade and ease of doing business. No more walk-ins or waiting in long lines. The JACRA Import Permit Release Service, commencing November 1 on JSwift.
Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agents to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
The aim is to transition the physical paper documentations through a seamless interconnected online access point with the over 20 cross-border regulatory agencies in Jamaica. Effective August 23, 2021, all exporters or their brokers requiring a certificate of origin from the Trade Board Limited must submit their application using the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Therefore, all locally manufactured goods and agricultural produce for export must have an authorized certificate of origin. This is in order to access and obtain preferential treatment in other territories and markets. A certificate of origin is a declaration form indicating the country in which the commodity or goods are manufactured. This document also provides details about the product and the country it is being exported to.
The JSwift system now brings a fully digitalized service where all of that can be done from the convenience, whether it is your home, your office, or wherever it is. And also the services that are being carried out by the respective BRAs, those can be fulfilled within the same ecosystem or same ecospace. And of course, the approved permit or certificate can be retrieved electronically. So there's no more moving in terms of physical dropping off of documents, etc. All of that is being done online.
The Trade Board Limited, TBL, one of the authorized border regulatory agencies for approving certificates of origin, reviews the trader or agent application and grants approval. The trader or agent is then able to print the approved certificate of origin using the JSwift system.
When our clients submit certificates online, those certificates are automatically assigned to an officer for processing, and what we do is that we log into the system and we retrieve the documents that are assigned to us. We check information for the company that is exporting the products. We also do a check to ensure that all items have been approved by Trade Board Limited and that these items are really deemed certified for exports.
The trader or agent prepares the JSwift Certificate of Origin application to obtain preferential treatment under the relevant trade agreements. The trader or agent then pays for the application and await the feedback from TBL.
The feedback from our client is that this is a preferred method because they are always indicating to us that they want online, no physical document to be submitted to them. Jerry and Nebby, our primary client, would submit the document to us online by email for us to prepare a certificate of origin for various CARICOM countries. What we normally do is we prepare the CARICOM invoice, we scan that document online, and then we go on JSwift platform and we prepare the certificate of origin. This normally takes about 10-15 minutes, after which we submit for payment. Once the document is paid, then it takes about 24 hours for the process to be prepared, after which we submit this document to our client.
Leading the implementation of JSwift is the Jamaica Customs Agency. It's also the host and operator of the platform in partnership with cross-border regulatory agencies. The benefits of traders include greater convenience and faster processing time, online application, payment and approval, online access to the approved certificate of origin, plus a system-generated CARICOM invoice. JSwift, your window to trade. Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agents to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
JSwift, your window to trade.
The Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, JACRA, is now being onboarded to the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Commencing November 1, 2021, JSwift will be facilitating online applications for all JACRA import permit releases. Traders and their agents will now be able to make online payments for JACRA cess. Benefits will include faster processing times and increased convenience, facilitating trade and ease of doing business. No more walk-ins or waiting in long lines. The JACRA Import Permit Release Service, commencing November 1 on JSwift.
Committed to improving and simplifying the processes of cross-border trade, Jamaica is now fully implementing the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift.
JSwift is a single portal which allows for traders or their agents to submit applications to the respective border regulatory agencies. That is to obtain a certificate or permit, any sort of approval that is involved in cross-border trade.
The aim is to transition the physical paper documentations through a seamless interconnected online access point with the over 20 cross-border regulatory agencies in Jamaica. Effective August 23, 2021, all exporters or their brokers requiring a certificate of origin from the Trade Board Limited must submit their application using the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Therefore, all locally manufactured goods and agricultural produce for export must have an authorized certificate of origin. This is in order to access and obtain preferential treatment in other territories and markets. A certificate of origin is a declaration form indicating the country in which the commodity or goods are manufactured. This document also provides details about the product and the country it is being exported to.
If I may have your attention, please. Let me start by thanking especially the Ms. Francis, the Government of Jamaica, as well as the Trade Facilitation Task Force. This is with the design that there's nobody allowed to sit on the panel. And I have the liberty while talking, I can sit either here or I can go there or there. So it's all to me. it's not that I will talk too much. It is because the session has been structured in a manner that you should talk more. So I'm here to listen, and whatever you will say, that will be taken note of it and would be presented tomorrow at the breakfast when we are meeting the ministers, that what is going to be the way forward. I was threatened of my solo performance that somebody from UNCTAD is going to join, but on reconfirmation, I found that that was just a hoax, just to lower my confidence. But before I ask you to speak, let me give you, I'm not trying to sum up what I heard from this morning here, except for one comment that I think I have not seen since long such a rich and engaged discussion in any of the meetings in any country I have gone to. So it was absolutely amazing, and all credit goes to you. But I would like to share, let me call it 10 commandments, which usually I practice when I go to any of those events or I'm trying to assist a partner country about trade facilitation. Majority of them know me that I'm too old in this business. So I was involved with the trade facilitation, not from the day zero, but day minus when the trade facilitation agreement. So my first, out of the 10 commandments, first on my list is that when I was reading the topic of today's event, the first word was competitive. And what competitive means in the simple words, your competitiveness depends upon two main segments which are interdependent and related. One is the productive efficiency, and the other is the transactional efficiency. And since this morning, we have been talking more about the transactional efficiency, and that's where I would keep myself also talking, because we are in the field dedicated sessions about the trade facilitations. And when I say transactional efficiency, that precisely means from the producer premises till the retailer's shelf, if not at the consumer's premises. So all those processes, whether it is of domestic transportation, whether it is port, whether it is logistics, whether it is formalities, whether it is quality assurance, so everything determines how efficient you are in the transaction terms or how competitive you are. And let me assure you, these are so interlinked and interdependent things that your weakest link is going to determine your efficiency. So it is not that custom has done very well, so now they can clear the consignment instead of say 8 hours in 2 hours. If your port authority cannot deliver it to the domestic transporter in less than 15 minutes. If they deliver in 5 hours, then your efficiency is again dragged back to 5 hours. So your weakest link will determine your efficiency. Secondly, when I was talking, reading this topic of today, the safe and the secure, that also speaks of, and I think we spoke about two things. One is that it is not about your mandate. Your mandate is what you have been given to discharge by your own government. But it is how you discharge that mandate, how you fulfill the role which has been given to you by your government from the national perspective. It is not your own agency efficiency. It is how your agency is contributing towards your national development. And in that context, the most important, and I think it was mentioned many times today also, is about the mindset. That how you approach the issue. Whether you are approaching the issue that I want to control this, or you are approaching the issue that while exercising my mandate, I want to facilitate this shipment. Everything changes except your mandate, how you exercise that mandate, and that is very important in the trade facilitation field. Third point which I want to share is about and I'm sure many of the private sector business people are still sitting here. One of the wise person I was reading said that war is too important to be left to the generals. It's more important in my case where I come from. Jamaica is not into the war business. But this is equally true about the trade facilitation. That trade facilitation is too important to be left to only the government. The private businesses would determine the quality of the trade facilitation. And that starts even by making your demands that this is what we want. Then how you advocate your rightful demands. Then how you provide the monitoring and the feedback to the government that this is still not working well and we want it to be adjusted. So the private sector is at the heart of it, and coming from the agency ITC, which in the UN family is the only agency which has been mandated to work with the private sector, and especially on the internationalization of the SMEs. So this is another on my list for the TF. We talked about a lot about border agency coordination. It is a synergetic effort. You can be very good in your own mandate, in your own procedures, but unless you do it in a coordinated manner, you will never achieve that desired result. And it's not me who is saying, it is what we hear from across the globe from the different private sector people, that the best service to us is when the agencies talk to each other and then talk to collectively, not individually, collectively talk to us. The kind of reforms or demands which takes place after that consultation is definitely more business friendly. So any of your reform, whether it is act, whether it is regulation, whether it is procedure, it has to have the business perspective into it, that how a business who is doing, government is not into doing business. Government is definitely facilitating that business. It is the traders, the operators who are doing it. So we have to keep that perspective while designing and implementing any of the reforms. Few of the key things for the trade facilitation, and I'm setting this scene for the context because when I throw the ball towards you, you have to think through all these things, that what you need to make it happen. So next on my list is the transparency. And I say the transparency is sunshine which disinfects everything. So if I know as a trader that what I have to do, how I have to do, then I can decide to do it or not to do it. But at least I should know if I have to do certain export or import or a business, how I should be doing that business. And transparency is never enough, never more, except with one, I would say, element which I want to flag, and that is that you have to differentiate between transparency and the nudity. As long as you don't cross that border, transparency is never enough. So the more you do it, the more it is. We also heard in the context of the transparency, and I think it came from William when he was speaking, representing the Shipping Association, about the predictability. That is equally important as important is the transparency. If I go to say I have to send a bouquet to one of my dear ones on the birthday, and I go to an agency and ask them, oh, I want to send this bouquet. What I will ask, how much would it cost, and when it would reach the recipient. They will tell me these two parameters, then I will take a decision whether I want to send it or not, because it might reach when the birthday is over. But if they say, we don't know, that would mean that whatever they are doing, there is neither a transparency there nor a predictability. So I cannot make my business decisions if my government is not telling me in a transparent manner and a predictable manner that this is we will be do. And I think the customs over time was a very, very pertinent example to be brought into this context that there has, you charge instead of $5, charge $6, charge $7. But give me the predictability that I'll charge you when you will have this service, I will charge you $7. Don't tell me that, no, we will calculate when you will come to me. I'm not saving my $2, but I want my business planning to be done when I can have $7 expense accounted for when I am making my business case. If I'm not doing that, then there is something wrong somewhere, and then whatever is going to be my business output, and as somebody put it, business always sees from the angle of the dollarization, the money sign. So make it predictable and then make it cheaper or efficient, not the other way around. So that is also very important when you are seeing this. Simplification and harmonization and aligning with your regional partners within the agencies, again, something which cannot be overemphasized. So whatever those procedures are across the agencies, within agencies sometimes there are procedures, within the ministries there are different departments, where are the procedures, so you need to align and harmonize, only then you can bring the efficiency and facilitate your trade. We are living in an era, I think I would take it as a blessing, where what we were doing a few months ago is now might be seen as outdated. So the technology has enabled us, whether it is a risk management, whether post-clearance audit, whether it is accreditation, whether it is your portal, whether it is the customs code or the custom procedures, to, if you design it with this perspective, technology is going to help you a lot. Sometimes some technologies which are the newer technology, like the AI, like the blockchain and machine learning and those kind of things, of course they are also very fancy, very useful, and it should be used, but the existing technologies are good enough to help our businesses to grow and our government to exercise its mandate. Remember this, that whether it is technology, whether it is reforms, they are like young children. They are attractive, they look good, but they always need time to mature. So whatever the route you will take, you have to give yourself the time so that it can mature and give the dividend as you are thinking and investing for that in it. I heard a lot about, when we were talking about the export management, the over-regulations. I have been fortunate to work a lot with many of you in Jamaica, and I would say this is one area combined with, I would say, not border agency coordination to that level, which many of the countries which are at the same level of the development or lower than Jamaica are doing it. So this is, I would say, a pain point in Jamaica about the over-regulations and the border agency coordination. At the same time, it might sound as if I'm criticizing in a negative sense, but I am highlighting an opportunity that there is some more room to improve and more room to get the result and address the concerns of your business sectors in a manner which is more business friendly and which is more according to the mandate of the government. The second last on my list is that when you are planning the reforms, and this is one of the events which will feed into that reforms, whatever you are trying to do, do it in a timed manner. There should be a clear timed, I think the minister also said it in very equivocal terms, that it is not what you are doing, tell me when you are doing, and then I will monitor that what you have done and what you have not done. So timed, and timed in a manner, when you are talking about the time, it automatically comes that you have to assign the responsibility, and the responsibility of the implementation and responsibility of the coordination. And here, learning from the experience of the many of the countries, I can share with you that your trade facilitation task force can be probably the best agency or best entity as far as designing or as far as coordination is concerned. But don't involve an agency like Trade Facilitation Task Force into implementation. The implementation should be to the respective border regulatory agencies who are exercising their mandate. But trade facilitation can be coordinated, can be responsible, can be answerable, so that you can bring in the responsibility and the accountability aspect into it, whatever you're doing. And before opening the floor, my last point, and the last point is that any reforms, any policy is as good as it is implemented. If it is not implemented the way you want to implement, regardless how good the legislation is, it doesn't mean anything. And for any effective compliance, there are two sides of a coin. One is that your agency should have the capacity to design and implement, like risk management, like post-clearance audit, like inspections, or all those kind of things. And there is also, because whatever the government is designing or reforming, it is for the businesses, and they should also be helped to comply with those reforms. It could be only from the perspective that they don't know. I think I would very much appreciate the GenEC and JNCB, and I sensed in the room as if everybody is not aware what they are doing, or how much depth they have achieved, and how much they can benefit you. So it could be awareness. It could be how to organize yourself so that you can effectively advocate to your government that these are the reforms we need. Or it could be on the site coaching that no, some of us which are smaller, we need some kind of hand holding how to navigate these procedures of the customs or the veterinary agencies or those kind of things. And similarly, for the public sector, it's going to be depending upon their need, their requirement, that they want to learn the best practices, they want to learn how to compare yourself with other economies, what are the tools available, what are those kind of things. So I'll stop here and now stop talking and in a mode of listening. So please, whichever agency you are, identify yourself, tell your needs. I think this is the time that if you specify your needs, it is a wish list. So let it go to the minister's level to prioritize. But whatever you think from your business perspective, if you are in the private sector, or from your government entity, from your mandate perspective, whatever you need is the requirement for you to better either discharge your mandate or comply with the reformed procedures, that you should spell out. And I'm sure there are persons who are taking notes, and that would then be put to the decision makers for prioritization and the time frame and arrange for the resources. I'll stop here, and I already see a hand, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Keisha Williams. I'm from Kingston Logistics Center. I enjoyed your presentation, sir. And what stood out, competitiveness, when you mentioned the need to be competitiveness and the importance of being competitive in this market. For agencies to look at other agencies, the business perspective, and also being business friendly. And I just want to share my experience. From time to time, we have export containers. So KLC does a lot of value added services. And the market is very competitive. But the export process can never be successful unless that container goes on the vessel at the time when we tell the exporter that it will arrive on the vessel. What I find is that we will put our containers on the terminal, say like 4 days before vessel arrival. And I'm in no sense discounting what customs need to do. Of course, they have their risk management, and of course, they need to secure the borders and do the inspection. But when we put our containers 4 days on the terminal, the vessel has now arrived, and is that at that point when we are hearing that the container needs to be inspected. What that has caused, because the container is on the terminal for 4 days, right? So we can't load on the next week's vessel because that vessel is now bypassing. So we have to load on the other week's vessel. So that container is on the port really for almost 20 days before it can set sail. So it's very important for the agencies to understand what business is going through. We have said to our customer that, listen, we can do this. We're adding value-added services. He doesn't need to go to the shipping line to get rates. So here comes KLC showing that, okay, we can take the hassle out of everything. So now that customer has lost his competitiveness because he did not reach to the market on time. And I have also lost my competitive edge. So I just want entities to understand the business perspective. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you very much. You have endorsed whatever I was trying to say. Thank you very much for that. And that again calls for, I think, the point which was made in the morning also about the predictability, that the business should know that the customs needs not 4 days, they need 7 days, so your container has to be there. I'm not saying it should be 7 days. I'm saying, but it should be predictable that in this number of days, whatever the formalities needs to be completed would be completed. You have to spell your demands for any assistance which you want, so that you can. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Novelette Henry Matheson from Kingston Logistics Center. If I'm to refer back to the topic of facilitating trade, particularly as it speaks to being competitive, no disrespect to the group here, because I know we're doing our best in trying to make this happen. But I think we are really talkers as a people, we are. I mean, the phone companies, Jamaica is like a profit center to Flow and Digicel. And if any other service provider should come in the market, they're targeting Jamaica, because we really talk. And that includes me. But of course, I do that for a job, right? I'm head of sales, head of marketing and sales, and special project. But the point I'm making, we have been doing logistics forever. Logistics is nothing new to us. But I think we are all looking at it as a buzzword, and it's nothing new. We all of us in this room have done logistics. We move ourselves from home to work, that's logistics. Moving people. We take our kids to school. God, I don't have any, but yeah. We take our kids to school, pick them up, drop them off, that sort of thing. That's logistics. And of course, what we are more accustomed to is moving cargo. And of course, that's logistics. And we have been doing this. We're talking about a clerk, a custom broker clerk on the ground. He's doing logistics. He does that every day. I mean, shipping is one of the oldest, trade, profession. Profession is the word I'm looking for. And we have been doing this forever. What we need to do is to perfect it. Perfect logistics. We know what it is, but we just need to perfect it. Persons mentioned earlier, Mr. Brown, he mentioned about the processes. We need to reduce the steps. Reduce the steps, execute. So what are we doing? The question, as for the topic, say, what will it take? What will it take for us to do this better? And of course, one of the things is to reduce the processes in terms of the various steps that we have to go through in making this happen. One of the things I didn't hear was cost. How to be competitive. Cost is a big factor, a big component that affects this whole process of us doing logistics. To the point where I need to make reference to, we have to compare ourselves to the like of a Panama. Panama does transshipment, right? When you look at a Panama cost for port charges, they're currently moving a container at $165. Our rate is currently to the high of $450. You're talking about 63% thereabout? And that's affecting people's costs. When a customer reach out to us, because this is what we do. We do value added. Our business model, part of our mandate was to do transshipment exclusively when we started back in 2006. But we're not competitive. When you compare a port cost of, back then it was $20 as opposed to $350. Now it's $165 as opposed to $450. Persons they don't want to do business here. They don't want to do business here. They're moving their goods to like of a Panama, Carcedo in Domrep, or Costa Rica even. You know, so what does it take for us to make this happen? How do we execute in moving forward? I need to speak also to the issue of how our cargo is being handled. If you look at you normally say, if there's a problem, go to the root of the problem, right? To solve it. And so I'm thinking that for cargo coming into Jamaica, they're loaded at a port, right? Whether it's in the States, Europe, you name it. Similar to how when we're exporting goods from Jamaica, there are various processes that we have to adhere to. Canine inspection, CT inspection in some cases, and ensure that there's no contraband or anything that goes into that container. Similarly, we should also engage our counterpart in the States or in Europe to do the same. Because if those containers are properly checked security-wise, they may not land in Jamaica with contraband, right? So what that means, it will give Jamaica Customs more time to concentrate on facilitation of trade. I honestly think that the portfolio of the Ministry of Security should be shifted back from the Commissioner to the Ministry of Security. So the Customs Agency can concentrate on facilitation of trade. I honestly think so. I think we're giving the Commissioner basket to carry water. I honestly think so. Also, we have to look at our infrastructure. I am not so sure, so I'm going to ask somebody in the audience who maybe can confirm whether or not are we there in the dredging of our ports. I know it was at 13 point something in draft. Where is it now? We should be at 14 to say accommodate a 14,000 TEU vessel. I'm not sure if we're there. I mean, initially when we started, Panama started their expansion at the same time back in, I think, 2016. Where are we? Are we at the 14.5 draft to accommodate these larger vessels that are being built? China, they're putting out vessels every day. They are large TEU vessels. Can we accommodate them? So it speaks to the infrastructure. Are we ready to move forward to make logistics happen? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
A question I want to ask. Well, I'm asking a question and I'm also making a comment. And it pertains to the last point that was made by the member. In dredging operations, if it is recognized that the standard vessel has a draft of, as she mentioned, 14.5, is it a case that when we are doing our preparations, we concentrate on reaching that mark, or is it a case that we look at a standard which will surpass same? And if not, why not? Is it a case whereby, having done the cost-benefit analysis, it would not be feasible? And so that is specific to dredging. But I'm going even further as it relates to general trade facilitation and other administrative issues that we treat with. My strong suggestion is that in dealing with the matters that we're currently treating with or attempting to treat with, that we don't just react to what exists now. We need to be forward thinking. We have the technology that we can deploy to make a determination what will be the norm in another 10, 20, 30 years from now. And my suggestion is that if we want to become a first world country, we have to stop being reactive, which means that we have to stop planning for what exists now, and we have to put infrastructure and other systems in place to accommodate what is going to happen somewhere down the line, which not necessarily is going to benefit us, but will benefit generations to come. That is a legacy that we should choose to leave. So I'm throwing that out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think that we are planning forward. I don't have the exact numbers. I mean, I have access to the numbers, but I can't remember them quite now. But it's not just the depth. It's also climate change, because we are being told by certain lines that unless we comply and have, because the Port of Kingston is one of the worst ports when it comes to carbon emissions. And we've been told by some of the lines that unless we put things in place to reduce our carbon footprint, that they cannot call here, right? So the ports are having also to think about climate smart approaches to what they do, the equipment that they use on the port, etc. So it is forward thinking, has to include some of these things as well. But of course, the infrastructure that one has to put in place when you dredge down, you have to reinforce your seawall. And so, you know, it's a significant investment. But I see that there is probably somebody who knows more than I do.
No, Alfred McDonald, Kingston Wharves. Not responding to that question. I have another type of input. My input has to do with the training needs. Do we have a proper assessment of the skills gap to treat with the compliance issues that are being spoken of here? And who is actually deliberately taking on closing that skills gap? So that's a question I'd like to ask. We have Mind here. We have probably some other person from academia. But I think that's a key question. Also, the increased need to digitize the industry is something that we need to look at. And what deliberate steps are we making and taking to close those gaps? We do know, and somebody mentioned it earlier, that some of our friends in the north, they do come and take some of our skills away. Are we training sufficiently to be able to treat with those kinds of issues? So those are the questions that I'd like to raise at this point.
No, thank you very much. I'm sure Ms. Francis would be in a better position, but as a learning from other countries, I can say that any training needs assessment can be done, one, from the agency perspective itself, so which is inward looking, that how they want to discharge the duties which has been assigned, and then there could be at the national level also that these are our priorities, these are our development sectors, this is where we see Jamaica as a country 20 years, or 15 years, or 30 years down the line, and for that we need to do these kind of things. So one, I think the agencies has to see what they want to do, but also this is our services available we do with certain countries in a particular area, that we sit with the businesses, we sit with the agencies and try to identify what their needs are and then adjust our capacity programs accordingly. And many of the capacity providing agencies or entities or the organization or the development partners definitely follow that route.
You mentioned before that the process is as long as the weakest link. I guess this is really for Pat to find out if we've gone, well, I know we've gone through the process, but have we identified those weakest links, and what is it that we're doing to try and optimize those links? I know I mentioned earlier that we have modernized the Customs Act, but I don't think we've looked at the Wharfage Act. And that could be a link that we need to look at to see if we can get the process and the ease and speed of doing business going a little bit faster. I know that we've had some discussions, and I also liked what Mind had said earlier. I think we are our worst enemy. Sometimes we're in meetings and I say, but why are we doing it this way? Why can't we do it this more efficient way? And the response is, well, Rachel, from Jesus was a boy, that's how we've been doing it. And I said, well, Jesus grew up. So there comes a time that we can look at doing things more efficiently. And I think that's one of the things that's holding us back, is that change management internally. I mean, we can look to government or we can look to policy, but unless we address that change management within our individual agencies and industries, I don't think we're going to be able to get to where we're trying to get to.
Thank you very much for endorsing. I can only say that there's only one parameter, especially when we are talking about the trade facilitation and the international trade. If whatever you are trying to do, it is reducing your time and cost of doing business, then you are doing certainly something right. And if time is not being reduced, cost is not being reduced, you need to look back. There is something seriously wrong, because that is not what the trade facilitation is. Thank you very much for that.
Any more questions? Contributions, Mind?
Right. Good afternoon again. Prudence from Mind. So I can only speak to the side of the public sector in regards to your question, sir, and what the agency Mind has led through the collaboration, Cabinet Office, OPM, and all our major stakeholders is what we call the public sector learning framework. And that's pretty much the professionalization of the entire public service. And so you'll have these different professional pathways which are really aligned to the needs of your particular stakeholders. So one element of that public sector learning framework, which is really anchored in a learning and development policy, which has recently been approved through Cabinet. So it's for the implementation of that to really start. And all the timelines which we've mentioned so far are expressed in the learning and development policy. But one element of the public sector learning framework is the competency gap analysis. And so can you imagine it's about 200,000, maybe more, public officers, and there are perhaps almost 200 ministries, departments, and agencies. So it's a big machinery to move. But there is a very structured approach, a framework that is expressed of how it would be done, but it is in the pipelines, it is approved at a particular level, and it will be rolled out. So as we've been saying before, what is going to be important is that everybody who is a part of that process to ensure that these competencies that we need, I'm a firm believer, whatever got us here can't get us into the future. It is what else do we need? And so when those stakeholder meetings and so on are called, it's for us to play our part in that, because that is the information we will then use as a secretariat and a key implementer to then fashion what those learning and development interventions look like, what those leadership development interventions look like, and thereafter we can have the discussion about impact. I mean, the largest figure we heard was about 1 billion being used for public officers, maybe about 2,000 persons in terms of their development, and then what is the impact of that? So when the question was asked, unfortunately it couldn't be answered. So as we go forward, it is not only to train, it is not only to develop in the different areas, but then to be able to see what is the impact. Are my colleagues here, are they seeing greater levels of efficiency? What are those KPIs that we're using? So that's a roundabout way to say it is coming, it is approved, and it's just a matter of it coming out of the pipeline soon.
Great.
Okay, this gentleman from Kingston Wharves, he asked a question about the digitalization. Oh, Stan? Oh, I'm not a good DJ, although I'm a Jamaican. Paradox. Yes, you asked about digitalization. Now, the real guru in the room on that is Andre. For some reason, he isn't saying anything, so I'm going to draw his tongue, right? Pull his tongue. There are a number of things that are being done, right? And when we speak about JISTV, well, everybody knows about ASECUDA, which is really mainly for the customs, although ASECUDA also helps the BRAs, okay? Such risk management functionality as we now have already, and elementary functionality, but that is residing in ASECUDA. We intend to build it out further in JISTV so that each BRA will have its own risk universe, right, and its own scenarios. Now, so when we speak about JISTV, traditionally it has been, or heretofore, it has been mainly dealing with the permitting process. So this is what happens before the goods arrive. So we're talking now, we're dealing with and actually developing what happens after. So that's the post-arrival and the pre-departure. So we're talking about paperless clearance. You had heard about that already, which involved both the document checking and a number of other things leading to inspection. The intention there being that the trader's agent, the broker clerk, whoever, should not have to be touching paper at all. The solution there resides in a number of issues. Some of them have to do with hardware, some software, different layers of software, but that is going on under Andrea's good leadership. What we in the Trade Facilitation Reform Program Management Office would like to see, one of the things is that the Oscars, the Oscar Academy Awards that was held last week, gives us a very good tagline. The film that won the Oscar, the Best Picture, title was Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Right? I'm sorry that they thought of it first, because that is what we should have as our tagline. We want to see a total integration. We have ASECUDA, we have JSwift, we have the Port Community System, and our good friend and colleague, Dwayne was here this morning, but he's gone. He's in charge of the Port Community System. We know the minister mentioned the National Business Portal, and Shillette is here as well from JAMPRO. And then we have JTIP, which we heard quite a bit about as well. Now, whenever I hear anybody ask about what is a website, what is the site, and people start to talk about www, my head starts to hurt. Because I can't believe in 2023 we're still talking about www, right? We have the search engines just have to get one piece of the thing and they find everything else. But more seriously, we don't want to put the user, we don't want to send them on a treasure hunt, right? We're talking earlier about Sir Henry Morgan and so on, and we also have treasure maps in those days where the treasure was buried and you had to be a genius to find it. We want, and I don't know that we have a solution for this as yet, but when we say single window, that is what it is supposed to be. We don't want a single window which has about 5 different entry points. So we haven't yet conquered that one. But we want to push as much as possible for there to be a harmonization. So you get your information, you get your guidance, you get everything, you get your food, you get your drink, you get your travel instruction at one place. I hope I've given you some answer, some sort of flavor. We don't want to go into schema and those other things that. Sister Andre, I've opened the bowling. Do you want to say anything?
Dennis has left me on the spot, right? But he's right. We have been doing a lot, and a lot has been accomplished, but there's still a lot to be accomplished. I was just doing a quick calculation, funny enough, Dennis. I was about to go next. And I was looking at the cost saving just by removing maybe about 10 or 11 documents through our efforts in digitizing our services. And between customs and the trade, that is an average saving at lowest cost of $126 million. Times that by 7 since we have removed these documents is almost $1 billion. Looking at JSwift, which has now close to 60 fully digitized services, which allows persons to say from the comfort of their office to access a service and to receive that approval. We can't even calculate the figure. We often hear from the trader that the cost of getting someone to complete an application, go back, pick it up, of course, that exceeds the cost of the service that is being delivered. And that's a reality, and that is why we need to ensure that all the services are in fact available through the single window. And that's what we're working towards. We have been able to gain quite a bit of ground in terms of overall efficiency and harmonization between the agencies as well. So if there's a service that is cross-cutting to one or multiple agencies, it becomes a single application, multiple or concurrent or sequential reviews by multiple BRAs seamlessly in the background and then receiving the approval. And of course, that again drives down the cost and time for doing trade. So we are looking, we have heard a number of issues that have been mentioned. As mentioned by Alfred, there is a further need for us to complete the integration between ourselves and the public bonded facilities and the ports as well. That will see us removing other documents. I know we have been speaking about constraints. The bill of lading is one of them, the customs release. We still print a release. We customs don't need to. Of course, we have been sending this information electronically. So there are other quick wins in terms of saving time and logistics.
And of course, we touched on the topic now of looking at coordinated inspection and of course reducing the overlaps. That's also a major point for us and the BRAs, which I think there's a lot of ground that we can make in a relatively short space of time if it is that there is a sign off on these mutual agreements between the BRAs. Saying that to say that we still have a lot to accomplish. And of course, that requires further discussion and agreements on these. Some of these are low-hanging fruits, just for agencies to agree in principle and in writing, of course, to us so that we can get these configurations done. Looking at the single window, we have a number of services to be delivered this year as well, which will make it much easier for the trade. And then, of course, including some other services from the customs end to make it easier for some of the growing sectors. E-commerce has been a pain for all customs authorities internationally. And so we instead of injecting more resources, we're looking to inject more technology to make it easier for our couriers. All right, so again, just by way of comment as well, I think some valid points were raised by some of our industry partners in regards to some of the pains, the bottlenecks, and of course even some of the predictability of our fees. We did have a long discussion at lunch, and that's something that the Commissioner already has committed to looking into. It has been a previous discussion, but of course those things will be accelerated to provide our traders. We do understand the need to be very clear and precise in terms of the fees and charges, and that's something that we should be looking into. All right, so we are giving our commitment to ensuring that we have greater efficiency and transparency. That has always been the case, and we continue to work with our partners. Everyone in this room we have been working with, whether from a strategic perspective in terms of reforms, changes, or of course further digitalization of our services as well. All right, so that's my 2-bit. That's Ernest. Thank you.
Before you sit down, Andre, the minister asked us precisely this morning that tomorrow morning, when I sit down in front of him with our colleagues here, that we have to say what we're going to achieve with JSwift and when.
Right.
Right? So I can't let you leave the room without giving me something to hold on to.
All right. Well, legally, the contract has been extended for an additional 18 months. We have 20 plus agencies, and we intend to complete all the primary services within that time period. However, the work doesn't stop there. Masikuda, when we started, that was custom-centric. It grew into extending services to 18 other border regulatory agencies. We removed data and not paper, right? And we do expect that the single window will be expanded well beyond its scope through continuous development and integration. The needs of the trade are growing, and we intend to ensure that we are in a position to satisfy those needs. All right, so in terms of the services, we have an 18-month timeline, which is agreed with UNCTAD. We have a number of BRAs to come on board this year. Right now, we have 4 agencies where the services have been completed, just the human resources. And I must add that we also have been losing resources too as well. It has been affecting us, our industry, and the technology industry is very fluid, right? So we are impacted by that in terms of losing skilled resources, but we're also recruiting and training and ensuring that we do cross-functional training. So we have that time mark in terms of onboarding the remaining agencies, but the work will not start there. We'll continue to develop and improve on the services of the single window. And of course, there also is another initiative which is expanding the services of ASICUDA as well. We just mentioned about the e-commerce, and there are other major components which we'll be introducing for improving our service delivery.
Before you go, one more question.
Yes, I would.
No, I mean, the question is, I mean, when you say 18 months and you say primary services, right?
Yes.
That means that that's the basic connectivity. And what is the basic service? Because when you hear Dennis talking about paperless, are we saying that we would have complete paperless inward and outward, or are we only talking about inward? I think we need to be a little bit more specific about what it is that we say that we can really deliver. And then when the minister says, but I'm not, then the answer to the minister is, well, we can only deliver that because of the resources that we have.
Right.
And therefore, if your ambition is greater than that, like the $1 billion that they gave to the film industry, we should be saying to them, Minister, if you want this to happen within a faster time frame, it's going to take X and Y. Right? And I think that that's the level of conversation that we need to have with the minister or the ministers, because this business of I'm going to deliver something in 18 months and you're not clear about what it is you're going to deliver and what you are foregoing because we don't have the resources to deliver it going forward. So I think it's very important to be more specific about it, and put your ambitions on the table, right? And that way, it's up to the government themselves to say, I can't afford to take you all the way to heaven, but I'll take you halfway, and then you have to paddle the rest of the way. So
sure, I can be a little bit more specific though.
Yeah.
The contract that we have.
You sent me a WhatsApp.
Right. Well, I can explain to you, boss.
Yes.
Of course, the objective of the single window is to ensure that we have digitized the services that are directly related to cross-border trade. And that includes the license, the permits, the certificates, and other approvals that you will need that are directly related to trade. What we do understand and appreciate is that there are other back office services which may not necessarily be directly related to trade, but may be a dependency in delivering a service such as a permit or a license. We take, for example, the trade board. They do have a certificate of origin, but they do have a service called the product analysis, which is delivered by the trade board, but is a dependency to issue a certificate of origin. They plan quarantine, pest risk analysis, but to deliver an import permit, which is to ensure that the product is safe for importation. So these are supporting services, not directly related to trade, but it could improve the performance of the agency, and that's what we call secondary services. The primary objective, of course, is to ensure that someone can stay from the comfort of their home and apply for a license, a permit, or a certificate from one or all the agencies irrespective and obtain that service, right? And to, of course, include online payment and approval. So that's what we're referring to as a primary service. But again, we want to ensure that the agencies can run as efficiently as is possible. All right, and that's why we're saying we're separating it in terms of primary, which has a direct impact on trade, versus those that would make the agency more efficient.
Thank you.
Alfred McDonald again. Just another question, not for you. This one now has to do with stakeholder engagement. And probably it's a little bit of what Rachel was saying, but in a different way. I've seen where there have been steps made by the regulatory agencies to put in place some significant technology to move things ahead, but the industry either appears not ready or not willing to change. And I'm asking whether or not there is an appropriate communication strategy that would cause industry stakeholders to see the benefit of the change and to move towards the change. We did something at Kingston Wharves that we thought was very innovative and ready to be grasped by industry. And we would have hoped that by now the industry would have taken it and gone ahead with it. We've seen some innovation, certainly through customs as well, and promoting a particular program. So the question is, should there be a different strategy to communicate where we are, where we're going, and how to get there, and the various stakeholder groupings, government, private sector, and the various publics are brought into that vision, and we run with it together. So, question for you, sir, for you, ma'am.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, yeah, we have been working in parallel, right? We haven't been working in concert. And therefore, this is one of the things that we recognize needs to happen, is this greater level of cooperation. And I have to say that probably based on this work that we've been doing with George and others, there is more communication between the agencies now than there ever has been, but it is still not at a level that it ought to be. And we're still, pulling on my mandate as opposed to our mandate. And we need to transform the discussion to be about our mandate. As my minister said to me when I was, canvassing him about this, he said, well, it's about Jamaica Inc. And I have to persuade my ministers that if my colleague ministers, that if they have to give up something, he says, I'm willing to give up as well. Because if everybody benefits at the end of the day, then that's what we ought to be working towards. But mostly, everybody's working towards their own mandate. And that's not getting us to where we need to be. So the vision, I think, Anthony spoke about that today, about having a comprehensive agreement of where we want to go and what it's going to take in order to get there. And if we can have that common understanding and understand, and I think in another panel we were talking about who is responsible and who is to take the action, right? Who is the implementing agency and who has the responsibility to monitor what's going on. I think those are important decisions that need to be made. And once we have this kind of shopping list of things that we have to do, then we have to assign the responsibilities, and the ministers need to sign off on that. But there was a question that came earlier on during the break, lunch break, about holding CEOs accountable also for delivery of these mandates. So if for example, we agree and pretend Kingston Wharves is a mandate, one of the regulatory agency, and you are assigned that you are to do X, then how do we hold you accountable for delivering on that X within the time frame that you were supposed to? And I was speaking with that with Mohammed, and he has some ideas about that.
No, thank you very much. I was sharing with Ms. Francis that there could be a possibility, and we have done in some countries, and UNCTAD has done in some countries, which in a simple language would call the reform tracker. That once you have decided that this is to be done in this much time frame by this agency, and whatever agency asks for resources, you have provided those resources, then it is a simple tracking those reforms in that time frame. And there are now, the technology helps that on a click of a button on your screen, it can show that the task one which you were supposed to, as she took the example of Kingston Wharves, that Kingston Wharves agreed to do it by end of 2024, it is lagging behind by 5%. Or it is exceeding the time frame by 20% because they have done certain measures. So that is a pure using the technology to monitor what you have assigned to a particular agency in the particular time frame. And we are ready to share with you our experience in the countries which currently we are working with Jordan, where we are creating, we call it a Jordan Trade Dashboard, which would analyze live processing of any shipments by every agency that they have taken 2 days or they have taken 5 days, and it is displaying on their dashboard under different indicators. So now the technology has provided that kind of flexibility that if we want to, it can be made customized and is user-friendly to do that.
Well, I think Jamaica has experience in macroeconomic stability through a public-private sector arrangement where it set the targets it monitored, and it implemented. And I think, you know, we've been getting all kinds of kudos from everybody about what we've done in the macroeconomic area. So there's no reason why we can't do something similar in this area. And I think we ought to have the framework within which we're going to operate. And if we're serious about it this time around, then I think we ought to put something like that in place. You want to say something? You're saying goodbye. Well, maybe we can wrap up the session.
Yeah, just briefly, two things, 2 points which I want to share. One, listening since the morning and going through the program, a country which has a strategic location and the connectivity like Jamaica, which has the minister who is passionate and was proud enough to name its ministry as the business ministry. You have Ms. Francis, who has all the experience in the world to lead any kind of reform initiatives of the bigger organization. You have a customs commissioner who says one of the strategies, 3 strategies I follow, one of them is the custom business partnership. You have a person like Shipping Association, William Brown, who can articulate what's not working well and what is holding him back to grow his business. I think you have all the ingredient of the recipe. Now it is the time, let's start cooking it for the benefit of it. I was very pleased to listen this morning when WTO Deputy Director General Annabelle was speaking, and she quoted examples from 2 countries, Kenya and Uganda, for the simplification of the different steps. I'm happy that ITC has done in both the countries their portals and the simplification which she was referring to. And coming from the ITC, over the last 15 years, I would say more than 10 years, we have been fortunate and on the receiving end of Jamaica that we have our 2 executive directors coming from Jamaica, Ms. Francis, and my current executive director, Pamela Hamilton, also from Jamaica. So if ITC can be of any assistance to the Jamaica in their program of reforming their trade sector, ITC would think probably that we have tried to pay it back a little bit in the development of Jamaica. And with this, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. And I think this room is needed for something else, so we're going to do the wrap-up real quick. Yes, Shulette, can I ask you to just come forward so that we can do a very efficient closing? Thanks very much, Mohammed.
The Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, JACRA, is now being onboarded to the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, JSwift. Commencing November 1, 2021, JSwift will be facilitating online applications for all JACRA import permit releases.
So Sansia Templo, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Mrs. Francis, Chair of the Trade Facilitation Task Force. Ladies and gentlemen of the public and private sector and our other partners, good afternoon. I'm going to go very quickly, but I wanted to say from the perspective of JAMPRO that we have 3 different perspectives being in this room today, and we're very happy that we were able to be here the entire day to hear the discussions. First off, as Jamaica's export promotions agency, this is a topic that is very important to us, because if we cannot facilitate our business clients, then we're going to have a problem. We are also the managers of the National Competitiveness Council, and under our ministry, we are charged to drive business environment reforms, which include trade facilitation. And thirdly, JAMPRO has oversight of Component 1 of the Foundations for Competitiveness and Growth project, which is a World Bank loan project that has earmarked significant funds to push forward a lot of the initiatives under trade facilitation. I want to recognize, despite the conversations today, that I think in parts it has been a validation of some of the work that Mrs. Francis and the team in the Trade Facilitation Task Force have been pushing. These include the rationalization of border regulatory agencies, risk management, streamlining of inspection protocols, the review of legislation and modernizing our border-related laws, implementation of online systems, and of course, quality systems and programs to ensure that what we're exporting is of a certain quality. We continue to have challenges in respect of pace of implementation, and I think today I would say, Mrs. Francis, for me, I heard a lot of support and addition to our voices to speed up implementation. We also have a lot of work to do around resourcing of our reform programs, both in terms of people and in terms of dollars that are required to make this happen. One of the challenges that I think we must recognize, however, is accountability. A lot of things that we spoke about today is not a matter of us not knowing what needs to be done or recognizing and agreeing that it needs to be done, but the follow-through coming out of this room has been lacking. And I think for each of us as government entities, there is a commitment and a follow-through that is needed to ensure that the people that are supposed to implement reforms are held accountable for it. And as businesses, I think there is much more that we can see you do to hold us as a government accountable for implementation. One of the gaps that we're going to keep on having is getting everybody in the room. And even today, we started out strong with a number of people, but we lost people throughout the day, and a lot of conversations that were very useful to be heard, we missed out on people hearing them. And there are some entities too that I think, Mrs. Francis, going forward, we have to engage with. The legislative agenda, for example, we have to re-engage with the Attorney General's chambers and the CPC to see how we can get those things going. But there are some new areas that I think emerged out of today that were raised, and that just, from my perspective, we need to now put on the table. I think our friend from MIND very strongly pointed out that we have to have change management as an integral part of what we're doing. We have to figure out how do we change or adjust the mindsets of from the person at every single level of every entity. How do we make them understand the reason for change? We at JAMPRO are working on the Jamaica Business Gateway project, which is a similar online system, but for everything except trading across borders. And I vividly remember sitting in a meeting with an entity, and the first problem that they had is, but when this goes online, what do I do? Where does my job go? And this is a real concern. And even if it's not done deliberately, people are not going to be excited about change when it results in uncertainty for them. And I think we need to realize that, and we need to integrate change management more in everything that we're doing. We need to think about partnership across agencies. It's not good enough for JAMPRO to sit in a room and think about the JAMPRO issues, but we also have to think about the other agencies and how can I make a slight tweak in my entity that can support another entity, and those partnerships are going to be critical. There's a need for parallel tracks. While we focus at trade facilitation, I see where we have to identify the one-off issues as they come up and put in place a framework to address those on an ongoing basis. And we also need to figure out how to share information on an ongoing basis. It's not good enough, unfortunately, to have a webinar and hope that people turn up. We have to figure out how to use technology to get the information out there. How do we get viral videos about exporting and importing out to the wider public and get the information there? JANAC, for example, many people in the room didn't realize what JANAC is able to do for our exporters. So for me, if I use Jeffrey Hall's words, the Monday morning actions for me are, one, to introduce a partnership that looks at the day-to-day issues and has the responsibility of troubleshooting that. And I see it, PS, to be very similar to, we went to Trinidad last week on a trade mission, and I didn't know about it before, but we now have this trade complaint mechanism in place with Trinidad, where if there's an issue between the two countries, you can lodge a complaint. And I think our ministry needs a trade complaint mechanism that we can actually, any entity knows that they can go into that system, lodge a complaint. There's somebody on the other end whose job it is to fix that problem. So that would be my number one next thing to do. We have to have a decision on reducing the number of BRAs. I think that is critical. And whatsoever interim or permanent recommendations come forward, that I think we need to do. And as I mentioned, change management. Let's start talking about how to change the mindsets. My ministry and Mrs. Francis both know that JAMPRO stands ready to provide our support to the change that we need, and we look forward to working with anybody and everybody in this room that is aligned to ensuring that it becomes easier to export and invest in Jamaica. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me recognize Mrs. Francis. Let me recognize Mrs. Cox, both present and a former president of JAMPRO.
Like yourself.
And let me say that I am not going to stand very long between you and traffic. So I am not going to read this very well-written speech that was provided to me to deliver to you this afternoon. I will, however, make sure that I am not remiss and that I recognize and thank all of the persons who have been involved in this forum here today. I think it's been an important forum. When Patton and myself and others met some weeks ago, we discussed the fact that a lot had been done, and I think we heard that today. A lot of that was validated. We agreed that a lot more needed to be done. We had gotten to a hiatus. We needed to supercharge and get things going again. And I think this has been a very good start in that direction. So I want to commend the project implementation team for putting this together very quickly, Pat, in 3 weeks, including this significant and very useful international participation both here in Jamaica and online as well. So we have had expert information, recommendations, and so on coming forward from this forum. We take our job at the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce as the business ministry extremely seriously. And we see ourselves as a driver for trade facilitation, both in our own right and working in tandem with JAMPRO. So what do we do next, Pat? You need to move from a one-person task force to a fully established and resourced and configured in terms of the persons that you need so that we can get on with this work. I started my career primarily in the private sector, so when Mr. Williams says, let's get on with it and get it done, I fully support and endorse that, and I think that's where we need to go next. So there's a lot of work to be done. Where do we go? We're going to start with the task force getting reestablished. We're going to be meeting tomorrow morning with the Ministry of Health. We're going to be meeting with the Ministry of Agriculture, because we know that some of the big issues in terms of cross-border trade rests between us and those two ministries. And so we're going to start to engage and collaborate. Shilette, I think that trade mechanism, virtual complaints, virtual forum, I think is a very good idea. I sat here and I thought one of our speakers this morning spoke about how important it was to have ongoing dialogue and collaboration. And Commissioner spoke about the fact that she does this on an ongoing basis, and I thought, well, maybe we need to do that. I think doing it virtually is absolutely a very good way to go, and so we're going to add that to our list of things to be done so that we can put that in place. Because, as was said by one of the speakers earlier, this is not a problem for the public sector alone. It involves the private sector as well. And the private sector really has to make the time to come forward with the problems, to come forward with the recommendations for us to then pull everything together, understand your problems, and work with you. My minister is waiting on a plan, and Mrs. Francis knows this, so she is going to be working. I don't know how she finds the time to do all of this stuff, but she's very committed to Jamaica and to trade facilitation, so I know that she will be leaning on the international partners to get some of the support that she needs to get it done. But we at the ministry are committed to ensuring that when it is very clear what needs to be done, in addition to what is already on the agenda, because there is already a plan which is being worked on, and there are already things in train. We are going to be working on those things, and we're going to be working on the things to come. One speaker spoke about MOUs, and that has been used in some instances. But where the hard decisions need to be made to go beyond MOUs and to look at amalgamations, if that is part of what is necessary, my minister is very committed to take that kind of recommendation forward and to work with his colleague ministers so that we can reduce the steps. You know, from I started at JAMPRO in 2006, there was the one-stop shop. And we constantly hear about the one-stop shop. And one-stop shop means putting 10 border agencies together, but they're still each doing a little piece of the work, right? Where it's necessary to pull it all together and consolidate. If that is what is necessary, my ministry is committed to moving in that direction as well, where it's an agency in our ministry, and to work with other ministries to see how we achieve that as well. So I think today has been a good day. We have heard a lot. We've had more knowledge being imparted to the private sector in terms of things that are happening, things that can be done in particular ways that they were not even aware of. So it shows the importance of discussion and collaboration. And we have heard from the private sector as to many problems, backlogs, issues that they have that we need to solve. So I think it's been a good start. We now need to make sure that we update the plans that we have had before, that we add to those plans with anything that is new, and to move into a really heightened period of, again, implementing and making the things happen. I want to thank Pat for her leadership in all of this. As I said, I don't know, Pat, how you do it, because I know that you are doing all of this really in support of country and giving back, and it's fully appreciated. And thanks to everyone who sort of stayed the course with us throughout the entire day. And we look forward to collaborating and working going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS. Thank you very much, Shilette. And, you know, the trio up here are a trio of JAMPRO women, JAMPRO leaders. And it's important to know that that institution has produced people who can lead. And so, you know, I'll take a bow for the girls. But I want to thank everybody for today. I really appreciate the work that has been done, particularly from my team, who, I mean, it's what, 4 people? And one who's just had a baby and has been running around with her baby while she's been doing all of this work. And, you know, just absolutely amazing what this tiny team has managed to accomplish in a very short period of time. You know, I guess I have to declare interests. I have to declare interest because a number of the people that I got support for today are either family, extended family, colleagues, former colleagues, and a network of people who believe that Jamaica can actually be something that it's not. People who believe in what it is we're trying to do and who immediately jumped on board when I asked the question, would you help? And so I want to thank all of them for their support. Anthony, Saeed, George, you know, who came from afar, and those who joined us by remote, Annabelle, Wayne, etc. So, you know, you don't become, the trade world is a very small world, as is foreign affairs. So, you know, you participate in various theaters where you see people in one theater today, and 5 years later you see them in another theater. And you get to know this family of people. And that is how Anthony and myself know each other. That's certainly how Saeed and myself know each other. And so, you know, there's a similar thinking about how people think. And for those who are committed public sector people, are committed to a mission of development, of seeing things happen. So although I come from a heavily capitalist family, I am the public sector person in the family. and I'm happy to be that, and happy to be the one who is doing such work. But I'm happy that my family were supportive, and I want to thank you, William, for being here all day. And you know, the shipping industry, I see still here today, because importantly, you can see where this is going to make a difference in your life. So colleagues, thank you very, very much. BRAs, we are with you. This isn't about shouting down BRAs, because we need the BRAs. It's in our belief that the BRAs can be even better than they currently are. And there are people within the BRAs who have great ambitions to be better and deliver better service. So for all of us, I mean, at the end of the day, if we can succeed, we can all earn a lot more than we're learning now, and we can be more prosperous. So I want to thank everybody again. And this won't be the last time I'll be calling on you. This will be the first time, and you should be hearing from us. And certainly when we re-engage the task force, we will be looking for some of you to serve on that task force to make sure that we have the right voices at the table and that we can deliver. So thank you very much, and thank you to everyone, to my PS, to Shillette, very importantly, because without both of them, we would neither have a PMO or would we have the resources to engage in a conversation such as this. So thank you, and let's we can reconvene at another time. We will reconvene in the morning, and when we reconvene in the morning, it is to deliver the messages that you provided to us today. So thank you very much.